I'm here to steal content, and I'm here to profit off of it.
Good evening, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome, one and all, to the only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. I'll be your host this evening. Good to have you all here. Welcome in, welcome in. See how our caps faces, names, I should say. See your faces, unfortunately. If I could, I'm sure they would be very low. Yeah. Now, let me see. No, keep that there. Sorry, every time I adjust the light, it also moves the camera, unfortunately. Let's see, I want this light more like that, maybe. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I can hardly hear you over the music. Oh, sorry. It's really hard. I'm working with, like, literal pixels when I try to move the volume on these music videos. Maybe I should just turn up my mic a little bit. Here, this might be better. I like keeping the gain as low as possible because the alternative is you hear a lot of background shit, especially when Katie's moving around, so, you know, it is what it is. Okay, I think that's good though. I think we're good. Think. Okay, let me try like moving this. No, because then I'm fucked up the camera. I should not have done that. God damn it. Shouldn't have done that, laddie. I think it's a little bit too far. There we go. Just how I like it. Just how Mama likes it, you know? Okay, much better. Okay, I think we're good. I think that's good. We got important stuff to do today. We're going to get right into it. I unfortunately do not have time to give you all the details of my life. I'll give you a few. Went to work out today. It was very, very late, but great shirt. Thank you. I love this shirt. I wore it at my third hearing, I think. I'm also from Cincinnati. Hello, welcome, fellow Cincinnatian. Fellow enjoyer of diarrhea chili. I mean, Skyline chili. Welcome in, welcome in. By the way, I'm not currently residing in Cincinnati. Don't get any funny ideas. Or maybe I am, but I'm not telling you. Okay, let me, Alright, we got somebody waiting in... Well, he should be waiting in voice call. Here. Ready whenever, just hop into a voice channel in the server. And today's debate is going to be about Christianity and atheism. He wants to talk to me about the Redeemed Zoomer video, I guess. He took some issue with that, so we'll see what he has to say. And then after that, we got to go over, if you guys remember the card guy, something card, postcard or something, responded to my reaction to his video about dog whistles, and I'll get into more when I actually like go into the review, because I want to go over the video today, the Friends video, yes. But I do want to say that I was probably a little bit meaner to that guy than I meant to be, and my only point was I didn't like the vibes. I get eggshell walking vibes. That's what I got from that, and I don't think that I was alone in that either. I have a good eye for that shit because, first of all, I've dealt with people like that. And second of all, I'm a former conservative, so I feel like I'm pretty good at looking at things, just like eyeballing things, and figuring out, you know, what's the normal right-leaning person going to think about this? You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. We'll see what he has to say. He might be a little bit, rightfully offended the fact that I called him an asshole. Because I shouldn't have called him that, but whatever. We'll see. Alright, we're just waiting on this guy to get into the voice chat. So I guess until then, we'll just chill. I did say 15 minutes about 15 minutes ago. I just feel like this side of my face is a little darker than I want it to be, but whatever. Good evening everybody on YouTube. Remember, you can find the site chat link in the top of the description of the live stream, and also like the stream. It helps. It helps more than you think. Helps with the algorithm and shit. I've been playing so much Palworld, dude, and actually I kind of would own it now. I've been playing so much Palworld. I've been getting really good at it. I'll be playing it during the debate. I really don't know how much of a debate it's going to be. The guy seemed like he just wanted to talk about, like, my takes on it and why they were wrong. But basically, like, the Redeemed Zoomer video was just, like, him making, like, he won the argument with the man in his head that he argues with in the shower. That's what that was. You know, it was completely catharsis for him from top to bottom. Yeah, more spinach. I tried playing online, and online is really finicky because, like, if you try to get into, like, a random server, they're, like, first come, first serve, right? And so, like, if you leave the server, like, if you stop playing on it and then you try to come back to it and it's full, you just lose your shit because there's, like, otherwise you're waiting for hours for somebody to clear out. So the only feasible way to play this online right now is either just, like, do one fresh run from start to finish for hours and hours, or you have to actually, yeah, it would be really good in VR, you're right. Or you have to, like, get your friends together and start your own private server, which I might do, because it's really, really fun. But yeah, I'm just waiting on this guy to reply. I'm not seeing anything yet. So until then, I will be playing this. But as you can see, I've caught a lot more pals. We've caught this guy. He is currently chopping wood for me. He is my little tree slave, so thank you for that. Also, I've noticed they're, like, glitching out sometimes when they try to pick this shit up, and I gotta go do it myself. Also, I beat the first major boss by cheesing it. It's a really easy cheese. The owl guy's so big. I know, he's a special boy. He's like a shiny, kind of, I guess. Except, like, being special makes him... I forget. It gives him, like, different properties than the others. Let me see. So him compared to him... Yeah, lucky, I guess. I don't know what that means, though. But yeah, it's really fun. I'm gonna give that guy 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna message him again. Because he's still not in voice. We'll see. Shit, a raid. I have an actual weapon. Not a good one, but it exists. Wasn't religious debate against the... Yeah, I guess I should play Risk of Rain. I guess you're right. That's a good point. I did talk about politics while I was playing it, but I feel like it would be very disrespectful to just outright have a political debate. So, yeah, good point. You guys okay, or... Oh, my guy's fainted. I caught one of these, finally. Oh shit, they're powerful. I want to catch this one. Actually, I want to catch all of them, really. Oh, I missed. Get it. Catch rate 2%. It's not working. Try using a better sphere. Fuck off. Oh, come on. Do it myself. Oh shit, I won't do it myself. Never mind. Okay, I need a new pal. Get him. I really can't catch them? That sucks. I guess I need to make the green balls. He's gonna kill me. Don't let him kill me. I can get him! Get him. Yo! Yo! Oh! Oh! Let's go. Oh shit, I didn't read it. Incineram. Egg. They're still invading? Oh shit, there's one up there. I got a copper key. Gaming. Yes, we're gaming for right now because we're waiting on that guy to reply to me. I will stop. I'll stop gaming momentarily. Well, I will continue gaming on Risk of Rain when we start the debate. Begin debate and Risk of Rain. Okay, let me get back up here. Yeah, let me see what's going on with this guy. Oh, he's in voice. Excellent. Okay, let me get out of here. But yeah, you guys can see it's going very well. So, let's open the, here, we'll get the debates. We'll get him in the room, and then I'll open Risk of Rain.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, give me just a second. Can you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, that should be good right there. All right. If, as always, chat, if there is any issues with volume on my end or his, please let me know. All right, and I assumed your pronouns. I apologize. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you. And can you give us your name, please, and if your pronouns, if you prefer?
You can just call me Fool, and pronouns, I'm cool with any. So,
Excellent. You said fool.
yeah, that's
All
fine.
right. You might regret that one later, but I will go with it.
No, I'm going with it on
All right.
purpose.
Alrighty. Well, I remember that you came into my YouTube comments. Now, if I recall, you seemed like you were coming in good faith. So I do want to take a little bit of a different approach than I usually take to like proper debates against people that I know already disagree with me on everything. If I recall, it was about the Redeem Zoomer video. Yes.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. You want to get into it a little bit?
I'm hoping to come with good faith here too.
Sure. And did you want to get into a little bit of what you were specifically disagreeing with me on?
Sure. So,
And
with
just
you
for, sorry, if I could set up the scene real quick. The Redeem Zoomer video, for those who don't know, was basically this guy named Redeem Zoomer who made a debunking atheists argument video. And most of the time I was just like, atheists don't make that argument. I'm not engaging with this. And I think that was basically the issue that Fool took with it. But I will let Fool explain.
no, that's pretty much correct. I mean, my only main issue with that was that some of the arguments that he makes, I do understand it's one of those situations where everyone kind of has their own beliefs, especially with something that's as broad as atheism, which, can just cover not believing in any god in particular. It's sort of different what everybody in particular has their reasons for looking at that. However, there are some arguments in there that he made, which I do think are relatively common atheist arguments. So I would have wanted some more engagement on those. However, I will also point out that some of the counter arguments he also made, I don't think were super duper strong,
Hmm.
kind of snippy and not really addressing. So it's not necessarily like I'm 100% on Redeemed side either on that one. I
Right.
just think, hopefully that we could have like a better good faith conversation back and forth on like the pros, the cons, the reasons for and not for believing, etc.
Okay, so it sounds like you thought that you did hear some arguments that he claimed atheists made, uh, that you hear atheists make as well that I did not address. So can you give me one, like just as an example?
Yeah, let me go ahead and check my
Because my
notes.
yeah, sure, take your time. Because my perspective is, this man was clearly arguing with a guy in his head. Like these are arguments he's had in the shower one too many times, and he finally had to put it to a video to prove to people that he's just so damn smart and capable of taking down uh, these uppity atheists who think that they just have all the answers. That's kind of the impression I got.
Okay, well, if that's your impression, I definitely can't say that I disagree with you on that
Okay,
one then.
okay, well, so we're off to a good start then.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that was a lot of the attitude that the video was made in, which is a lot of the attitude that honestly I don't like between atheist and theist discussions, is that oftentimes I think both sides kind of come at it with a I know I'm right and there's not really anything that you could teach me or tell to the situation, which
Mhm.
honestly I don't think is like the right attitude to take. I think like regardless of anybody's opinions
And
on
you said,
whatever
sorry,
matter,
you said that I
um,
was taking that attitude, or that he
I
was.
wouldn't say you were taking that attitude specifically. I just meant like
Okay.
theist versus atheist discussions in general, especially like after the sort of new atheist wave
Mhm.
kind of took on that highly self-assured, combative, I already know everything sort of mindset, which I really disagree with, and I don't think it's very conducive to discussion.
Okay, I can agree with that. I do think that there are there are uppity atheists who will like go on, like they'll infiltrate Christian Reddits or whatever and be like, "Hey, you losers don't know anything. I know that God's not even real. You're all just living in a fantasy world." So I'm sure those guys do exist, but like not in any meaningful capacity in day-to-day life. And so like when I see these videos, I'm more inclined to just like brush it off to the side and be like, "Yeah, I'm sure that there's an atheist here and there who makes those arguments. I'm not one of them, and I don't care." Because what it says to me is that he's insecure about his own Christianity and his own faith. You know, like you're so insecure that you have to like take these guys seriously. And I just shrug it off. Like, who cares? Okay, if they're making dumb arguments that you know for a fact are dumb, like it's like okay, once again, if an atheist does make an argument about like, well, this book says this and that contradicts this thing in the other book, and I'm just like, I don't believe in God. Like that's my only point. Like I don't believe in God, so I would never make those arguments. And I just like it just let me not believe in God. That's it.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, well, thanks for sharing that with me. I
Sure,
think I understand your position a lot more now.
sure.
I recently actually watched a debate between you and a Satanist minister, right?
Uh, that was not a debate. More like it was a. So that was just a discussion for sure
Conversation.
because I did really like that guy.
Yeah, he seemed pretty nice,
Yeah.
pretty friendly. So in that discussion, there were some like knockdown Christian questions. I wanted to more address those if you think that those are like your strongest objections, and we can see where we go on those.
Strongest objections to Christianity in general.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, we can do that.
Okay, cool. So one of the questions I heard was, by whom am I being saved? Is that correct?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
One of the knockout questions was, who's saving me? By whom am I being saved?
When you say knockout question, are you referring to like this is a gotcha or like a conversation ender?
I think that's what you guys said. But if that's not one of you think like the strongest objections, then we can just like toss it. Because really, I just want to like see what are your major concerns? What do you think is like the most important questions? And then we can just kind of go back and forth on them.
Well, my thing is, if you're a Christian and you are that upset that there are atheists who just don't believe in your way of thinking, then and that's why you're making these videos. I just think it's silly. No, there's no attack on Christianity. There's no people like there are again atheists here and there who try to get an own or dunk whatever. But like as an institution, Christianity is pretty damn safe, especially in America. And so I just roll my eyes at it. Now, as far as like my issues with Christianity itself, I do have some, as I have with like any faith. First of
Mhm.
all, just the idea of believing in a deity with no proof necessary. In fact, I wouldn't even say no proof necessary. I would say proof is declined. Like they don't need proof, and not only do they not need it, they don't want it because that's the point of faith, right? And so that's in general for religion a big problem to me. Now, I think that most people who are who believe in Christianity and Judaism, it's not that big of a concern because most people are pretty rationally thinking in everything else that's not religious. And so most people can distinguish, okay, this is my faith, this is what I believe, right? This is my irrational part, even if they don't phrase it like that. And then my rational brain is going to be for everything else, like discussions and how I view policy and everything else. But then there is this sect of Christians who don't do that. They literally just deny any evidence of anything, and so you get these. That's how you get anti-vaxxers. That's how you get people who are against vaccine. Or sorry, I said that masks is what I meant. People who you won't even take their kid to the doctor for fucking cancer because they're like, oh, so convinced that like God will just save them from it. And so when that's the big danger to me. And once again, I don't think most people who are religious do that, but I do think there is an inherent danger in faith for that reason. That's my biggest problem.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean that's definitely a good concern to have. I see faith a little bit differently.
Mhm.
I think, sort of like the Bible says, that faith is sort of the evidence of things hoped for and not yet seen. So I don't think it's necessary that you have to approach faith with irrationality. In fact, I think that there are major rational reasons to believe in a God. Things like, say, the Kalam cosmological argument, essentially that we can't have like an infinite regression of causes. So there has to be some sort of past eternal cause that created everything that there is sort of now, or what like I think Aristotle would call the prime mover. To me, those are like relatively good, strong arguments that I would think that there is something there. And I do think that there have been a lot of people in the past and some people now who do take a very rational, measured, and intelligent approach to their faith. So that's one of the things I wanted to bring up is that even though blind faith can be an issue, especially among a lot of Christians and a lot of American Christians in particular, I don't think it's one of those things that's a necessary part of Christianity. And I'd like to share that both with non believers, of course, like yourself, but also with other Christians as well, that we don't necessarily have to look at things simply through a purely like dogmatic lens.
Do you believe in God?
I do.
Okay. What is the logical like? Okay, so you said that the logical way that you believe in God is that there has to be like an ending at some point. There can't just be like an infinite number of causes. There has to be like a prime cause. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that there has to at some point be a prime cause or some sort of past eternal thing. That could be either the universe or it could be something that caused the universe.
So,
And at least from what I can see now, it seems that the universe definitely began at a certain point in time and then continued onward from there. So I would assume that whatever that past eternal thing is something that created the universe, not the universe itself.
but why isn't okay? So, are you Christian? Is that your faith, or what faith are you?
I'd say Christian is probably the closest. That
Okay,
sounds.
is there
I'm a
like a
little
specific?
idiosyncratic, but I follow Jesus Christ.
Fair enough. Okay, so Christian, we'll just say for the purposes of this conversation. So, what makes you Christian? Why are you so certain Or I won't put words in your mouth. Sorry, I won't put ideas. I won't ascribe ideas to you just yet. But in my view, right, if you are saying yes, I am Christian, that means that you believe in the Christian God and in Jesus Christ, and that presumably that like Jesus died and rose again to save us. I'm assuming these are all things that you believe. Yes.
Yep, yep,
Okay.
those are all things I believe.
So then what? So if you truly do believe that Jesus died for 3 days and then rose again, where's the logic in that? Where's the proof? Like, where's the evidence?
So the evidence for that one, I would say, seems strongest to me when we look at the testimony of the disciples.
Okay.
It's a situation where we can say now it's possible the disciples were all lying when they said that they like saw the risen Christ and saw him moving around and doing things. However, I think that's like unrealistic to me when we also know that they also went to their deaths in martyrdom, refusing to recant that position. So I
Okay,
feel
but
like if
but
they
do
were
we
just
have
lying for the attention, they would have just said, okay, yeah, I made it up, or okay, maybe I was wrong, or maybe I saw something.
sure,
But
but do
instead,
we
they
have
were
the
serious enough to say, like,
but do
I
we
found
have the
it.
original writings of the apostles? Did they write that? Like, do we have documented evidence that they're the ones who wrote that?
I don't believe we have their original writings.
Right.
We do, however, have writings that are recorded from earlier traditions, and we also have the writings of Paul. I'm not sure if they're exactly contemporary or shortly after. However, the writings of Paul seem to corroborate what we find in the other writings that are attributed to the apostles. So it does seem like that is the case of what they were claiming at the time.
Why could it not be the case that like this great guy Jesus existed and he was a very progressive figure back then who like was actually did look out for the little guy, and he was so famous for his works that he became legend. I feel like that's, if you're going by Occam's razor, that's why should I believe that like, oh, the apostles said this and then they said this to some other guy and then some other guy said it to some other guy until eventually it got to Paul who wrote it down. I feel like that's taken a few extra steps there that are unnecessary.
The reason I would say that I don't think that it's just a legend is that it seems that a lot of the reports of Jesus's events were, like I said, contemporaneous to the immediate time after his death. So it seems like I'd say there isn't enough time that we would normally expect to see a legendary development where things get bigger and bigger and bigger over time as people sort of spread the story along. It seems that the disciples very specifically were claiming that they observed this thing. So either they were kind of just making it up, or they could have had like a sort of group hallucination of the situation, but that's relatively uncommon and unexpected. Or, and this is, I think, what a lot of biblical scholars and historical scholars, even those who are atheists, say the disciples did seem to experience something. Even if they weren't necessarily
Yeah, but
correct, even if we
something
don't think
is
that
a
they rose from the dead, they experienced something.
but that's a big leap. You understand that? Like something, okay, they could have experienced drugs. Like they could have all been tripping out and they all just decided that Jesus rose from the dead after one of them said it. Like we don't know. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm not saying that to like shit on anybody's beliefs or traditions. I'm just saying that's a possibility. Do you agree that that is possible at least?
Only is possible. The only thing is that I don't know of any evidence that would
So
lead me to believe that's the
well,
case.
but for some reason you do have evidence to lead you to the belief that somebody rose from the dead after being dead for 3 days. Yes. Do you understand
Yeah.
where this breaks
When
down?
we're talking about, oh, go ahead.
Well, I just asked. Do you understand where this logic breaks down?
I understand what you're saying. For me, what I'm saying is when we say, well, maybe they were all on drugs. To me, honestly, that seems like we're going against Occam's razor in that we're multiplying the causes of saying, like, okay, well, the only reason they're saying this is because they were on drugs, they were having like some
What's
sort of
more likely? Is it that they were on
however,
drugs, or is it a human being rose from the dead?
which is more likely?
Has a human being ever been documented recording, rising from the dead after being dead for 3 days, besides Jesus?
Besides, no, no.
Okay, and then how many documented cases do we have of people on hallucinogens experiencing otherworldly things?
I'd say probably a great amount.
A great amount. So if we're going by Occam's razor, I would say Occam's razor probably falls on my side. Yes.
Well, the issue that I take with that is that I don't have any specific reason to believe that there was any sort of drugs involved. So there's not like any sort of record of them taking drugs. I don't know of any like popular hallucinogens that were part of like religious ceremonies or Jewish culture or Roman culture at the time.
Right, sure,
So I
but
don't see a reason
but
to
you
say,
have to at
okay, they were all
least
on hallucinogens.
you have to admit that that's more likely than some dude rising from the dead. You have to admit that.
In a vacuum, yes, but in the
Exactly.
specific case, I don't think so.
Why not in this specific case? What's so special
Because,
about it?
like I said, in order to say, well, they were probably on drugs, at least for me, I would think, okay, but I would need some sort of evidence that they were on drugs, like a
Sure,
history of
and I'm
drug
not
use
discounting that.
or
And
like drugs
I'm
that are
not saying
popular in the time.
so I'm not saying that they were. And I'm not saying I have evidence that they were. I'm saying that if you have no evidence for either of these claims and I put them in front of you and I say, which one's more likely? Occam's razor dictates that it's the drugs. So I don't need evidence to say to invoke Occam's razor and say it is far more likely that they were all tripping on shrooms than that. You know, because shrooms are a thing that have existed and do exist today. And so we know that people trip on shrooms and have otherworldly experiences. And so it is more likely that they somehow got their hands on shrooms and tripped out and all came to that conclusion rather than Jesus actually dying and rising from the dead. And that's just one example. I could give you a million different possibilities. Maybe they were tricking people. You know, maybe they were doing it for money. I don't know. So I'm not saying, again, I don't have evidence for that. You know, but again, I just like this. There's no logical reason to assume that Jesus actually rose from the dead. There's zero logic to that to me.
Gotcha. Well, at least on the terms of like tricking people and doing it for money, because that's another like common hypothesis.
Hmm.
Again, I would say that I would be more likely to believe that in the case of they're living for the rest of their lives in like wealth or spending their money or even recanting their testimony. But if it was all just a con, again, just like speaking for myself, I would say it would be more likely if they were just running an elaborate con trying to get money out of people that when the Roman government came and said, hey, admit this is all fake or I'm going to torture you to death, they would probably just say, yeah, it's fake.
That's all good and fine. But again, you are trying to tell me that you believe a man rose from the dead after 3 days.
Yes. Or
Again,
right now,
so
actually,
that's
no.
so
More what I'm saying is that for now, at the very least, that I believe that the disciples believed that a man rose from the dead.
so. Do you believe that or not? Like for the
I
purposes, I know
believe it,
that you
yes, but
might
I'm
believe
saying what
something
we're
different.
trying to establish here
Okay.
is that I don't think that it was like a con that they were running or like a mass hallucination. I believe that
Okay,
they
but
believe that
mass
something real
hallucination can
actually
still
did happen.
lead to somebody believing that something actually happened. Like for instance, my fiance, I don't know if she actually believes she saw a god in the shower or not, like a female
Mhm.
version of God in the shower. I don't know if she actually believes that. What I do know is that she says that she saw it, and I believe that she thinks that she saw it. But again, I can still say, well, Katie, that God was probably not real, and she knows that it's probably not real. Um, and if she chooses to believe that it was, then that's her choice, and I respect that. But I still can sit her down and say, well, Katie, you know that like shrooms do this to you. And so even if you had like an enlightening experience, it may have meant something to you, but you know, that probably was not really what happened. You were probably just standing there in the shower. And she knows all of that. So I can reason with her, sorry. But who I can't reason with is somebody who is like so convinced that a man. Here, let me just ask you this question: what can I say or show you to convince you that Jesus did not actually rise from the dead? Anything?
If you're talking like generally, I would say, for example, um, archaeological evidence that say we find like Jesus's body. Now that's obviously like one of the far out like hardcore, definitely proven examples where it's like if we found Jesus's body, then I would have to say, okay, so he definitely didn't rise from the dead because that's his body right there. So we
Okay.
can see it. So we see that he didn't do it, right?
Do you not
Now,
think it's
obviously, that's
strange
not
that
going to
we
be something reasonable to have in the moment, but it is something that I think would be definitive proof.
do you okay, so do you, in the absence of that, why could I not just say, well, then he didn't exist? If we don't have a body and we don't have any archaeological evidence that, you know, that person Jesus existed, Why can I not just say he didn't exist? Because that would be the more reasonable conclusion to draw, rather than, or just that it's lost. By the way, that would be the more reasonable conclusion to draw, rather than he rose from the dead. That's why it's not there.
Sure. Um, so for the case of him not existing, and this is something that again is brought up a few times called like Christ mythicism, this idea that Jesus was like a sort of made up figure. We have really good evidence, at least as good evidence as we have for almost any historical figure, that Jesus Christ did actually exist. He was spoken about not only by his disciples, but also referenced by other figures, though writing after the time. But there's at least as much evidence for Jesus as we have for figures like Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great. So if we assume that those figures exist, then we would also generally assume that Jesus probably existed.
Okay, that's fair. So I'll go ahead and take your word for it that we have evidence of Jesus Christ actually existing. I don't know the exact details of it. I'm sure it's out there. So I'll take your word for it. So
Yeah, it's
in
generally like historical records, writings, both of the disciples and of Romans at the time. We would generally say that those things attest to his existence.
okay, so in the face of his existence, that he actually did exist, right? So in the face of that, why can I not just say that his body was lost to time? Like, it's a body. It is a very big world with a lot of history, and so I just don't. I don't think it's good enough evidence for me to believe that he rose from the dead and then resurrected into heaven, or sorry, ascended into heaven, like his full body.
Mhm. So for that reason, I would say that if we were just looking at it for right now, I would say that that probably would make a lot of sense if we just say, well, his body just got lost.
Right.
Because it's been like 2,000 years. So yeah,
Right.
stuff gets lost, right? However, I would say from the attestation we have from the time, it would make less sense because both the Jewish authorities of the time and the Roman authorities were both not very big fans of like the Christ cult that was popping up. So they would most likely have had his body. There would be no reason for it to have gone missing. And according to
Okay.
the
What if they
record
burned it?
of the disciples, there were guards posted at the grave
What if they cremated
make
it?
sure that people didn't come in and steal it. So if they had the body, which they logically would have, they probably would have presented it at that time and said, "Look, Jesus obviously didn't rise from the grave. I have his body right here."
But what if they cremated it? What if they threw it somewhere, or like, I don't know, like there's all kinds of possibilities besides Jesus's body ascended into heaven.
It could have been cremated or thrown somewhere. However, I don't think we have the evidence that would point us to
Okay, but
believing that, and
but
that
can
the
you
records both
acknowledge?
of the Romans.
But can you acknowledge that that is far more likely than a man raising from the dead and going to heaven?
I'd say in a vacuum, yes, but I'd say the evidence we have of the situation, at the very least, when we're talking about either cremation or it just getting like thrown in a ditch somewhere, that the evidence that I think that we do have says that that probably didn't happen.
I don't. So what did happen instead then was that an entire man's body rose into heaven. Yes.
That's what I think happened. Now, we could say that some other naturalistic thing happened, like maybe there was like an alternate path into the tomb and someone snuck in through the back and stole his body that way.
Right.
I wouldn't ever be able to say that that didn't happen.
Right.
I just don't have necessarily a specific reason to think that it did, and that also the records that we have from the time, both of the Romans and the disciples, seem to say that he was buried in this specific tomb in accordance with Jewish customs. So he probably wouldn't have been tossed in a ditch and probably wouldn't have been cremated if we have multiple sides all recording that they had buried his body and anointed it and put it in this place.
My main concern right now, my main disagreement with this entire conversation, is that you think that you have a rational belief that Jesus died and went to heaven. Yes. Like he rose from the dead and ascended to heaven full body. Yes. You still
I
there?
think I have
Oh, sorry.
rational reasons to believe that. I'd say, yeah. I don't know if I'd say it's a rational belief. So I'm not necessarily
Have
sure
you
if I'd
ever
say that.
seen another example of that in human history ever?
I'd say no. I haven't seen
Okay, well
another.
then what? Then I don't understand what purpose you have for believing that, because like you said, somebody could have just taken his body and stolen it. So I feel like that's way more likely. Like I can give you 1,000 more likely examples. And I know that you say we don't have evidence for this, we don't have evidence for that. We don't have evidence that he rose into heaven either, except for hearsay. It's all just hearsay. And again, that just sounds like legend stuff to me.
Well, I'd say it's probably not hearsay based off of the fact that, at least according to the best records that we have, it seems that that was the attestation of the disciples and that
And,
they were
and
saying
they
that they
and
saw
and they
him
were all
direct.
his fanboys. I'm sorry, they were like Jesus's fanboys. So of course they're going to say that.
I don't think that's the case because there were other messiahs at the time who also were executed by the Roman government, and there weren't widespread claims that those people had risen from the grave and floated into heaven. So there were
Okay,
other
well,
people with their
then
own
their
fanboys
apostles,
who
their
didn't make
apostles should have
it.
tried harder.
Maybe, but
but
at the
do you
very
see what
least,
I'm
I'd say
saying
like
here?
this does seem like something that's different, though. I see what you're saying
Okay,
100% in that
okay.
if if I can restate it and you can tell me if I'm on base here, you're simply saying, hey, look, we have no other examples of anybody ever rising from the grave. So because that would be like a unique event, we
A
should naturally
supernatural one
conclude
with no
that it's not.
scientific explanation.
Yeah, so we should naturally conclude that that's probably at most generous, the least likely possible event to happen.
Yes,
Is
and
that
let
roughly
me.
what you're saying?
Yes, and if you would like to respond, you can. But I also have another question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, why aren't scientists fervently studying how he was resurrected, so they can use
I
it in
would
medical
say
science?
one, we probably wouldn't because any useful data that we could probably scientifically gather from that is beyond our scope. For example, it happened that like 2000 years ago, so there doesn't seem to be any sort of like contemporaneous people that we can interview on it. We only have the records, and according even to the resurrection and assuming the resurrection happened, there isn't a body there. So there's not really anything that we can run experiments or tests
Sure, but
on.
why?
I
Why?
think
So
to take
when
this
we
is sort of.
sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I do want to
Oh,
make
go
sure that so when we look at the pyramids, we think it's often said that like we don't know how they built it, right? We don't know why they're still standing or how it's so good, whatever. But like scientists are fervently studying, like we have physical evidence there to study this pyramid and how they built it and try to copy what they're doing. Scientists, even though they don't know how it was built, they don't just throw their hands up and say, "Oh, well, it is what it is. It's there. It's fine." No, they're like actively pursuing this knowledge of like, okay, how did this happen? Like, what did they use? Like they're breaking it down into its components. They're trying to replicate it. They that's the big thing is they try to replicate it. I've never heard of cases. Now there probably are some horrific cases here and there, but like I just don't hear that many contemporary cases of scientists attempting to resurrect dead bodies. I think they'd be trying it all the time if they actually believed it were possible. I mean, do you believe it's possible?
I think that would. Do I think it's possible to resurrect people?
Yeah.
I think that we started to get into a weird area where we have to discuss what we kind of mean by resurrect. In that, for the easiest cases where we say, can we like stop somebody's heart and restart it? That seems like
Okay, they're dead for
so
three
easy now that it's
days. They're
practically
dead for three
mundane. But
days.
when we get to,
They're dead for 3 days and they've been in a tomb with no food or water.
yeah, is it possible?
Is it possible?
I really have. You're talking scientifically, correct?
At all? Is it possible? If it's not scientifically possible, it may as well not be possible at all.
I don't know if I'd agree with that, but just keeping on track, I would say I really don't know. Partly because what's scientifically possible for us now was also incomprehensible in the past. So I really have no idea if there would be some sort of development or some sort of method that could raise like 3 day old, 5 day old, year old bodies from the grave. I would just be speculating.
Right. So then the process through which this happened, because if I would hope that you agree with me that some kind of like assuming that Jesus actually did come back from the dead and rose into heaven with his whole body intact, there is some kind of physical element there, some kind of real tangible process that took place that made that possible that we should be able to replicate at some point. Do you believe that or not?
I don't think that that follows.
With no
Just
matter
because
how many scientific advancements we have, you don't think we can ever replicate that?
Well, I'm saying the specific process by which Jesus rose from the dead um, presupposes like supernatural events. And
Exactly.
because
So they're not
specifically science is,
scientifically like possible if they're supernatural.
yeah, it's not scientific, it's supernatural.
Right.
However, simply because something's not scientific, I don't think is equivalent to saying that it does not exist
But
because science is very specifically,
by believing in something in supernatural, you by necessity are believing in something what is it irrationally, because there's no evidence for it happening, or like the evidence that we do have for it happening is not it's not substantial, because it's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. It's legends passed down from yonder day. Okay, and you can say that we have this and that and the other thing, and the apostles would never lie and whatever. And I'm not trying to bash your religious beliefs, because once again, like, I have Christian friends and they're all very nice people and whatever. All I'm trying to say is this is not rational. It's not. It's not
so
based on any
I
scientific
think that
reality. It's not like there's no step A to step B for how this happens. All I'm saying is that it's not, religious beliefs are typically not rational.
gotcha. So for that, I would say that I think there's a conflation between what is scientific and what is rational. Science does come to rational conclusions, but science is not like coterminal with rationality. It's just one method of rationality, specifically like
The
logical
scientific method.
empiricism. Yeah, the scientific method of testing things, creating hypothesis, testing that hypothesis, and specifically creating repeatable events that we can use to make predictions about the future. But science is very, very particularly and like specifically focused on the natural world. So when we're talking about things that aren't necessarily like natural or empirical, I don't think that science would necessarily be the best method. In the same way that we can't really scientifically prove Alexander the Great was a real person, because there's not really any sort of repeatable experiments that could
We can't
be
prove,
run to
but the,
prove
the
that.
point isn't to scientifically prove anything. In science, it's disproving. So if you can disprove something, then it is considered scientific. We have a lot of evidence that Julius Caesar was a real person who existed. I think there are like land maps from back in the day. There's all kinds of writing on them. I don't know the details, but what I do know is that we learned about him in school, and that there is quite a bit of evidence that he did in fact exist. I've heard that, like, we have evidence that
Evidence
there
is
was somebody
scientific,
called
right?
Jesus back then who existed, or there were several people called Jesus. I don't know, but
Mhm.
I'm willing to believe that there was a guy named Jesus who did things that might have seemed supernatural at the time. But first of all, I don't even think that's the important part of Jesus. I don't think the important part of Jesus is that he, made water into wine, or brought himself back to life, or healed the blind. Even I don't think any of that is the important part. The important part of Jesus is what he represents. He represents unconditional love for your fellow man, and doing the right thing, and always trying to give what you can, and while taking what you need. You know what I mean? Like, these are the principles that I would expect from a good Christian. And so it wouldn't, if I ask a Christian, did Jesus exist? What I would like to hear is, it doesn't matter, because Jesus is an ideal. Okay, and I would love to see more Christians take this ideal and run with it, rather than be like, no, 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 I promise. But man, listen, this guy literally died and then came back to life 3 days later, and then he rose into heaven. I didn't see it happen. Nobody saw it happen except for the apostles, and they didn't even say that it happened. It was just people that knew them said it happened, and they swear that it happened, bro. I don't care. None of that matters. The only reason we're having this conversation, and once again, is to discuss the rationality of it. There's no rationality to, and I'm sorry I'm getting, loud, but like, I am passionate about this. There's no rationality to believing that, first of all. And then second of all, it doesn't matter anyway, because I care more about the Christian ideal. And I see that lost in a lot of modern day Christians, and that's what I don't like.
Got you. So if I can get a little time, I'd like to respond to like both of the sides of those
Of
points.
course. Yeah, take your time.
Um,
I talked for a long
yeah,
time.
no problem. Hey, it's your show. You can talk
I
for however
appreciate
long
it.
you
Go
want,
ahead.
right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, so for the first part, I would say that I think one, obviously, I do think that there are rational reasons to believe that go beyond the scientific, but let's not like double back onto that because obviously it's a whole nother side of the conversation. I do
Sure.
think Jesus rose, and I do think it's at least important because it rephrases and contextualizes a lot of the claims that he made. And also, generally, I think just looking for truth is just important, if not at least just to me. However, I do have to agree with you in that I do think that sometimes there has been a loss of focus on living out the pattern of Jesus's life, following his example, especially in modern Christianity and especially in modern Christianity in America when we look at people like Matt Walsh, who's very, very like ardent in proclaiming that he's a Christian and that he loves Christian values, but really, not to knock him because I'm not perfect either, right? But when we look at him, would we say like, oh yeah, if Jesus was alive today, he'd definitely be just like Matt Walsh? I mean, besides having like a beard, I don't see how, right?
I think Matt
Um,
Walsh is
yeah.
far closer to the Antichrist, to be honest.
Honestly, I have called him an antichrist once or
Oh, there we
twice
go
myself,
then.
but that's
Glad
just
we agree
because,
on that.
yeah, in literal ways, his values, his persona sort of exists like in direct opposition of everything that Jesus advised and stood for, and also that he claims that that's like what Christ would have wanted, even though like we can see that it's almost the exact opposite.
Yep.
I do think that there needs to be a much, much stronger focus on following Christ's example, on living the what Christians call like the Christ life. Um, and yeah, I think that for a lot of people, the rise of like the moral majority in the Reagan era has been a real double-edged sword. Because, yeah, I mean, Christians are part of this country too, a big part. They deserve to have their political views represented, et cetera, et cetera. But also, for now, a lot of Christianity has kind of become less a religion or a lifestyle and more like a political party. Which I feel, again, when we just look at the example of Christ, he said like specifically and exactly that his kingdom is not a kingdom of this world and give unto Kaiser what is Kaiser's and give unto God's what is God. It seems like he was not very focused on grabbing the levers of political power to make sure that things went the way that he wanted to, even though that was what was expected of many Jewish messiahs of that day. He was much, much more focused on what he called like the kingdom of God, of like transforming yourself and living like a good life in line with morality and goodness and hope and love. So, yeah, I think that you're definitely right to be frustrated with that. I'm frustrated too. I
Well, that's
feel
good.
like when somebody who's like an outcast or impoverished hears that there's a radical Christian on the way, they should be like happy. And right now, that's definitely not the case, right? So,
Right.
yeah, there's definitely a lot of issues that every Christian, including me, needs to like really work on correcting in that way.
Okay. I think we're on the same page with that at least. I think the main contention here is the rationality of the whole thing. But if I can just get one uh I guess I hate saying admission, but if I could just get one statement out of you as to whether like it's possible that you're wrong, because I another problem that I have with Christians is how certain they are. They're like, no, I 1000% believe that Jesus was a real guy, one guy who existed, and he died, and he rose from the dead 3 days later, and he rose up to heaven, and that's how he saved the world. And they're fervent. They refuse to say that that's even remotely not possible, and that's part of the reason that I just find them, I find Christians, I should say, sorry, religious fundamentalists, Christians, Islamists, even Jewish people included, like I find them insufferable sometimes, because if you can convince somebody that easily to believe something with no evidence, like or very sorry with no scientifically sound evidence, I should say, that something is real, you could do anything with them, and people have. People have taken advantage of religious institutions throughout history, something I'm sure you know well. And so if
Yeah,
I could
no,
just get like sort of a statement from you saying that, like, like at least that you acknowledge that it's possible that these things aren't real, or that, like, it's completely possible that you're wrong about Jesus rising from the dead and going to heaven, that's more comfortable for me, because at least then I can peg you as somebody that I can talk to and reason with. You know what I mean?
yeah, 100%. Unfortunately, Alec, I'm kind of a genius, so it's not really possible for me to be wrong about anything.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, no, but yeah, there's a reason that I said to call me fool is that yeah, it's definitely possible that I'm wrong.
Okay.
In fact, I think I'd go a little bit further and say even if Jesus rose from the dead and Christianity is true, I'm almost positive that if we all get to heaven, I'm probably going to be wrong about like 80, 90% being generous of things.
Okay.
Because truth is something that's much, much larger than I think any one person, especially me, can just say, oh, well, I've grasped it. I know, I'm right. I'm perfect. And I think in a lot of ways, when you speak about the downfalls of faith, I definitely hear what you're saying, but I think in its best forms, that faith is kind of about addressing that and saying, hey, look, we don't have all the answers. We don't know everything is right. Even Paul in the Bible says, what we see now, we see dimly as through a glass. So, yeah, it's not necessarily like, oh, well, I know I definitely can't be wrong about anything. I can definitely be wrong about everything, and I'm probably wrong about most things. Um,
Mhm.
I just believe the things that I do because I would think, and I hope that you at least could acknowledge that I at least believe that I have good reasons to think those things. And if I stop thinking that I have good reasons to believe those things, then I'll believe something else.
I would. I don't mean to. I'm not trying to be bad faith here. I think that you have good reason to believe those things. I personally don't. Like, I think, if I did think that you had good reason to believe those things, then I would also believe those things. Does that make sense? So, like, I don't personally
I
believe that you have good.
100%
Yeah.
acknowledge that, just that I do think that I have
Right. Right.
good
Right.
reason to believe those
Right.
things. Now, you can obviously say, because again, you can always say, hey, so long as you don't think I'm being bad faith or that I'm just like completely stubborn,
Mhm.
okay, well, probably what you're saying seems to make sense to you, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense to me.
Right. Right. Um. Okay. I guess if you want to keep going about, like, whether or not this is rational, I still disagree with you on that. But I don't think that, like, you know, I guess I'm using the meter stick of the last guy debated. But oh my god. But I don't think that you're a bad guy. You sound like you got a good head on your shoulders. Like I said, my only disagreement, and I'm glad that you agreed to come on here. By the way, like I said, I did find your comment good faith. Sometimes I'll reply to
I'm
people who are
glad to be
just,
here.
of course, yeah. Sometimes I'll reply to people who are just being shitheads, and I know they're gonna come on stream and be shitheads, and that's why I go for them. But I did go after you because, not after you. I commented and replied to you because I thought that it was good faith, and I wanted to have a good conversation about it, which I think that we have had. I mean, is there anything else that you wanted to touch on? Because I know that, like, we got into a little bit into the weeds about, like, the specifics of whether or not, it's even rational to be religious or whatever. But I know that there might have been some other atheist arguments that maybe you wanted to touch on, or what basically I'm asking, is there anything else that we didn't talk about that you would like to?
I suppose I'm pretty good. I would just want to wrap up in saying one, and again, I take your points 100% and I understand them.
Mhm.
I do think that there are other rational paths to knowledge besides science. So that's why when you have your objections that these beliefs aren't scientific, I agree 100%. I just also think that science is not the correct domain to be looking at these claims through. Now, obviously, going into that would be a whole nother thing, which I assume we probably don't have time for, so I'll just leave that there. And before I go, I just want to let everybody know that Jesus loves you and you specifically, not just you as mankind in general. And regardless of like what you think, feel, or believe, you are important and you are special and you are loved.
Great. And I also want to say, I do think religion can be used for good. I think that, I've talked to religious people. Obviously, there are religious people out there who stand by their moral convictions. They say Jesus loves you, regardless of whether you're gay, trans, whatever. I talk pretty regularly about, like, the Jesuits, particularly. I'm fairly sure. I keep telling myself I'm going to double check this, but I'm fairly sure they had pretty good politics back in the day and still do. So, obviously there are religious institutions and sects that, are uh, quite beneficial to have around. I can get into the weeds about like whether I believe the religious aspect of that is the important part, but nonetheless, being religious and being a good person are not mutually exclusive. It's just that religion has often been used, as you know, as a weapon um, against minority groups, especially gay and trans people. And so sometimes I get a little bit militant, but I do understand that uh, there are good religious people out there, and you seem like one of them. So I appreciate you coming on today.
I appreciate being here, and I just want to say, similarly, hey, there is, even from a religious perspective, I think, an importance to having skepticism, an importance to having people ask questions. When people don't ask questions, when they don't investigate, that's when we get like corrupt institutions that just feel like they can do whatever they want to and start twisting the words of God to just mean whatever it's convenient for them to mean, to oppress the people that they hate for one reason or another, or to enrich themselves with things that they don't deserve. So it's important to question, keep questioning, keep investigating. I just hope everyone keeps an open mind and good faith, and I think that you have an open mind and good faith. So
All right, excellent. Well, thanks again for coming on. I really appreciate it.
thank you. Have a great day.
You as well. Thanks. Bye. All right, I think that was a pretty solid discussion. We kind of cut short like the whole whether or not religion is rational thing. Um, I just I don't know how much I care about it. My like I said, my biggest thing is not even whether or not being religious is rational. I don't think that it is, but I'm willing to cede ground on that as long as you're not an asshole. you know, I'm willing to let you have that. I don't think that I'm better than anybody for not being religious, for not believing in God or anything like that. For people who are watching this, and expecting some mega mind r/atheist takes or whatever, that's not me. You know, my only thing is, again, when people are just so damn sure about the whole thing. So as long as you can admit, well, there's a possibility that I'm wrong. There are things that you could show me that would prove me wrong, and I would take it, at face value. Or at the very least, even if you do believe that you're completely correct 100%, be a good person. Like, just don't be an asshole, please. Just don't be an asshole. That's my only request, I guess. As long as you're not an asshole, you can believe whatever you want. But if you're an asshole, the only thing that you get to believe is in that I don't like you, because that's a true belief. It was a banger ending. Okay. At least saying you're open to evidence is a large step above the worst kind of religious people. Yeah, see, exactly. I wasn't interested very much in continuing that disagreement with him, because he was, it wasn't going anywhere. I don't think either of us are going to budge on it, and I don't care. Like, it's fine. It's fine to disagree with people on things. I don't think that makes you a bad person if I disagree with you. Like another person who disagrees with me. Let's take a look. That was not the only contentious thing to do today.
Hello there. My name's Carl.
Oh man, he's got his best drip on for me.
Hello there.
Okay, so if you're watching this, that means that you probably watched another video of mine called "Please Don't Be Weird About Dog Whistles," and I had a lot of comments on that. Many that disagreed with me. I don't think I got anybody like in my closest audience that disagreed with me. It was mostly just people coming over from that person's channel. The person in question is called Card Posting. I feel bad that I didn't even say his name, but card posting made a response video. The reason this video exists is because there's a response video to me, okay? And he used a very flattering image of me, you know how it goes. Of course, I can't really get mad at him for that because, first of all, this is from my thumbnail, so I'm clearly fine with this picture being used. And then second of all, I also used an unflattering image of that guy. So I'm not that concerned about it. I do want to say a few things before I get started. So, first of all, I should not have called the guy an asshole. Okay? I don't think he's an asshole. I don't even particularly think that he's a bad person based off of the video that I watched of him. Okay? My only point in making that video is that I found it annoying. I found it grating. Okay? The vibe was, I am going to meet this person and walk on eggshells constantly. That was the vibe that I got. Was there anything specifically that he said that was like really bad or that I think deserves condemnation? Not really. I just think that it was a little concern trolling. That's all. And so he made a response video, which is right here. And I don't know what this is going to look like. I've had a few people from his community come and comment on my video. They're not being like super mean or anything. It's just criticism. But we'll go ahead and take a look. I don't know how mean he's going to be in this either. But I'm going to be as good faith as possible. I'm going to assume that this guy means well. And I'm going to assume that, you know, everything that he's saying is constructive in some way or, you know, explaining that why he disagrees with me. Oh, another thing I wanted to point out is also that I don't know that much about the word friends. I will fully admit that. I don't know the history of it, whatever. It's just a guy coming in from the outside, seeing that there was somebody upset about that word. And I clicked on it out of curiosity because I'm like, okay, what is this now? You know, and so that's what I see. So let's take a look at what he has to say.
Hello there. My name's Card. I'm a long-time progressive community organizer and activist.
I also missed that at the beginning. I don't want to take away from his activism. I'm sure that he's done good stuff or whatever.
And for a little while now, I've been making these videos I'm interested in here on YouTube as a hobby. Something in particular I've been doing on here is making a whole series of videos, each only a few minutes long, where I explain the meaning behind all sorts of different reactionary dog whistles.
Plague Mercury in the chat says, I will say this, I fell into the same trap being really weird about dog whistles. I persistently attacked the dude over the usage of the Iron Cross for years, something I'm personally not very proud of nowadays. Yeah, see, that's my problem, is that you just get into this weird funk of always looking for dog whistles, you know what I mean? I'm not saying he did this, I'm not saying he encouraged people to do this, but that's the vibe that I got. That's all.
If you don't know,
it's paranoia.
Dog whistles are the words, phrases, and symbols used by people, like those in the far right, to covertly signal their beliefs to one another without other people finding out. Personally, I think it was a good idea to start making these videos about different dog whistles and what they mean and how to spot them. Incidentally, I'll also link the playlist of them at the top of the description if you want to look through them yourself. But the thing to take away here is online far right-wing people use a lot of different slang terms and emojis with secret meanings they've made up, and I've been talking about them recently. Now, the reason I'm making this video...
I didn't see the video. Is it just that people take dog whistles too far? My point is that the word friends, F-R-E-N-S, did not seem like that much of a dog whistle to me. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I'm open to being wrong about this stuff, but I just don't see it being used that much. And if you see somebody using the word friends, that's not necessarily... You know, it may be one thing that I will take back a little bit is that maybe you should keep an eye on them, but I only think that in terms of like their other behaviors. It has to be one piece of an overall collection. You know what I mean? If somebody just says the word friends and you've known this person like forever and you know they're not that kind of person and they say that word and then suddenly like, oh, you just said far right ethno-nationalist? Well, we can't be friends anymore. No, that's goofy. That's silly. But sorry, I don't want to get too sorry. Watching the video, we're being critiqued. I'm taking critique like a good boy.
Is that I found out about 24 hours ago that a self-described leftist variety streamer called Alec Gunter uploaded a video on his channel wherein he shares his thoughts about one of the more popular dog whistles videos of mine. In his video, Gunter is of the opinion that I'm wrong about the prominent use of a particular dog whistle among online reactionaries, and that I'm wrong to suggest that progressives should keep an eye out for these sorts of things.
Once again, you should, but it needs to be the correct context.
Today, I'd just like to simply respond to Alec Gunter, and in doing so, make two main points.
Okay.
One, that he's wrong on the specific issue my original video was about, that he contends with, and two, more importantly, the broader attitude Gunter has here is way off. I'll get to exactly what I mean by that in a moment, but first things first, what the surface level disagreement between him and me is. He thinks
he also has a huge butt plug in the top right. What? Don't be weird. It's just a cone.
I'm very wrong about how online reactionaries use the word fren, spelt F-R-E-N, and what it means. In my original video, I briefly explained that in recent years, fren has become a word that a lot of alt-right guys use to surreptitiously make jokes with one another. They use it in memes, along with their other iconography, to signal their beliefs to one another on online platforms where they can't be as openly alt-right as they want to be.
Another thing I'll also point out is that I think I did ignore part of what he was trying to say, and that's that, like, they will use these things interpersonally with one another, right? That's how they kind of talk to each other, I guess. Which, if that's true, I can't really speak to that. I don't know of anybody who does that, but apparently I got some comments saying that confirmed that, yes, they do that, like, baby speak thing interpersonally, and so I was wrong about that part. So if that was the whole point of the video, that's fine, I guess, but, you know, in my defense, I feel like it could have been a little bit more clear if that was the whole point, that, like, they do that with each other. You know what I mean? I don't know.
The fact that it sounds really dumb and that other people might use it innocently is the point. That way, they've got at least a little plausible deniability if someone calls them out.
Right, but the problem is not...
Hey, I started watching your stuff recently. I thank you for clarifying your Dragon Maid take. Showed a bug amount of maturity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. None of you... sorry, I can't read all of it right now. None of your business. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And no worries, no worries. Sorry, I forget what I was saying. I gotta replay this.
Dumb, and that other people might use it innocently, is the point. That way, they've got at least a little plausible deniability if someone calls them out.
I forgot what I was saying. It's fine.
Alec Gunter apparently does not understand this. And let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he isn't just knowingly trying to obfuscate how the word is being used by a lot of people. In his video, Gunter watches my explanation of the friend dog whistle, and he essentially just continuously throws up his hands and says that he, for one, has never seen it used that way, so he thinks what I've said is wrong. I'll also link Gunter...
Well, no, what I said was not necessarily that it's wrong, but that by hyper-focusing on, like, the word friends, you're basically throwing bait out to far-right people. You know what I mean? Like, they're just going to take that and then put it in their collection of, SJWs that are just whining about nothing. You know what I mean? Like, it looks bad. It's bad optics. That's my argument.
This video in the description for the sake of transparency, but here's the gist of what he says as he's watching it.
Is it that bad? I've only ever seen people use it like funny. You know what I mean? Like a meme. It's me. Here, let's do a quick experiment. The whole reason I'm watching this is... Oh, wait. No, I know what he's going to do. Okay, so this is a part that I wish I had paid a little bit more attention to. When I went onto that guy's Twitter, he used like the Pepe memes and whatever, like Peppo. That guy might have been far right based on the memes that I saw. He might have been. I don't know. But they looked like funny memes to me. So I don't know. I think it's silly. The memes, let me put it this way. The memes themselves, I don't think they're that harmful. It is that bad? No, it's not. I just don't see it being used in a bad way from what I can tell. You would be hard pressed to convince me that that's how it originally started. You know what I mean? I don't know about that. I don't know. Like, okay, I could be wrong, but it seems very silly. Oh, I saw you say friends on Twitter the other day when talking about your stuffed animals. Hello, white nationalist, fellow white nationalist. How do you do? Like, what? It doesn't work.
Alec tries to argue that fren isn't used as a dog whistle. And that I'm wrong to say that it is.
No. I did not say that. What I said was that to the extent that it is, it's not a very good one for signaling to other white nationalists. That's what I said, right? I don't think I'm wrong on that. It's a shit one.
Ostensibly, this video of his exists. My original video was only 4 minutes long, but somehow, Alec manages to go nuh-uh enough to stretch it out into 14 minutes and some change.
Oh, heavens to Betsy. God forbid I explain. Sorry, not gonna be mean. Deep breath. Continue.
So, I'm going to try and keep my rebuttal simple here. Alec is absolutely wrong when he insists Fren isn't being used as a dog whistle. And if Alec had a modicum of sense, he could have used the computer in front of him to Google the word and educate himself. Among the
Noun, friend. A fellow, a friend. Alt-right, internet slang. A fellow white nationalist or fascist. A comrade on the far right. So as you can see here, the first two, pronunciation spelling of friend. 2, internet slang, a fellow, a friend. 3, alt-right internet slang. So it's the third definition down. So I never said that it's not used as a dog whistle. That is a lie. I didn't say that. What I said was that I don't know for sure, first of all, and I was wrong, by the way. Okay? Like, I was wrong. What? Not wrong. Sorry. Let me gather my thoughts for a second. What I said was I doubt it. And yes, I was wrong, okay? I implied that, no, this isn't being widely used by far-right nationalists. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong about that, okay? But again, it's the third definition down, and a modicum of sense. It's like, come on, man. I feel like that's not being very charitable. You know what I mean? I like that at least this person is being good faith, but I really hate how they come with the assumption in this vid that you just had the same opinion / perspective / ideas they do. If I Google a word, I may not get the same definition as you depending on how I Google it. We forgive you for this lapse of judgment. But like, I haven't engaged in people who use that word, and I don't think most people have either. If you go to your average dipshit on the street and say, hey, how many people have you engaged with who use the word friends? Hello, fwems. I do the far white nationalist who like it doesn't to the extent that it exists, it's really not that many people from what I've seen, you know. And so could they lure people in like this? Maybe, but like, I don't know. I'm being sarcastic. Gotcha. I don't know. Like, the whole thing seems silly, and it still does. I still think that it seems silly.
The first results would be this Wiktionary page explaining the word's meaning and how...
Yeah, that's the one we pulled up. And at the very bottom here, look, it's the third one down. You're going off of the third definition on a Wikipedia article.
It's used as a dog whistle. Numerous Reddit posts explaining the same thing from around the time the admins over there...
Submitted 4 years ago. Friendworld got banned. Yeah, because they were all being uwu. They were all acting like uwu small beans on an alt-right subreddit. But the contents of the subreddit itself were like alt-right. They were white nationalists. Yeah, it's an irrelevant dog whistle, exactly. And now everyone uses it.
Down on this sort of thing, I found this reporting from the ADL about a very popular alt-right Substack.
The Pepe's Friend Zone Substack, written by the popular QAnon influencer Pepe Lives Matter, incorporates a common alt-right dog whistle into its brand. A common one? From the ADL? I guess. I don't know. Uses QAnon tropes to push conspiracy theories about Hillary Clinton, George Soros, and more. Well, they're past Hillary Clinton. They're done with her. Practically, it's all about George Soros, yes. But, like, I don't know. This seems antiquated. It's like Pepe. It's like this is like saying Pepe is still a far-right meme. That's simply not the case. My experience is like 90-10 majority non-Nazi usage, which is still enough to be aware of it, but not effective as a signal. Exactly. Here's my thing. Let me bring the full screen here. Here's my thing. Every time that a leftist, a person who claims to be a progressive or a leftist, makes a video and uploads it to YouTube. It gets thrown into a pile. Okay, and this pile, we'll label it like leftist videos or left-leaning videos or progressive videos or whatever you want to call it, right? Progressive videos. And so when people go online and they look at this collection of progressive videos, what do I want them to see? I want them to see cool people who are, making content that is fun, uplifting, engaging, entertaining, educational, things like this. Now, obviously, you're going to have to talk about shit that sucks, but my point is, overall, this pile should be a good one to point at. Like, it should be a good collection, of things that people generally like to watch, things that pull people into the left. You know what I mean? Like, you point it and you say, that's a good pile right there. I don't feel like his video fits in that good pile. I don't think it makes the pile better. I think it makes it worse because, again, it just sounds like you're whining about a word that nobody knows about. That's my point. Every time that I upload a video, I really do try to make it so that people can point at it and say, this is a good representation of leftist values, progressive politics, whatever you want to call it. I try to do that. And I did not get that vibe from the video. To me, it sounds like and looks like somebody who is simply getting up in arms about a completely irrelevant dog whistle that nobody says anymore. Obviously, it was quite common for its time, but it's just like the Pepe meme. QAnon influencer Pepe Lives Matter. One article reads, Q said that crimes against children would unite the world, followed by a screenshot of a Q drop. The article also promotes the QAnon belief that Trump sends covert communications to Anons on social media.
Page called Pepe's Friend Zone, as well as entries on both Know Your Meme and Rational Wiki for what those are worth. He could also have just searched the word friend on Twitter, where, as you might expect, practically every result is of an alt-right account posting it alongside their frog meme.
Wait, but I did that. Yeah, see, their frog meme, like Pepe is still like a far... Yeah, see, that discredits this whole thing. If he still thinks that Pepe or Peppo or whatever the fuck is alt-right, he's lost the plot. Sorry.
Also, searching an archive of the poll 4chan board for the word turned up over 514,000...
I love going to 4chan poll, like an average American, and searching the word friend. That's definitely a thing that I do.
Results from just the past year. Alec, it is a term the alt-right use.
Okay.
And when people who know more about these things are trying to tell you about them, you should listen like an adult rather than sit there...
Shut the fuck up! Ew! Ew! Grody! Get out of here! Fuck off! Ew! Disgusting. Disgusting. No, fuck you, dude.
Refusing to understand
Fuck you.
and trying to make an argument out of it.
Like an
That brings me
adult.
to the
Yeah,
other
okay.
thing
Suck
that I
my
wanted
dick.
to discuss today. Gunter fundamentally does not understand what keeping an eye out for dog whistles, online or elsewhere, actually entails, or why
Totally.
you should do it.
Yeah. You should be actually going out and knocking on your neighbor's door and saying, hey, I'm the dog whistle police. Have you used any dog whistles today? I would like to know, give me a list of all the possible words that you have used today. I need to go through them real quick and make sure that you weren't using any dog whistles in your own home, because otherwise I'm going to have to shoot you.
Towards the end of his video, Alec uses some particularly pointed language to say that it's wrong of me to be able to spot these sorts of things whenever they're present.
Be able to.
I also think he genuinely does not understand the point of dog whistles in general. It's not that they are intrinsically offensive in the same way a slur is, it's that they serve to hide someone's actual beliefs.
Yeah, so when somebody says 1350, they are pointing out what they consider a fact, and even if you take it as a fact, the fact is 13% of the population, black people, make up 50% of the crime, right? That's the dog whistle. The dog whistle, when you say Western society, is white nations, okay? You can't say white countries, so what do you say? You say the West, okay? That's not inherently racist, but it is nonetheless a dog whistle that far-right ethno-nationalists love to use to show their ideas, to pump their ideas out to people who are ready to take the bait. You know what I mean? Alec literally did a minutes-long rant on the plausible deniability in his video. He showed it. He showed it. I was like, listen, I don't know about this dog whistle, okay? All I'm saying is I've never heard of it, and this sounds like whiny bullshit. This sounds like whiny liberal bullshit. And it still sounds like whiny liberal bullshit. I think that he's a whiny liberal. And that's really unattractive.
Anyway, here's another clip.
If this guy is unironically looking
Much
for
better.
dog whistles this hard, he doesn't strike me as somebody that I particularly want to hang out around, because I feel like I'd be walking on eggshells the entire time.
True,
You know
I
what
still
mean?
believe that. I believe
don't
that
want
even
to
more
coalition
now.
build with this asshole, because he's probably, like, I don't know for sure, but based on this video, the impression I'm getting is that this guy cannot take a punch, metaphorically, okay? Like, he just can't. If you don't speak exactly the way that he wants you to, then he will not allow you to be around him. That little rant right there was my perspective as a former conservative. That's what I'm thinking going into this video as somebody who's never heard the word friends before. Thinking, okay, why should I personally care about this word friends? He didn't make a good case. I'm sorry, dude. You just literally did not make a good case, and now you're coping about it. You know what I mean? Or like he'll correct you or something. Like it seems weird. Gives the bad vibes. You could misspell friend once and get permit. Yeah,
It
don't be
did.
like
It
this
did age
guy.
like wine.
Don't make people around you walk on eggshells.
I told you.
If you're-
Hey, guess what? Guess who passed the fucking vibe check? This guy, okay? Guess who didn't?
You're telling your friends unironically that, like, hey, Sweaty, using the term friends is actually a big no-no around me, and it's going to trigger me, and because I saw this card posting video that said, no, don't want anything to do with you. I have no time.
Funnily enough, Gunter's whole video comes across almost exactly like how a reactionary would try to discredit someone trying to bring attention to
This is bullshit. You've lost my attention. Make an argument. Make a case.
right-wing dog whistles. What with acting like a concept can't be real because he doesn't understand it, and needlessly calling someone he disagrees with an asshole.
Yeah, it was needless. And then I backtracked a little bit and I said, listen, I don't know for sure, but this is my perspective as a conservative. Okay, not as a conservative, as a former conservative, coming into this, looking at it from a neutral perspective, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. And what you're doing right here is proving my point, okay? It's proving it. This is proof now. I have very solid evidence that, yes, indeed, you are an asshole, and I want nothing to do with you, and I will never coalition build with you or anybody like you.
Right down to the way he chose to make his video's thumbnail an unflattering screenshot of me mid-sentence.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, is that why you picked that picture of me? Oh, come on, man. Oh, my God. Really? That's where we're gonna go? Is that what this was? This was already on a thumbnail of mine, man. At least I did the fucking work and went and got one from your video. It's very silly. Oh no, the thumbnail. Actually big.
Exactly
So offensive.
like how a reactionary would try to discredit someone trying to bring attention to right-wing dog whistles. What with
Still
acting
mog him,
like a
thank you.
concept can't be
Yeah, my
real
thumbnail
because
was
he
way
doesn't
better, I
understand
must
it,
say.
and needlessly calling someone
He should have pulled one from a more recent thumbnail. Or he could have just reached out. I'll send him a PNG if he wants one. I'll make whatever stupid face you want, man. Let me know.
he disagrees with an asshole, right down to the way he chose to make his video's thumbnail an unflattering screenshot of me
Banger.
mid-sentence,
It's a banger.
surrounded by some all-caps text missing the point entirely. But I am glad he made the remarks that I look like I couldn't take a metaphorical punch, and that
Yes.
you wouldn't want to build a coalition with me.
Yes.
It gives me an opportunity to say, firstly, I hear far worse things from plenty of people every day,
Okay.
and it rolls off me like water off a duck's back.
That's not what I meant. What I meant was, it sounds like if I were to become your friend, just in theory, which is never going to happen now, but let's say that it were to happen, and, you know, we're just hanging out one day, and I'm like, oh, hey, friend, what's up, friend? And you're like, what did you just say to me? Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to talk about your language problem, because I just see that word is see that you can't say that word around. That's my point.
And I'm certainly not afraid to stand by my convictions and tell you that what you've said is absolutely moronic. Furthermore, you aren't going to
What I
build
said is normal.
coalitions with anyone.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Streaming is not engaging in mass politics.
You're right. It's not. You know what it is?
Friend from the state of Ohio.
Being is, I'm starting to get concerned.
You didn't answer my question.
Like,
why should I answer yours? You didn't answer my question.
It is never okay to intentionally and directly kill an innocent human child. Period. That's my position. What I'm asking you is,
but that's not answering the question, man. Come on. We both know that you're dancing around this. Come on.
Do you consider an unborn child?
I'm not answering that until you answer my question. You didn't answer it.
Okay.
You didn't answer it. I don't have to answer your question. Who's asking? Are you guys in line for a question or to be asked a question?
I know you don't.
Seems like real politics to me.
In fact, virtually nothing that happens online is.
Not that I have to prove myself to you.
If you were in so much as a fortnightly tenants union meeting, or were sitting in on the planning committee of your local pride parade, and you couldn't go...
Dude, fuck off. Go back to your little DSA brunch. I'm sure you guys can have a lovely sit-down while you watch your communist movie or something.
10 minutes without calling people you disagree with assholes like that, you would be firmly told to leave. You are not a political organizer. You are some schlub who aspires to a career.
You know how many fucking times I've told people to go to their local town hall meetings and school board meetings and actually affect real local change? Go out and do some work at your soup kitchen or whatever else. Do you know how many times I've said that? Okay, and granted, I don't do enough real life work. I don't. Okay, I'm willing to accept that and acknowledge that. But I do some, first of all. Second of all, I do more than most people in this fucking space. And third of all, what I did was way more than your fucking videos, okay? Your dog whistle videos. Oh, you're so woke, dude. You're the wokest of all of us, right? So left-leaning and progressive. Fuck off.
In online media. And frankly, I don't think particularly highly of anyone whose entire sense of politics is just finding people online to try and antagonize. It's not an attitude that conveys serious about trying to work together towards a common cause.
My attitude towards politics is organize locally as best you can, organize online as best you can, and try to push for things that you can push for that make positive change in this world. That's my approach, and I feel like I take it very well, okay? And making videos about dog whistles is simply not in my list of to-dos, okay? It's just not.
Not to mention all the catty little remarks about me you make sure to pepper throughout your piece.
I wish you would.
Remarks towards a common cause.
Hold on.
Not to mention all the catty little remarks about me.
Oh, God. Sure are you really that triggered, man? Really? Okay, let's hear it.
Pepper throughout your piece.
I wish you would back away from the camera just a little bit, or like put something in the back. Wait, you left something out. You left something out. I said you are not a bad-looking dude. All I made a comment was that you look a little bit creepy looking directly at the camera like that, and I was correct, by the way. I can almost see the whites of your eyes on both the top and the bottom. It looks a little bit off-putting, and the background is not helping you. Get a prettier background. Get some nice lights or something. You know, make it homey. Make it attractive. What is this, man? What is this? You look like a serial killer. Okay, you do. You look like a fucking serial killer. Who are you attracting with this? Who are you trying to coalition build with this? Like, what's your goal? Okay? Seriously. Anything. Anything. Background, you know what I mean? Like right now, it looks like he's about to, you know, pull out some power tools and experiment on my body, you know? It does seem like he's kind of staring into my soul, you know? Come on, that's funny! It's too libby. Gross.
Alec, I appreciate that you think it's good to be able to take those metaphorical punches.
By the way, I didn't say anything against his looks. Nothing. All I said is that it looks a little bit unsettling.
So, real talk here. You shouldn't be commenting on how anyone else's video background looks or calling them fragile lefty stereotypes.
Well, my background looks fine. Wait a minute, my background looks fine. It's homey. It's got lights. It's got a couch. My background looks great. People have actually gone out of their ways to compliment me on the fact that my background looks the way it does. So that's bullshit.
This. Between the hipster beard and the flannel shirt and the slack jaw and the glasses and
the slack jaw? Hold on, I didn't say nothing about your fucking looks, man. All I said was back away from the camera. And then I commented on your background. Come on, man.
Gamer
Slack
chair,
jaw
and the fact
my
you call
ass.
yourself a left door
Hold
and
on,
the
what?
glasses and the pink lighting and the gamer chair, and the fact you call yourself a leftist variety streamer. If you were more familiar with reactionary online terminology, you might know this all forms an archetype that a lot of people call the soy new male bug man.
What? Soy no... Huh? How does he know that? What circles is he hanging out in? I don't know any of that. I'm just living my life, brother. I thought it looked good, so I went with it. If you think that that dirty, gross background looks good in your garage, then by all means, keep it. I think it makes you look like a serial killer.
Thankfully, though, you're pretty ignorant about this kind of stuff, so you won't know it's meant to be derogatory. But if you, Alec, or anyone else watching this, would like to learn about all...
Wait, what did he say? Hold on, sorry, I keep missing it. That's my ADHD.
Soy new male bug man. Thankfully, though, you're pretty ignorant about this kind of stuff, so you won't know it's meant to be derogatory.
Damn! Are you kidding me? He's making fun of my intelligence now? I literally opened up this video saying, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have been this hard on the guy. Yeah, fuck off, man.
But
I'll piss on it.
If you, Alec, or anyone else watching this, would like to learn about all sorts of dog whistles and how to spot them, I've got just the playlist of videos for you at the top of the
description. That's the soy jack look. I should ban you.
There's all sorts of newer, obscure stuff in there that I'm sure you don't already know about.
Once again, I feel like I'm going crazy. Because the only thing that I said about his looks is that it seems like he's staring into my soul. This is a problem that's entirely fixable without changing anything about what he looks like. This is just a matter of back away a little bit from the camera and you know, try to you know, clean up the background a little bit. That's all I said. I said he's a pretty good looking dude. Like, or not, I didn't even say that. I said he's not a bad looking dude, is what I said. I said he's not a bad looking dude. And I stand by that. He's not. He looks fine. All I said was back away from the camera a little bit. Alex not crusty enough. Listen, let's move on.
Like the clapperboard emoji, or why racists like to joke about people not having had breakfast yesterday.
What?
But
wait, what? Did I miss something?
There's all sorts of newer, obscure stuff in there that I'm sure you don't already know about. Like the clapperboard emoji, or why...
The clapperboard emoji? This? Here's my issue. Let me figure out what this is and then I'll say it. Oh, what happened? I thought it was so easy to Google this stuff. What happened? Meanings and usage. Used to identify scene and time. Its meanings are mostly related to movies. It is often used by people who make and post videos, and those who want to highlight some great film or video. Also, this emoji may be used by people not related to the cinematography world to make a new stage in their lives, for example. On Snapchat, the trophy... Okay, we're not talking about the trophy. Example of clapperboard use. Frequent use of the clapperboard emoji phrases for messengers and web communication. That's interesting. See, I just thought that it was like super easy to Google this stuff and figure out how the far-right ethno-nationalists, or friends as he calls it, like to use these things. But, you know, I'm starting to see that maybe that's not the case. Also, I want to point out, if it is easy to Google this stuff, why the fuck are you making videos about it? Why don't I just Google it?
Why racists like to joke about people not having had breakfast yesterday.
Okay. Stop.
But...
No, not but. Hold on. Breakfast. Racism. Not having breakfast. What happened? I thought it was so easy to Google this stuff. Far right meme. Memes in the extreme right. We're missing breakfast. Show with breakfast. What happened? I think it's just clipped. Oh, wait, that's what he's mad about? It's clipped? Clipped? He's mad about when people post clipped? Okay. I mean, well, once again, I thought it was super easy to Google that stuff, but I guess not.
Putting all this dog whistle stuff aside, so I can make some final, more general points.
I'm so interested. Let's hear it.
Videos like this one of Mr. Gunter's are some of the worst stuff in the political section of this website.
Fuck you, dude. Yeah, I have the worst videos. Yeah, okay. Suck my dick.
It's such low-effort crap made by saying the most inane
low effort, dude. Talk about your background, serial killer.
Things day in, day out. And about topics you can't even be bothered to Google, clearly.
I tried!
A few pennies from YouTube ads, or the occasional
we all watched it.
Subscriber. Alec, maybe you should take a step back from the streaming for a bit.
Think that was long enough?
I obviously think it's okay to want to make low-budget videos about things you're interested in. But you should try making something that you can be proud of. Not this slapdash nonsense watching other people's videos and being wrong about them every day. Do we really need another one of these dime-a-dozen wannabe Vouch clones?
Yes! Yes, there it is, boys! He's a Vouch hater! Yes! Every time! Every time! We got it, boys. Let's go.
The one is already more than plenty.
VDS is strong and kicking.
Do you want to bring to the
Vouch bad! Vouch bad!
As for me, obviously I didn't expect to need to make this video, especially not on such short notice. Other than
it is
that,
the ultimate.
I have some more stuff that I want to film and release probably
the ultimate litmus test.
And that does include many more videos about dog whistles. All that said, if you're a viewer of mine who's stuck with me so far, until then, bye for now, see you later, and stay safe out there.
Alright, so he said I should make something that I ought to be proud of. You know what I'm proud of? I'm proud of the work that I've done at the school board meetings. I'm proud of the work that I did at the Ohio Board of Education. I'm proud of the fact that I'm able to put out videos talking about all the shit going on in Ohio right now, instead of the friend dog whistle. I'm sure that's very important, man. I'm sure that's very, very important. If you want real fucking news, if you want real current events, first of all, go to a different news website because I do a bunch of shit. Secondly, if you want some news sometimes when I'm feeling up to it, you can come to my channel where I upload things like, let's see, Ohio is no longer safe for trans people. Conversation with a member of the Satanic Temple, which was a very nice and pleasant conversation, and I wish it got more views like my other video has. Law targeting trans children passed by Ohio and Senate. Joe Cat canceled for liking girls. I know that doesn't seem important, but I do have a lot of good points to make in that as far as far-right stuff goes and trans shit. Twitter's a racist cesspool. The smartest money-making practice for YouTubers. It's plagiarism. I have all kinds of stuff that you can look at. I do all kinds of work, and I put the message out to people all the time that being conservative is lame as shit, all right? And come join the cool leftists like me, all right? Not like that prude. Not like this fucking serial killer looking motherfucker, which I wasn't going to say that, but now I am because fuck you, okay? If you want real content, real entertaining content that's not filmed out of a garage, come subscribe to me, okay? Come subscribe to this guy, Alec Gunter, because you know what? I love you guys. What I'm most proud of is my community. Because over the past 3 years, we have built something incredible. We have amazing people here, both new and old, people who have stuck here for a full 3 years, people who just joined. But what I've noticed is that I have very little in the way of problems in my community. They're all lovely people. You know, I just don't have that many problems. They come up now and then, but I don't have that many with my community. And I know for a fact that none of my community is going to go engage with this guy in a negative fashion at all. And if you do, I'll ban you. But also, fuck you, dude. I just, like, yeah. Proud? You want to talk about proud?
Go be proud of this dick, all right? How about that? And yeah, you're right. He's not worth our time. Well, I was going to reach out to him for a conversation, but that's not happening. I really thought that would be better than it was. He had another video I kind of wanted to watch, though, that I noticed. Beau of the Fifth Column's Problematic Past. Now, I don't know very much about Beau of the Fifth Column, but here's what I do know. He makes a lot of really good leftist content. Okay, and he has an aesthetic a little bit like mine, where it's more rugged and manly than a lot of left-leaning YouTubers, and I think that's good. I'm not saying that we need to be entirely composed of people who look like me, all right? But what I am saying is that it appeals to an audience that otherwise would not click the video, and I'm sorry to say that, but it is just true. So I would, now that I know what I know about this guy, it's probably a very bad faith takedown of somebody who is objectively doing good for the left. So, started off well and then went off the deep end. You should for the memes. Oh, what, to watch it? I was saying that before watching the vid. Yeah, I thought that too. No, I was on the same wavelength as you, Lady Nova. I was like, you know what? I'll reach out to this guy. I do think we'd have a really funny conversation. I think that I would shit on him the whole time and make fun of him, but I don't even think he'd be interested in talking to me. Usually those people don't want to talk to us. They just want to shit all over us. Oh, hold on. The guy that they actually talked to earlier. One sec. I got to send a message to him. One sec. But you took them in stride. Seemed like a chill dude. I did like the guy that we talked to. I, as a cishet white man, feel very oppressed. I, as a black trans femme, can say all kinds of wonderful slurs on my channel that Alec cannot. Yeah, exactly. See? I don't even have the slur passes. There's value in diversity of messaging. Okay, so, right, I hesitate talking about this stuff, but, like, it's important. There's a reason that, like, my channel is able to pop off like this, and that's because of the way that I look. I'm just being real. Like, I have, a deeper voice, and also, sorry, my voice as well. Like, I'm a white dude with a beard, and, like, I look like a pretty typical white guy, cishet white guy. And all these things are things that help me, like, they elevate me. They're literally my privilege. It's not fair, and I still have to work for the shit that I do, okay? I had to work very hard to get to this point, and I'm not even that big yet. Okay, so I'm not saying that, like, that's all this is, but it's a pretty good chunk of what it is that I am a cishet white dude, okay? And that has made me more successful than I might be otherwise. Definitely would be otherwise, probably. Definitely, probably. People listen to you in a different way. Exactly. A black trans woman like Twisty could never come on here, unfortunately, and convince a white nationalist of anything, or somebody who is leaning toward white nationalism. I'm not saying that that should be the main goal of politics or anything like that, but, if you want to coalition build, unlike that guy, then you need to, like, you need to be able to change people's minds and pull them over to your side. You have to be able to do that. And my whole point is that guy was not doing that with that video. And yeah, you know what? I was mean in this thumbnail, okay? I was. And I was mean by calling him an asshole. Were those all necessary? Probably not. But guess what I thought? I thought the trade-off is people are going to come and watch this outrage bait, and then they're going to watch my other videos, all right? And that's true. That has held up. This video, Hail Satan, right? Conversation with a member of the Satanic Temple, only had like 400 views the second day it came out. As I kept releasing more videos, this one, people kept leaking over to watch this one, so that more people know about the Satanic Temple, and that people that are who are from it are not bad people, okay? You have to have a healthy mix of this stuff. All right, you have to know how to appeal to people. And he, frankly, just did not know how to appeal to people. Card posting is very, very bad at appealing to people, okay? Except for people who already agree with him. All right, he's a snob. He comes off like a shrill, streaking liberal. And I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't care if he agrees with me on most things. I don't like him. You talk to him? No, I did not talk to him. If he wants to talk, I'm game. But I'm not going to be reaching out because I don't particularly want to that badly. And I doubt he will reach out to me. He's probably just going to make another reaction video, you know, saying that like, oh, look at, he's going to use it as proof, right? Oh, look at this. He said all these nasty things about me. Look at this, my audience who already agrees with me on everything that I say. He disagreed with me. Look, go shit on him, right? You know, and to be fair, none of his community has come over to specifically shit on me yet, but thank you for subscribing, Kevin. I do think that's a YouTube subscription. Pretty sure. You know, he hasn't come over to shit on me. Sorry, his audience has not really come over that much to shit on me yet, but you know, I've had a couple leave some comments, and I don't know. He just gives me bad vibes. He gives me bad vibes. I really gotta fix those. I really gotta fix those notifications. I don't know what's going on with them. That's a Twitch subscription. I thought I turned those off. We'll fix them eventually. Yeah, don't subscribe to me on Twitch. Don't give those assholes money. It's the one form of payment I will not take. If I can help it. Yeah, I used to stream on Twitch. I used to dual stream to Twitch and YouTube, but then Twitch, they would not take action against somebody that needed it, and then I left. There are Pepe emotes here. Right? There are Pepe emotes. Oh no, guys. Look at all the Pepe emotes. Oh shit, dude. Wow, I must be a white nationalist. I must be an ethno-state believer. Holy shit. Did I have anything else for tonight? Ooh, I did. Oh, I did. Daddy Gunter came with the goods, dude. Oh, nuclear grifter? Absolutely. Hold on, I gotta pee first. I gotta pee, and then we're gonna get to this guy's video. It looks really funny. Let me pull up some musica. Like I said, don't engage with that guy. If you want to go comment something on his video that is not hate, you know, I won't even say that. Don't comment. If you're in my audience, just don't comment on his videos. Don't do it. I don't trust him to take it any kind of good faith argument. I don't trust him. So just don't. Okay? Anything that you guys say to him, he's going to take and he's going to twist it and turn it until it becomes hate. I know his type. So just don't. Yeah, I'll give him content for 10 weeks. All right. I'll be back momentarily.
Did you just permanently ban Alec Gunter?
Okay, sorry. I said, damn, I got a nice background. So, like, fuck that guy. You don't know what he's talking about. Hold on, let me delete that. I started recording. Slack jaw. He said I have a slack jaw. What am I gonna do, guys? Damn. You know, for all this talk about not making fun of people's appearances, I didn't make fun of his fucking appearance. I didn't. I know. I'm triggered and stuck on this. I'm so mad. I am just mad. I am mad. I'm literally coping and seething right now. Because I did not talk about his appearance. I didn't. All I said. Like, it's not even just specifically that, like, I'm worried now that I have a slack jaw. I'm just, in my head, I'm like, what justified that to him? What justified that? Because if you really are going off of his, like, head logic, right? It's like I did not make fun of his appearance. I didn't. He's just jealous. He's jealous. He's jealous. Oh, he's just jealous. It has to be. It has to be that he's jealous. I'm too handsome. Slackjaw. I'm not slackjaw, guys. I'm not slackjaw. Okay. I think that's enough copium. Okay, we got our hit. Do some push-ups. Good idea. It's a great idea. Oh, my shoulder. Fuck. Oh, God damn. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just my shoulder has issues lately. I need to see a PT, physical therapy. Someone could clip that into so many things. I've actually thought, I want you guys' opinion on this. I have thought about pulling out the green screen finally, which is back here in the corner. It's just sitting there not doing anything. And making some green screen clips for you guys to go wild with. Or for anybody. Far right people can use it if they want. I don't like it's basically just gonna be whoever gets to it can use it. Open source material. Please. Okay, I'm gonna have to so before I only brought it up because I just remembered it, but before I do it, I need to actually get the green screen set up. Otherwise, I'm gonna promise you guys something that I will not follow. I will personally ruin it. We'll do requests. Ooh, you know what? I've been needing something to make a $20 tier. If you're a $20 tier, every month you get to request me doing one thing in front of the green screen. One thing. What do you guys think? I think it's a pretty solid deal. I think that's pretty good. That'll motivate me to finally hang that thing up. I don't know where I'm going to put it. I'm going to have to find a spot for it. Probably best somewhere in here, but like I just don't know where I would hang it. 20 tier gets to pick background for 10 minutes. Oh, what, the background colors? I keep trying to find things that people will enjoy and actually give me money for, and I feel like I'm very bad at it. Like, I tried the weekly, so it's a Gunter Gusto is what it's called, my $5 tier. And there's like a weekly post where you can leave a comment, and then I'll read it before the video. You might have seen it. But like people who are in the $5 tier are not leaving comments, and then I feel like it's not that strong of a draw to the $5 tier. Because I read comments on stream anyway. You know, like you guys leave chats and chat messages and I read those. And you can leave super comments that I read. So it's like, that's not that good. So like, I don't know. I need to come up with better rewards because I feel like the ones I have just aren't that good. But I changed the $10 one so that instead of getting like a voice call with me, which I think is okay, but that leads to all kinds of issues. I changed it so that you can pick an emote for the site that we'll use for a month. And then if I like the emote, I'll keep it. But people haven't really bit down on that either. So I don't know. We're going to have to brainstorm. It's a great idea. Thank you. Yeah, I have a site. Yeah. For those in YouTube chat, first of all, like the video. Second of all, come to the site. Okay. You guys want more content?
Here's your...
Also, I want to also point out, if that guy had done even a modicum of research on my channel, you know, I know he accused me of not doing research, but if he had done any research on my channel, hello, did you come to say hi to everybody in HD for the first time? Are you purring? Oh, for the first time in HD, 4K. It is her, and she's gone. She was purring for a second there, though. She likes to bug me when she wants to play. Yes, that is the... Wait, Winry from BOF? Is that... No, from FMA. From FMA. Full Metal Alchemist. I didn't think that there was another reference to Winry. But I guess it's a name, so, you know. Full Metal Alchemist. I need to cosplay Alexander Louis Armstrong again. I only did that once, and I was not bald yet, so we tried a bald cap, and it did not go well. Breath of Fire? Oh, okay. Anyway, sorry. Content. We look at a lot of weirdos these days on the channel, folks. A lot of weirdos. From all directions, in fact. We just looked at one from the... supposedly from the left, is what he claims. Now we're going to look at one that's pretty ostensibly from the right. And you'll see why here in just a second. It is this fella right here. In case you needed to see what his face looked like, he has it on multiple videos. Reason being probably that the first time he did that, it got a pretty good amount of views, so he just kept doing it. And his videos have names such as, diversity will never be our strength. If it's not replacement, then what is it? Anti-white propaganda is reaching absurd levels. Anyone else feeling culturally enriched? I have anti-white debilitation. It goes on and on. So clearly this guy's got a grudge against somebody for, like he thinks that, like, white people are being replaced, right? In other words, he's an ethno-nationalist, essentially. Because those are the only people who realistically think, or at least claim to think, that white people are being replaced because they're pussies and they don't understand quite how immigration works, or that the scary brown people are not coming to get him. So let's take a look at this video that he uploaded, and it is called, I have anti-white exhaustion. Let's see what he's got to say.
Here's your Santa, bro.
You know why? If we killed 4,000 Palestinian kids, you know what? It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Go.
Wow, Zionists sure do love illegal aliens in white countries until they don't side with their maligned racial...
Okay, so he's going to go the route of, I definitely believe in Palestinian rights, and here is all of the proof of that. That I think that, you know, the Palestinians should not be invaded by the Zionists who own all of the banks, and also George Soros is one. And I'm definitely not doing this because I'm an ethno-nationalist, guys, I promise.
Fanaticism. This guy, Stuart Seldowitz, was an advisor of Obama and served as deputy director in the U.S. State Department's Office of Israel and Palestinian Affairs from 1999 to 2003, meaning he had a major role in orchestrating the lie of the two-state solution. The blatant anti-egalitarianism waged against Palestinians makes them extremely easy to hate.
I want to say also, just a disclaimer, I don't know that much about the Israel-Palestine conflict. I know some stuff, I know enough, but I don't know very much. So if honestly, it might be good to just look at a different video, to be honest. I didn't think he'd be talking about this. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Basically just a caricature of what they fantasize the evil white man to be like. You guys are supposed to be leading liberal movements and concealing your blatant racial hatred with terms like people of color, colonizer, you know, making children question their sanity with gender ideology and the
There
like.
it is.
And not just straight up calling for ethnic cleansing. Being openly hateful doesn't really work for you guys.
Also, the left does not claim that guy. Okay, he's not a leftist. He's a fucking liberal.
It's not in the Subversion Handbook. That's how you've managed to rally damn near everyone against Israel with blinding speed, despite the country having been given a tremendous optical advantage from Hamas's terrorism.
If this guy has spent a moment online, he knows that, like, the broader left is not against Israel. In fact, most of them have been criticized for endorsing Hamas, which they haven't. I know some have, but most have not. He got in trouble? I remember him, I loosely remember that he got in trouble, yeah.
It's all right, though.
The guy from the clip.
He was identifying as white in that video. Elon Omar was right all along.
Our country should be more fearful of white men across our country because they are actually
interracial violent. Here we go. We're pulling out the statistics per capita of offending race. Yeah, so this is 1350, baby. We got it. 1350.
Causing most of the deaths within this country.
When Hamas commits a massive...
So is his argument that black people are naturally inferior and deserve to be like enslaved because they're just subhuman freaks who commit crime all the time? Because it sounds like the argument you're making to me, buddy.
Terrorist strike, liberals take to the streets in support. When Black Lives Matter riots, they take to the streets and the police stand down. They even abandon their precinct.
But that did not happen! What fucking world is this guy living in? They fucking black-bagged people, I feel like. Practically. I don't know if that actually happened. I take that back. But I know for a fact that they fucking arrested people and then let them go. They did literally black-bag people? I don't take it back then. They did literally black-bag people.
When Irish people publicly protest against a migrant stabbing 3 children and 2 adults, the police deem it a far-right hate mob within minutes of occurring.
Hold on.
Children and 2 adults, the police deem it a
Dublin stabbing. Far-right protests after girl 5 among 3 children attacked in broad daylight near school. From Sky News. Okay, since he's doing the title bullshit. Sky News. Dublin stabbing. Oh, well, look. Wait, did they change it? Oh my god, they changed it. Disorder is broken out in Dublin City. No, I don't think this is the same one. Hold on. I don't see it. Sky News, Dublin stabbing. Far-right protests after girl. Protests after girl 5 among 3 children attacked. Among 3 children. This should do it. If this doesn't do it, I don't know what the hell is going on. This has to be it. Did they change it? Here we go. Yeah, they did change it. They literally changed it. They like bullied them into changing it. The left is in charge of cancel culture, by the way. Police said a complete hooligan lunatic faction driven by far-right ideology, police said that, by the way, was behind violent protests in Dublin after 3 young children were injured in a stabbing outside a primary school. Rioters let off flares and fireworks as police as one of the children, a 5-year-old schoolgirl, and a woman in her 30s, described as a member of staff caring for her, are being treated in hospital for serious injuries. Officers with riot shields held back crowds in the city center, where a police car was set on fire amid anger over the stabbings in Parnell Square East. Okay, I'm interested more in... Okay, so I got the situation. I need to see like what the motivating factor was and why they think it's far right. Smashing an ASIC store... Police believe the stabbing was a standalone attack. Suspect has been detained. The force added they are not, quote, ruling out any motive. In a press conference earlier, Superintendent Liam Girardi told the media the 5-year-old girl was receiving emergency medical treatment after the stabbings. People urged to ignore misinformation after serious violence. Following the rioting, Garda Commissioner Drew Harris has told journalists outside Mount Joy Garda Station, "I think there's disgraceful scenes in terms of a major investigation, the maintenance of a scene, and the gathering of evidence. We have a complete lunatic hooligan faction driven by far-right ideology, and also this disruptive tendency engaged in serious violence." So the police said that he was engaged in that. But like, how do they know? Thuggish and manipulative element blamed for riots. In a statement, Irish Justice Minister Helen McEntee said the horrific attack today in Dublin City Centre was an appalling crime that has shocked us all. And Garda Síochána are following a definite line of inquiry and are not looking for anyone else regarding the crime. The perpetrator will be brought to justice. Why are they saying it was far right? Yeah, I don't see anything saying that indicates that it was a far right attack. Here's something on the back, the black bag. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, so they were black bagging people during BLM. But I'm not, if anybody has anything on this situation that, wait, here. Yahoo News covered it. Well, they're saying it was far right, but they're not saying why. I can't make a specific statement on that either way, but we've spent too long on it already.
Far-right hate mob within minutes of occurring.
I can't prove or
These
disprove
people
this.
want to disarm you while simultaneously...
But what I'm not going to do is show you a title and convince you that that is in fact the case. That they're, you know, manipulating, the Jewish-driven media is manipulating you.
Pumping as many fighting-age male immigrants into your country as possible. When you get upset about it, you're a racist conservative.
One thing I strongly agree with the deputy on is the need to set a target to have a number of people.
Here we go. How the far right in Ireland provoked the Dublin riots. Knife attack outside of school. So this is the one. Yep, this is the same one. Online messages spread that the suspect was from overseas and groups of protesters descended on the crime scene. Okay, so there was... Okay, so the crime itself was not far-right driven, but the crime was committed what they thought to be, by what people thought to be an immigrant into Dublin. And so that was what caused their far-right faction to come out and riot, basically. So it was a far-right riot driven by the belief that the person who committed the stabbing was an immigrant. And then they had a fucking riot. So he did mislead us. He used a dead title of a news article to convince us that they were building this narrative. When they went back and corrected the title, apparently. Anyway.
From ethnic minorities in areas of the public service. We have a health service that's very diverse, although less so as you go up towards the senior positions. Not at all in the civil service, which is very white. And that actually needs to change.
Yes, there's too many white people on an ancient white island, says Irish Prime Minister, son of two...
Well, if you have a higher concentration of white people in a peacekeeping institution than you have other minorities, then, you know, there could be something there. That's something to look into, okay? I'm not saying it's necessarily a racist institution. You know, in a vacuum, I suppose that's not the takeaway there. But having more minorities in a police force will help. And they did say the police force, right? Sometimes I mishear things, so I apologize. But, and yeah, an ancient white island, as though they're like any ancient white people. Which there might have been. Actually, now that I say that, I don't know if there actually were. Anyway.
Indian first-generation immigrants.
My thoughts very
this 90% white island is not accurately represented in the professions. Oh yeah, he was also caught in a club.
Well, what's the percentage of white to black people in that profession?
Making out with a dude.
Wait. This is a 4-like TikTok. Why are we watching this? This is a nobody.
Oh yeah, he was also caught in a club making out with a dude. He tried to get it.
Okay, let the man live his life.
Wiped from the internet. Well, that explains why he wants.
Yeah, he tried to get it wiped from the internet because of dipshits like you.
More foreign men in the country. Now, I'm no detective, but I'm pretty sure that dude is not his wife. The military.
Oh, he has a wife. That would be why. To be fair, though, I didn't know he had a wife, first of all. But second of all, I still don't think that's bad to do in a vacuum. The bad part is that he was cheating on his wife.
Is aiding and abetting the invasion of the United States. Complete dereliction of duty. This is not a matter of telling people to do their job. It's
wait, sorry. I'm gonna really try to pay attention. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do better at paying attention so I don't have to rewind.
That dude is not his wife. The military is aiding and abetting the invasion of the United States. Complete dereliction of duty. This is not a matter of telling people to do their job. It's a matter of arresting and prosecuting these officers for treason.
These two are fucking heroes. I don't want to hear nothing against these two angels, okay? If that is in fact what they're doing. If this is the scenario that he's painting, I'm going to take his word for it and that these two aren't actually assholes who are just going to take them and incarcerate them, which they might be, okay? And I don't trust the United States to not do that. But let's take him at his word and say that these two are actually doing the decent thing and helping these innocent migrants come into our country for aid. Bless them. God bless them.
Make no mistake, this is textbook treason.
The alternative is getting made.
The military swears an oath to protect the Constitution above all else, including
Fuck the Constitution. I'll wipe my ass with it. If the Constitution tells you to kill people across the border just because they're trying to get into our precious country, fuck you and your Constitution. Suck my dick.
Hands. What, I'm just following orders, bro. I don't even know what country this is. Venezuela? I mean, it looks like there's a lot of brown people. If this is ever happening to a country, the country does not have a government. The government has them.
We cannot go on with the numbers coming to Britain that are coming. Do you know why?
I'm one of the numbers!
Oh, right. So that's it then. So should it be 5 million a year?
Yeah, so you're telling her to her face, I want to get rid of you. I want you out of my country. How the fuck do you think that feels? What if a Native American came up to you and did that? Which, by the way, they have as much right to do that as you have to a black... More right, I would argue, as you have to do to a black person. You know why? Because we brought black people to America. Remember that?
Question.
We brought them here.
Nigel, hang on.
But I am one of them.
White
yeah,
people.
what a cogent, abstract thought you just conveyed there. If you want a vision of the future, imagine obese Africa.
Dog, she just got told by somebody that she wants to genocide her. How the fuck do you expect her to react? Like, are you being real?
African women shrieking in your face forever. I think it was Orwell who said that. Now, if you've seen the video of these scholarly gentlemen
he's really entertaining
this
too.
white teenager, you'll know that it's probably a good idea to make examples of these victims of societal oppression.
See, this is another guy that I wish he would back the fuck away from the screen, okay, and get a better background, because this is also giving serial killer vibes. It's just like a different brand, okay? Much different brand. Actually, no, I take it back. School shooter vibes. I respect serial killers a little bit more for the grift, but school shooters I have no respect for at all. I don't respect serial killers. I'm just kidding, okay? It's a fucking joke.
Example of them is a start. Unfortunately, even if these scholars were given the sentences they deserve for this hate crime, the media would not report on it and no lessons would be learned. That's how anti-whitists protect the narrative. But Derek Chauvin is getting stabbed in prison as a political prisoner because some...
Tipster just joined in, baby. Let's go. We love Tipster. We love the tippy boy. Come on in. Come on in. Stick your tip in the stream, baby. Let's go.
Career criminal consumed enough fentanyl to kill a horse, literally, and OD'd while being detained, even before opting to lay down on the concrete, which he in fact did, if you watch the new documentary, The Fall of Minneapolis.
Hold on, what? Sorry, I'm doing it again.
Consumed enough fentanyl to kill a horse, literally, and OD'd while being...
Okay, so... let me explain very basic medicine to you, my friend. When you get addicted to a substance, you develop what's called a tolerance. And so, if I tried to take as much fentanyl as he did, I would fucking die. But he can take that amount because he's built up a tolerance. All right, first of all. Second of all, what you're telling me is that a cop was kneeling on the neck of a man who was experiencing an overdose of fentanyl. Which part of that is okay? Because as a former drug rehab nurse, I can tell you for a fact that if I did that to one of my patients, I would get fired and incarcerated. And of course lose my job, but mostly incarcerated for assault.
Being detained.
So which part of that is good?
To lay down on the concrete, which he in fact did, if you watch the new documentary, The Fall of Minneapolis, which I recommend. Here's Chauvin responding to this judicial malfeasance for the first time.
Was MRT, the maximal restraint technique, part of training and policy?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm looking at it right now.
Then change it. Then fucking change it. I don't care if he was trained to kneel on the neck of people who are experiencing drug overdoses. If that's the case, all you're telling me is that the police fucking suck. If that's their protocol, change it.
316, maximal restraint technique, right in their written policy manual. The EMS and...
See, this is the problem. They'll always reference at all these papers, like the Constitution and their policies and whatever. No, he was just following protocol. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you're kneeling on the neck of somebody who is in the middle of a fentanyl overdose, fuck you. You're a bad person.
Minneapolis fire response was not normal. Normally, both those resources are sent. They arrive in short time, especially in...
Wow, sounds like we should do something about that. Maybe invest some money in that and throw some resources their way. Oh no, that's that's too good of a thing for you to believe in.
Free situation. In this case, Minneapolis fire took 20 minutes plus to arrive, and their station's 8 blocks away.
True, demo boy.
At the end of the day, the whole...
Yeah, you love the Constitution and like the way the United States works so much. Well, guess what, baby? Our amazing glorious justice system, the Western justice system has prevailed yet again. And you know what it did? It held itself accountable. Okay? It incarcerated a man who fully deserved it. I'm sorry, what's wrong with that? Oh, you don't like that? Well, that's how we run things here in America, buddy. Why don't you pack your bags and move, I don't know, Africa, like you like to tell other people to do? You sound like you really like the place. You want to send people there so badly. Why don't we send you there? Maybe South America. You know, I'm sure they got some nice palm beaches you can enjoy there, right? It doesn't sound too bad. You clearly think that it's good enough for other people.
Trial, including sentencing, was a sham.
And because Chauvin is white, this means it was a murderous hate crime. Mind you, Chauvin was convicted of murder. Murder delineating a premeditated effort to...
Here, let's see what the exact charge was. Chauvin pled guilty. Okay, so just, you know, that's on the record is that he said that he did it, by the way. He said that he did it. Okay? He pled guilty in late 2021 to federal charges of violating Floyd's civil rights by using unreasonable force and ignoring Floyd's serious medical needs. There you go. There you go. It doesn't say anything about him being white, man. It doesn't say anything about him being white.
To kill an individual. So not only did he obviously not kill the guy, he didn't even commit manslaughter. Because Chauvin answered a civil call and was unfortunate enough to have provided a fruitful optic for the media to relentlessly besmirch him with, we now have far more trepidation from officers to handle crime involving people that have the specific racial makeup that grants them accountability immunity in this ass-backwards-as-fuck culture. Also, Chauvin will twiddle his thumbs in prison for up to 2 decades as the victim of the most blatant and public miscarriage of justice since OJ. The trial was...
Wait, what? Did he really think that OJ... Oh, sorry. He's saying that OJ did it. Yeah, I think we all know that OJ did it. But, like you can have so many other examples of like miscarriages of justice. I'd rather OJ go free 50 times over than like have half of like all of the abysmal shit that our country has done to innocent people on the basis of skin color. I would have 50 OJs go free, 100 even. Okay? I'd rather have that than like all the abhorrent shit that has happened to innocent black and brown people.
Was wrongly held in the city where the event took place, so the jury was under pressure to adhere to the mob. One of the jury being a literal BLM supporter, by the way. The judge...
Wait, why'd you have to show the picture?
To adhere to the mob. One of the jury being a literal...
Okay, so what I'm getting from this is that he is just an out-and-out white nationalist scumfuck. So fuck you, man. Fuck you. Fuck you. You like literally just like showing black people as like shock content. Hey, how about you suck my ass? Okay? How about you come lick my white, ghosty, pale ass? Like I know you love that, okay? Because I'm white, okay? And I promise you that my ass is whiter than the rest of my body. So just come lick it. Just come get a taste, man. I got a nice taste of white booty for you. I know you love white skin, right? You have a white skin fetish, as it were. So come on over. Come on. I'm offering you, okay? I don't do this with everybody.
BLM supporter, by the way.
Well, you do look very submissive and breedable, so I'm going to give you an exception.
There was never a hope of impartiality. Recently, we had what left...
You look like you're like a soy bag, okay? You look like a trash bag full of soy and yogurt, okay? I don't know where your face starts and your neck begins.
Like to call the Trans Day of Remembrance. I thought I'd use this opportunity to remind us all that a trans shooter murdered 3 children and 3 adults at a Christian school after writing a manifesto filled with anti-white hate that was
Yeah, can we pull up the dozens of others shootings that took place that year, most of which were white nationalists? I'd appreciate that.
Gently concealed by Democrat politicians in Nashville, the Mockingbird media,
does look like he's a product of incest.
Matt Walsh recently made
Which would make sense, because the best way to preserve your race is just to keep it in the family, right? Go fuck your sister, man.
In which he essentially went round asking a load of professors and people on the street, what is a woman? If he were on a debate panel with you and you were debating him and he just came to you with that question, how would you answer that question, or how do you think someone should answer that question?
One of the most important faculties that humans develop that is
He's probably going to give a pretty good answer to
on
this.
The planet. Regardless of what a vegan will tell you, humans are the only creature on the planet that have a sophisticated capacity for abstract thought and language.
Humans have big boy brains, therefore woman is just an idea, am I right?
Play the rest of it. That was not the full argument.
language that goes beyond just I bark and you come. But in terms of being able to communicate, like I can communicate a negative to you, I can tell you something is not there, I can communicate something at a future time and date in another area. These types of things that humans have for language is incredibly complicated. We say a word, and when we say that word, you kind of invoke this family of concepts
He's
around
completely
the word,
correct.
And they light up stronger or weaker depending on what you're talking about.
This is, I can tell where Vosh got this argument, by the way. Vosh is, he's still pulling from his Destiny days.
About. For instance, even on a simple thing, if I ask you, like, what is a chair?
Yeah.
You're not going to really give me a strong answer. It could have 4 legs, it could have 3 legs,
That's
it could
true.
be made of a soft material, it could be made of hard material. The reality is
He's
that when
cooking.
it's a chair, it invokes kind of this family of concepts. And I think the same is true.
The pictured juror was not a member of BLM. Of course he fucking wasn't. He participated in an... I thought it was just a random black dude they found, by the way. Yeah, he participated in an anniversary march of MLK's I Have a Dream speech with an MLK shirt on, saying, "Get your knees off our necks." Okay, so then he participated in the BLM events, and so that would make him, in the mind of a feeble-minded conservative white nationalist such as this fuckhead, a part of BLM.
For women as well.
Oh, I know it's
well,
all
see,
false.
a chair is a blanket term referring to various types of man-made objects you sit on.
That is
Sadly,
correct.
this is in no way analogous to the immutable biological binary of sex in humans. See,
I would love to get into a debate with this guy. I would smear him across the floor like the sack of fucking mustard that he is.
the term woman has been devised in over 7,000 languages to delineate an adult female human. If you claim the term is no longer to be used exclusively in reference to adult female humans, then it must also refer to something else. In which case, you're simply co-opting the term to fit a novel worldview, and the term woman has lost its definition, which I will simply not permit. You freaks already...
Why won't you permit it? Wait. Definitions change all the time. Why won't you permit it? Oh, well, you have some special connection to the word woman? Right, that's the thing you like to rape, right? To make more white babies when you feel like it. Because that's probably what's going on in your brain. So you don't want that to be associated with people who can't have your crotch goblins, because that's how you view women, as incubators, right? You want them tied in your basement so that you can fuck them at your leisure, and they can produce offspring for you to plague the earth with. That's where your brain goes. Unfortunately, mine's a little bit different. When I see a woman in public, I just say it's a woman. If it looks like a woman, if it acts like a woman, if it talks like a woman, I'm going to call her a woman, okay? Because that's just what I do. I don't ask people to pull down their fucking pants before I call them a man or a woman. But apparently you do.
You got away with stealing the term
That's just
gender
me.
under the wire. You don't get to claim womanhood and manhood. No part of wearing a dress and putting makeup on makes a man a woman. You people have devolved into positing...
Wait. No, why? Explain yourself. Don't just leave it there.
Stupid shit, and now your arguments are between your small echo chamber and the entire world. Here's a spoiler. You lose.
If you want to talk like biology, if you want to talk chromosomes,
I guess
like
we
these are all
lose.
things that are loosely associated with women, that's true.
Yeah, I gotta give him some credit here. I mean, at least he admits womanhood has some basis in biology.
However, when we're existing in public and we
Can I show you something funny?
Yeah.
Wait, it gets so funny. It's so awful.
Wait, don't play it on here.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
Sorry guys, it's copyright music, 1 sec.
So awful, it's so bad.
It's funny.
It's so funny.
It's very funny.
Hurts my soul though.
God willing, I'll be one of them one day at those cons. I gotta dress up like my boy Zorro.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant one of them, and I was like,
No.
No, you can't
I've
be...
thought about doing Dofi. I've thought about it.
Disgusting.
All right, a lot of people don't know what chromosomes they have. That is true. I don't know what chromosomes I have. I could be XX for all I know.
identify like a man
This
or
guy
a
doesn't
woman.
either.
Do
He
that
probably
without
is
seeing the
XX or
chromosomes,
something.
without seeing the genitals,
Looks pretty
without
soy.
any sort of, with very few biological indicators. Sometimes we'll just do it on clothes or like voice.
When was the last
What
time
was
you
that
saw?
fake laugh, man? Are you fucking kidding me? No. You gotta, if you're gonna fake laugh, you have got to get better at it, man. You've got to get better. What chromosomes do I have? The cool ones. Let's listen to that again.
Sometimes we'll just do it on clothes or like voice.
When was the
Oh, you can tell. Okay, so when I'm doing like a fake evil laugh, Like if I'm Eggman, right? Like that, right? It wasn't a very good one, but I'm at the end of my breath when I do that laugh. When I'm actually laughing, I feel like I'm not quite at the end of my breath, if that makes sense. Like I'm not at the last part of it. But when I fake laugh, that's what I do. So I can tell that this guy's like at the end of his fucking breath, you know, doing that. Even though that was better than what he did.
The last time you saw a person in public whose sex was not instantly identifiable? What fucking planet are these people on? There are 9,000 physical indicators of sex. Why are we suddenly pretending there aren't numerous distinct characteristics contrasting men and women? Maybe soy vision is a thing. Maybe Broseph here looks in the mirror.
What characteristics? Let's talk about them. Have you ever heard of gynecomastia? Do you know what that is? Something tells me that if you knew about it, you'd maybe take this dumbass shit back. Turns out men and women, cis men and women, are a lot more alike than they are different.
So often he forgot how men are supposed to look. He's like, sometimes we'll determine someone's sex just on...
Yeah, well, honestly, I don't even like Destiny that much, and I do think he looks kind of soy, but this guy cannot hold a candle to him. Are you fucking kidding me, man? You, of all people, going after people's looks? That is hilarious. That is hilarious, dude. My God. You really think... You think you're all that? You think you're so all that you have to make all of your thumbnails this shit? You just did it again. Wait, oh, never mind. That's not a new video. My bad. Look, why? You are ugly as sin, bro. You give school shooter vibes. I wouldn't let my kid near you. Hell no. Hell no. I think the fuck not, man. Soy vibes. Okay, man.
Sideshow that doesn't actually matter at all to anyone, and this will determine someone's sex physical...
without seeing the genitals, without...
What planet are these people on? There are 9,000 physical indicators of sex. Why are we suddenly pretending there aren't numerous distinct characteristics contrasting men and women? Maybe soy vision is a thing. Maybe Broseph here looks in the mirror so often he forgot how men are supposed to look. He's like, sometimes we'll determine someone's sex just on voice. Like voice is not an obvious indicator of sex. The truth is that this is all just dishonesty. These impotent jerk-offs know that what they're saying is inane tripe, but they make bank shilling anti-West propaganda.
I'm making so much money shilling anti-West propaganda, guys, you don't even know. It's not like the majority of my income comes from my nursing job, and like this is just a side hustle that I make maybe $100 a month on. Like, really? I've been doing this shit for 3 years and I only just popped off. And barely. Okay? Just barely popped off. When I say that, I mean I went from like 2,000 subscribers to 9,000, which is still nothing. Okay? And I'm not trying to tear myself down. I'm just trying to make the point. I'm very proud of what I've built. But I'm trying to make the point that like, this, if I wanted to be, a fucking grifter, okay, I would do it for the conservatives. Okay? Because there's no money on the left. But if I wanted to like be a grifter piece of shit like you, I would just take the easy route and do what you did. Okay? To make bank. Because look at your subscribers, 17.9K. Fuck you, man. You're doing better than I am. Why's that?
This blue-haired manlet here has nowhere near the testosterone required to stand on any kind of principle in the face of a tidy...
What they don't know is that Destiny is such an edgelord that he probably did this specifically to piss people like him off.
Hey everyone, look at my retarded gender sideshow that doesn't actually matter at all to anyone in the whole world, but it's a really big deal.
It doesn't matter to you, and yet here you are making an entire section on it.
Trust me. Also, women can have penises. Great contribution to the human race. Thanks, pal.
I thought Jordan Peterson...
Here's a contribution to the human race. How about you fuck out of it?
And actually had some good answers, but his answer is really just as kind of loose as everybody else's.
God, just look at this little weasel trying to slyly unify everyone under the banner of like, oh, well, everyone's answer is just so nebulous, you know, like clearly there's something deeper to look at here. Let's figure it out together, gang. At this point, it's just an accepted reality that woman does not mean...
I need this guy on my show pronto. If you're watching this, man, get your soy ass over here so I can tear you a new one rhetorically.
Adult female human. This guy is so cute.
I think the final thing he says...
He's so cute.
Matt Walsh is like, so how do I find out what a woman is? And Jordan Peterson's like, well, why don't you marry one and find out? Which is kind of how we discover everything in life and in language.
Not happening.
It's like that family of concepts, and you just keep associating with it, and then you refine and you iterate on that family of concepts as you add.
Wait. Why is he showing this?
That family of concepts, and you just keep associating with it, and then you refine and you.
This is all true. None of this is.
As you add and
this is okay. This is the rebuttal to everything. They just show a picture of a soy guy, right? Because he can't actually contend with the argument, so he's going to act very disaffected right now even though he has no rebuttal. No rebuttal. He has no rebuttal, and so he's going to act disaffected and say, oh, this guy's just acting stupid, even though he knows he has no rebuttal.
Of qualities based on
it's
what
cowardly.
a woman is or what a woman isn't.
Yeah, Peterson wasn't talking about marrying a transsexual and seeing if his balls taste like a woman. He was responding to Matt's question outside the context of men playing dress-up. The point is that Jordan didn't even entertain the preposterous notion you're peddling. This guy knows this too, he's just being coy. Nice try though, Milhouse. There is absolutely no scientific basis for what you propagate.
Maybe if he had glasses. I don't know. 7 out of 10.
Propagandists now deem gender to be.
The blue hair, though. The blue hair is 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Not bad.
You are either a male or a female, and then a set of.
I'm sorry. I was trying to hold it for the segment. I got to pee so bad. I'll be right back.
Characteristics follow. Yes, even if you're literally born with somewhat ambiguous genitalia and an extra chromosome, which is incredibly rare. Gender.
Sorry. God damn it. I'll just play it again.
Born with somewhat ambiguous genitalia and an extra chromosome, which is.
What I'm saying is, if this guy. Feels stupid now. God damn it. I lost my train of thought. In order for something to be a binary, there can be no outliers. None. Okay? In binary code, you have 0 and you have 1. If you have anything in between that, it is no longer binary code. Okay? Sex is not a binary. All you need is one instance of 0.5 for it to no longer be a binary. Then it's a trinary. Okay? And what if you have 0.25? Now it's a quadrinary. Okay? And it goes on and on and on until eventually what you have is a spectrum, okay? That's what that's called. It's called the sex spectrum. You got male, you got female, and that's where 99.9% of the population lines up. But for the 0.1 who doesn't, it is intersex, and it's on a spectrum. It's not that complicated. It's really, really not that complicated. I tell people sometimes that it's complicated. It's not. It's really not. This is like understanding the fucking rainbow and how colors work. Okay? But you want to act like a dense fucking dipshit, you white nationalist, ethno-state fuck. All right? With your soy face that I can't even tell what gender you are just by looking at you. Mind you. All right? You want to get on camera with all the balls in the world and tell me that sex is a binary? You are a dipshit. You are stupid. And an asshole on top of that. At least if you weren't an asshole, I could call you, you could be a nice dipshit that people actually enjoy. All right, but no, you have to be stupid and insufferable.
Incredibly rare. Gender ideology is a whole lot more insidious than people might think initially. You could ask any series of loaded, subversive shit to impressionable children and seem totally innocuous to midwit shitheads. Hey little Timmy, how do you know that you're a boy? Are you sure you're not a girl?
That does not happen. And we know this, and he knows this too. And my God, dude, I would much sooner let my kid, if you could throw a dart and pick one random trans person across the world to put my kid in a room for 1 hour with, I would take that 10 times out of 10, 100 times out of 100, and 1,000 times out of 1,000 over trying to throw a dart at a board with white men. You know why? Because white men, as it turns out, commit a lot of fucking sex crime on children. A lot. All right? How much do trans people commit? Go look it up. Go look it up. I won't even do it right now. You know why? Because I know the answer. Not nearly as much as white men. If you even are a man, you soy fuck.
Oh? And this is supposed to be just normal, innocent dialogue to have with a child, especially one that is not your own. What harm could it do? It's just asking questions. What are you, some kind of fucking bigot?
Do you mean like you do? Oh, I'm just asking questions, bro. Why do all the Jews own the banks? Why are all the Jews in Hollywood? I'm just asking questions. This is projection from the ground up. Piss off.
What other societies allow this abject brain rot except for the presently
certainly not Nazi
West?
Germany.
Timmy's like, oh, maybe I'm not a boy after all. I have some questions. Posit me 9,000 lines of brainwashing to confuse my underdeveloped brain. There are actual
I don't know. Which other societies? No, please list them. I'd love to know.
Teachers in the USA and California facilitating these interactions. It's been going on a while, and they try their absolute best to hide it from parents. If you have children...
His mustache looks like he ripped off his fucking pubic hair and glued it on there.
Make sure they're not watching it. TikTok, by the way. TikTok is Chinese spyware designed to distill propaganda and rape the minds of America's next generations. It promotes and peddles subversive content of all sorts, including promoting a time-honored tradition of having a doctor chop your tits off because it will make you so happy.
Looks happy to me. Looks pretty happy to me.
And unique, like the non-binary angel you...
It's not about being unique. It's about being happy. You had it the first time, and they look very happy.
Could be. Because sex is just an interchangeable title and not a predetermined state of human existence like you think it is. Get a...
Yeah, you can change your sex.
Double mastectomy and hate your country.
And hate your country? Okay. For the record, I love America more than this asshole does because I know that America made the right choice by incarcerating Derek Chauvin, okay? I stand by my boys in blue for that one, okay? They arrested him, they incarcerated him, and they did the right thing. They brought justice to that man, okay? And they do that a lot with a lot of far-right ethno-nationalists, especially the ones that shoot up fucking schools, which are far more common than the one trans person that one time who did that one thing. Like, it's so much more common, all right? And I love our justice system for doing that, by the way, okay? Far more than you do, clearly. All right? I'm just saying.
Remember when a bunch of dogs and children had confirmed cases of monkeypox? Then it was confirmed to be spread by sexual contact, and all the news about monkeypox abruptly ended and the disease suddenly vanished from the public conscious? Hey, even Pope Francis is becoming surprisingly inclusive.
Yeah, because what happens when you cure a disease is that it vanishes from the public conscience. It's no longer news. When somebody gets AIDS, they're probably not going to die from it anymore, and that's a beautiful thing. You know why? Because we have medical advancements to help us from dying. Okay, I know that you want to see all the gay people die, but I'm normal. I'm not a freak, all right? I'm not a degenerate like you are. I want gay people to live, okay? And so if gay people get AIDS, or if straight people get AIDS either, which straight people do, all right, then I want them to be able to protect themselves and have a long, healthy life despite that, okay? I love not dying from diseases. Thank you, Lady Nova. Exactly. That's just me. I'm not genocidal. I'm not a fucking freak.
Invited 44 transgender men to the Vatican this week. I guess he's trying to
wait, really? Soy, let's go. Pog, let's go. I'm soying and pogging.
Speed dating. We're well past facts and logic now. Welcome to the zeitgeist of I feel, therefore it is. Better known as postmodernism.
You mean like you? Like you? Okay? Saying that Western society is falling? I feel that it's falling, therefore it must be, right?
I like to refrain from using the term Marxist as it's something of a nebulous term with a heavily economic connotation that doesn't do my raw, unbridled disgust of modern culture enough justice.
Wait, what was wrong? Wait, what's wrong with this clip? What's wrong with this?
To refrain from using the term Marxist.
Listen to the shit that he's saying while this clip plays.
It's something of a nebulous term with a heavily economic connotation that...
Okay, what do we got? We got a rainbow. Okay, wearing some rainbow clothes, okay.
Doesn't do my raw, unbridled disgust in modern culture enough justice.
Raw, unbridled disgust in modern culture. What's I mean, what's triggering about this? What's triggering this guy? Little man needs a safe space away from all the gays. He needs a little safe space. Ooh, he needs a little safe space away from the rainbows. The rainbows are twiggling him. Oh, you need a little safe space. Oh, you get a little safe space away from the rainbow flags. The evil rainbow flags that are coming for the West. Oh, they're coming. The gays and the transes are coming to tear down the West. Oh, and the immigrants too. And basically anybody who's not a white man who believes the thing that you believe. Oh, they're coming. Dude. You sound like a pussy, all right? Shut up.
Today, on Transgender Day of Remembrance, we grieve the 26 transgender Americans who were killed this year. Year after year, we see that these victims are disproportionately Black women and women of color. Yeah. No one should face violence, live in fear, or be discriminated against simply for being themselves.
So then it's not a transgender issue, is it? It's just...
Yeah, it is. It's, yeah. Sometimes you're just trans, and you should be killed for that.
Just another black crime issue. Approximately 36 black people in America kill each other.
Okay, so we're going to segue that nicely into the racism. Here we go.
Every day. Out of that 13...
Okay, yeah. Okay, here we go. Dog whistles! Dog whistles! Just like the previous videos and segments. Dog whistles, everybody. Here we go. 1350... black on black crime. Here we are. We're pointing out facts and logic, right? Facts and logic is what this is. So here's the thing. Black people do have a lot of intra-racial violence, okay? Black on black crime, as they say it. Okay, there's a lot of that. The thing is, there's a lot of crime in poor areas, and there's a lot of black people in poor areas, okay? So it follows that black people would commit more crime because there's more poor black people. It's not that they're black, it's that they're fucking poor, all right? And the fact, it's not even that simple, by the way. It's also spans back generations and generations from slavery, which of course I think you went back, but generations of back of slavery and Jim Crow laws. And then they didn't even get full rights until like 50 years ago, dude. 50 years. There are people alive today that did not have full rights during their lifetime. Black people. Like, come on. Yeah, of course there's going to be higher crime in those areas because they're still getting their rights back.
1,000 a year, 26 transgender people. The number of transgender people killed this year is about the same as...
Transgender people. Transgender. Shut, dude, just talk.
How many have died to cows? And this is supposed to establish some societal murderous vendetta America has on transgender...
That's not what she said. She said that she mourns the loss of the trans people and that they die at higher rates, which they do. That's true.
People. What a fucking joke. Yes, let's declare a day wherein we acknowledge victims of crime in black communities without actually acknowledging that there's a problem with crime in black communities. No, it wasn't...
Okay, what do you want to do about it? Let's talk about it. I'm listening, right? Yeah, like let's talk. No, here's my invitation. Ready? To, what's his name again? To fuckhead over here. Nuclear Grifter. I want to talk about black on black crime with you personally on stream. That's my offer to you. You can come onto my live stream and we can talk about black on black crime all you want. And you can give me your prescriptions of what we should do about what ought we as a nation, as the glorious Western Empire of the United States, do with the problem of black on black crime. I would love to hear your prescriptions on it. So please, you can email me at theallocator@gmail.com, or you can get on my Discord, all right, which is in the link of in the description of every video that I have, okay? And you can DM me there. But please, no, by all means, I would love to hear about it, and I would love to talk to you about what your solutions to that would be, what you think that we should do about all this rampant black on black crime. You know, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to know your solutions, man, because you sound like you have them. I have them too, by the way. My solution is to reach out to them and ask them what they need and then give them what they need. You know, like money and food and shelter that many of them don't have. Good homes to live in, good schools to learn in, to learn how to behave like a proper human being when they grow up and become adults so they don't go into crime, right? Those are all things that I think would help, but I have a feeling that you think something different. So please, let's have a chat. Let's have a chat.
In black communities, it was America that oppressed the transgender people. And that means white people did it.
What?
Problem with crime in black communities. No, it wasn't black communities, it was America that oppressed the transgender people. And that means white people did it.
So all he's doing is he's just like trying to take all these different pieces and pit them against each other. Like it's the black community against the trans community. It's classic fascist shit. It's really gross. It's really dumb. You look like a soy beta bitch. You look like you bought him for like 15 minutes a night. I don't know like where all this is coming from, if it's insecurity or if like your girlfriend broke up. Sorry, that's a silly one. You don't have a girlfriend, but you know, I really don't know where it's coming from, man. But what my advice to you is just stop doing this. Stop, even though you won't, because I know that you're making money. I know that you're making money on this. I know. You're making more money than I am, clearly, and you do call yourself a grifter. So you know it pays a lot. I know it pays a lot more to be on the right these days, on the side of the conservatives. It pays a lot more. It's a lot more money to be on the conservative side. But I took the road less traveled, my friend. All right, I did the manly thing, and I said, I'm going to go the difficult route and become a leftist progressive streamer. And I think I'm doing okay for myself. But anyway, like my point is, you know, my offer stands. If you'd like to talk about black on black crime, I would love to have that debate with you. But until then, you're a soy beta bitch. You can't stand by any of your values, and I hate you.
Did it.
All right, I think that's good. Alrighty. Well, that was fun. That was a little too easy, though. I feel like I was like pausing every 2 seconds. The allocator, THE. It's in my YouTube description. It used to be my channel name, but I changed it. I think it's better now. Okay, I got one more for you guys. I got one more. And then, I don't know. And then, I don't know. I might end after that. We'll see. I think this will be topical, though, since we got a tipster raid. So recently, I became acquaintances. We're growing closer as we DM each other. But I would consider him a friend at this point. I made a good friend known as Tipster. And I found Tipster basically because I got a little bit jealous when he was covering Shark's Matt Walsh thing. And I went into his chat. I'm like, hi, it's me. I was there too. I just want to check and see if you want to watch me, right? Because Tipster is a pretty big streamer. He's been around for a long time on the internet. And if you guys didn't know, actually, here, let me pull this up. Or hold on. So Tipster streamy. Is it the Streamy Awards? Yeah, the steamies. That's what it is. My bad. Okay. So, Tipster, for those who don't know, he's an old drama streamer. He used to hang out in drama circles a lot and do a lot of drama content. And he relatively recently left that community behind because he was not very fond of a lot of their antics. You know, I'm not saying that he unfriended them or whatever. He just changed his content is what he did. So now he's friends with Keffels, and that's kind of how I knew that he exists. And so I saw him watching Shark's thing, and then, you know, I tried to show him my thing, and he watched it, and so we started talking, and now we're, you know, well acquainted, sort of. But this is him at the Steamies. He got picked to do the intro for the Steamies. Yes, that's correct, Lady Nova.
What is up, everyone? Tipster
That's him.
here. Well, as some of you HD fans may know, I'm the guy who says, "Cheers, my dudes. Love ya." No. And I would just like to take a moment to thank you all for joining us for the Stevie Awards tonight live at the Dolby Theater. Now, before we kick things off here, I want you all to take a moment to make a toast with me. So if you got yourself a drink, go ahead and raise it for me. And at the count of 3, I'm going to have you all do a good cheers, my dudes, for me. Got it? Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Cheers, my dudes!
Let's go.
Okay, now with that out of the way, let's go ahead and let's get this show started. Take it away, H3 crew. Love ya.
So yeah, that was really cool, right? I just think he's neat. I do. I like his vibe. I like what a good fella he acts like, you know. Like it just I get the good vibes from him. I got very good vibes. He seems very cool. So and I have some of Tipster's audience in here right now, as it turns out. We're recording a YouTube video right now, if you didn't know. Tipster's audience. So if you're not in the site chat, you'll have to get there in order to say hi to my YouTube audience. But like I said, big fan of Tipster. Okay, I like his streams. I think they're funny. I think they're entertaining. And you guys should go check him out. Not everybody likes Tipster though. Like I said, he was part of the drama community, so a lot of people got a lot of beef with him. And this one came up on my feed. That's why I picked it. Tipster is a cringe loser. From Lurix, who has fewer subscribers than me, granted. So I don't, you know, I don't want to. It does have 12K views though, which is more than most of my videos. So apparently this popped off a little bit for his channel, or their channel. I don't know if their gender, but anyway, they don't like Tipster. So I just want to know why, because I don't know Tipster that well. I would stop stuttering. I would like to know him better, but I don't know him that well yet. But let's see what Lurix thinks about him.
Jeez, like. This guy's so desperate to get like any action that he just simps for like any girl that'll give him.
I thought you looked great in that photo, TBH. Goth mommy could get it.
Attention.
What can I say? I got a thing for goth chicks. Ha ha ha.
What is wrong with
anything for pink-haired hot goth mommy? Lamau, JK. I mean, the context is necessary, to be fair, but I don't know when these are from. I don't know the conversation. I don't know. I don't have enough context to make a judgment on this.
With this fucking guy. Bro, I'm not sure a guy who hasn't seen his dick in 15 years should be talking shit. Okay, I get that I'm a big guy. Okay, like
that's weak. That's pussy shit. If you're gonna go for the fat jokes, it's low-hanging fruit, my friends. Okay. Low hanging like Tipster's massive dick, by the way. He knows what it looks like. but what I meant though is you gotta go for something else, man. You gotta be creative. Okay, get creative. If you're gonna make some fun of somebody, be creative about it.
I could see my dick just fine. My dick works great. It works perfectly fine. I'd say I'm average. My wife's not complaining, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time since we've talked about good old Tipster. Now he's been up to.
Wait, who is this guy? You got no room, Justin Bieber, to be making fun of anybody's looks. That hairstyle is a choice, my friend, and so is that jacket. What the fuck? Also, when's the last time you've been to the gym? You could fit 3 of your bodies stacked next to each other inside of my one, and I'm detrained. Hello, sir. Why are you making fun of people's bodies? Shut the fuck up.
Lots, including going on H3H3's The Steamies Awards show as basically just to be a clown monkey.
Yeah, and what is this background? It just looks like your fucking room with lights everywhere, with decorations and furniture. Fuck you.
for them because he's used as a soundbite for the H3 podcast, and he wanted to be introduced for some reason.
Also, you're using the same microphone I am, and I sound a million times better. What you need is Logitech Sound Hub. Okay, download it today for free. It's completely free software from Logitech that is syncs. You can use your Blue Yeti microphone with it. Is my point. Okay, you can sync it up and make it sound much better.
As the
Logitech
man
Sound
behind
Hub.
the meme, even though everyone just laughs at him and points at him like he's a fucking joke on the H3
Also, what's the
H3
Zelda
show,
music?
he decided to still accept the invite despite just being shit on for like a year straight on this guy's channel. Self-respect
On
is
whose channel? On what? On H3H3? Okay. I mean, I don't know their relationship, man. I think it's kind of parasocial of you to assume that you know everything that goes on behind the scenes with these two. It just screams parasociality. But then again, this is like a drama YouTuber, so I shouldn't expect any less.
non-existent.
What is up, everyone? Tipster here.
Oh, look, they showed it. We already watched it.
Cheers, my dudes. Love ya.
Why is he laughing?
To thank you all for joining us for the Stevie Awards tonight, live at the Dolby Theater.
Why did you include this? It just makes him look cooler. And also, why are you like? You didn't have to laugh over it. It just makes you. It just like I don't know. It's weird. It just makes you look like you're trying to be the Joker. Oh, a little Joker. It's a little Joker. How old is? Honestly, I'm a little scared. How old is this guy? He looks underage. Here's his Twitter. He looks like he's like 14. I'm honestly scared to insult him any further. But he's in an adult space, so I'm going to treat him like an adult. Welcome to the adult world, kid.
Go ahead and raise it for me. And at the count of 3, I'm going to have you all do a good cheers, my dudes, for me. Got it? Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Cheers, my dudes. So nice we have to do it twice.
Which is funny because I always said that
There's
I would
nothing wrong
never
with
fall
that.
into the trap that my dad did. And then I got an alcohol addiction.
Okay.
An alcohol.
Really? We're going to go there? Is that what's on the menu today? Okay, buddy.
Addiction.
Okay, now with that out of the way, let's go ahead and let's get this show started.
Thank God he beat his alcoholism, dude.
This guy's so desperate.
Ew. Disgusting. Grow up.
For any kind of validation he can
What is
get.
with these soy-ass motherfuckers looking like this dude? We have Justin Bieber at home, this guy. Like, what is with these guys thinking that they can shit on other people for their looks and their lifestyles? Like, what are you, like, you fuck dudes in private when and you don't tell anybody about it, okay? That hairstyle already says everything I need to know, my dude. Okay, you take it up the ass, like, when nobody's looking, and you deny it at every point when nobody even brought it up. You're like, what do you mean fucked in the ass? And they're like, I asked you what you wanted for dinner. Okay, well, just so it's clear, I did not get fucked in the ass. Like, that's the look that you're giving off.
From any side of the internet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I knew it was bad when he started siding and becoming friends with fucking Keffels of all people. But now this, like, Tipster, they don't like you.
Why Keffels?
And also, what
I like
happened, like, any
Keffels.
kind of, like, standards? Like, you've been shitting on H3H3 for years now. You're the same guy who's cut tens of videos calling out H3H3, calling him a retard.
Is the music a Leafy reference? What do you guys think? Because I know that Leafy had a image of Tetra, Princess Tetra or whatever, from Wind Waker as his biopic. And so, like, Tetra's forever tainted by that now. I do wonder if the Wind Waker music is a callback to that. Probably a stretch. Just saying
he's a dipshit.
Ethan said
it is, and Leafy often used Windmaker music. I fucking called it. I knew it. See, I called it. He's a Leafy ripoff. Lame ass.
There's a lot of dumb shit. Like, a lot of dumb shit. But this is probably, like, the dumbest thing he had said in recent times. What the fuck are you doing? Ethan saying
see, what's funny is he's making fun of Tipster for his alcohol addiction, but he still hasn't beaten his getting fucked in the ass addiction. Okay, maybe make your own bed first after you're done fucking in it.
shit, which it's no surprise. Ethan says dumb shit all the time. That's pretty yikesy, my dude. I think that's a big yikes for me, dog.
Like, it's one thing to accept, like, an invitation for a debate or a conversation, but you literally got invited to dance like the little fucking monkey you are for this guy for his entertainment. Like,
Tipster does not reel in that big of views. Like, what do you mean dance like the monkey you are? He could, like, H3 could have gotten anybody he wanted. He probably could have rung up Markiplier to do it, but he chose Tipster. Like, what are you talking about?
So fucking degrading. Jesus, man. And Nick Diorio, popular comment.
He's clearly jealous. This is giving jealousy really badly. Dude, it's fine. You will have your heyday one day, okay? You'll have your moment to shine. You're not quite as big as my channel yet, but you're closing in. And at the rate you're going, maybe you'll even catch up. Okay, but I encourage you to build a good following of nice, decent people, and you're not going to do that with videos like this, okay?
YouTuber tweeted out, I apologize to H3. In a previous tweet, I called him unfunny. I did not do the proper research. I will do better. And like, this isn't even like a tweet shitting on Tipster. But then he responds to Nick like this with probably one of the worst things I've read all fucking year. Damn, bro, if you're gonna ride my dick this hard, at least make sure to make...
I apologize to H3. In a previous tweet, I called him unfunny. Did not do the proper research. I will do better. Damn, bro, if you're gonna ride my dick this hard, at least make sure to make me come. I mean, yeah, it's low effort.
Me come.
To be fair, though, I did make a bunch of fucking the ass jokes, so that's also low effort.
How's Mrs. Tip think about that one?
What? Dog, where's your husband?
And someone says, why the fuck would you tweet this in the comments? And then he says, because unlike you, I'm not afraid to be a fucking Chad.
Okay, Tippy. Come on, Tippy. Come on, Tippy. Reel it in. Reel it in. Come on, buddy. A little much.
I said what I said. And if anyone doesn't like it, cope. This guy's like 40. Fucking 40. And funny enough, I never made a video on this, but I made a tweet about him shitting on him back.
Dog, you're 14. Shut up.
Like November 7th, saying he wore this in public. Showing a picture of good old Tip in his highly acclaimed merchandise, Titster. Beach Bod Titster t-shirt. And
okay, I gotta say, atrocious shirt, man. It's atrocious. This shirt sucks. I'm sorry. It's not for me. I'll just say it's not for me. Let's just say that, okay? He's got you here.
And then, of course, you can't forget the cap, too. Ladies snapback.
The cap's better. This is much better. I like the subtlety. This is very good.
In that one, buddy. But Tipster didn't like this. He made a whole YouTube short video responding to me on his stream.
The shirt sell? Hey,
I noticed before the stream started.
What the fuck did I just come back to? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It's just not my favorite. Also, we're going over somebody hating on you even more than I just did.
That I had an alert from someone calling themselves Larix's biggest hater.
It's not for me.
They bought some merch. Larix's biggest hater bought an I Love Goth Mommies t-shirt. They went on to say that he made a tweet
he didn't just
shitting on your merch, so I decided to buy some. Now we have to find this tweet, chat. If you don't know, Larix is a commentary YouTuber that did quite a few videos on me. He says he wore this in public, and it's a picture of me sporting my Titster merch with a Tipster hat.
What happened? Wait, what happened? Tipster, why is his sub count so low? Is it because like he had to remake his account? Did he get banned or some shit? Like, I don't understand. Or is he just like obsessed with you that badly that you know him? Because he's smaller than I am even, and that's saying something. I actually did stepped away for a bit, and I was like, yo, what the fuck is this? Okay, fair enough. I don't know. Like, it's weird that, like, I don't know. To me, it's weird that you know who he is. His main channel is 50K. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
How
old is he?
Hipster hat that I'm wearing right now.
Do you know how old he is?
This shirt. So I just have to say, really quick, Larix, thank you so much for promoting my merch. So chat, if you want to head over to my merch store, if you too want to be Larix's biggest hater, you can buy my fucking merch.
Sorry to break the news, Tipster.
Okay, I wasn't that far off then. He's a fucking... Like, he looks like he's 14.
But nobody's buying that shit. Your last two videos...
Okay, but people did buy it. Like, no matter how much I personally don't like the shirt, I have to concede to Tipster that people bought it. So clearly, it's just a difference in taste.
got 2.1k views and 1.8k
Tipster wins that
views,
debate. GG.
And you have fucking 109.
I am man enough to admit when I'm wrong.
9k subscribers. This video shitting on you on a 2,000 subscriber channel.
I'll continue to be wrong. I don't like the shirt
that you've gotten in the last week. But do you know what I'm more interested about, Tipster? This tweet right here. Can you address this?
What do those views have to do with merch? Everything's a numbers game to these guys. If you don't have the high scores, if you don't have the big numbers, then the drama YouTubers are going to say, hey, look at these numbers. These numbers are doing quite low, as it turns out. Your stunks aren't as high as mine are. My line go up way bigger than your line. And it's like, nobody gives a shit, dude. If you don't have good content, nobody cares.
Your next YouTube short about me, she consented.
And also, Tipster literally has better views than you.
So him having an underage girl's nudes is okay? Fucking dipshit.
I know he's got more subscribers. I'm not sure about views. I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
What the fuck, Tipster? You're okay with possession of child pornography?
Wait, what did it say?
Fucking.
She consented, so him having an underage girl's news is okay? Fucking dipshit. No, this is sarcastic. He's being sarcastic. That is the most bad faith reading of this that you could possibly engage with. What?
Dipshits. So him having an underage girl's nudes is okay? Fucking dipshits. What the fuck, Tipster? You're okay with possession of child pornography?
No.
That's not good. That's not good, man.
Yeah, he's acting disaffected about it, but like, no, that it is only a dumbass would read the tweet like that and respond like that. That's all the commentary community does, bad faith misrepresentation of everything. I don't think he was literally saying that. That seems like one of those things where he's like, it's definitely a joke, but also not a joke. You know what I mean? Like he knows that people will take that and run with it.
It's nice, looks great. Also, your friend kinda cute, haha. AP says, ayo, she's 16.
I'm a pedophile.
Some 16-year-olds look like adults. And also, he just said cute. Okay? Once he found out that she's 16, he backed off. That's the point. If you continue to pursue, once you know they're 16, that's the problem. Okay, I need to explain something because I feel like not enough people understand this. The problem with pedophilia is not finding somebody who is underage attractive. Okay? If you find somebody who happens to be underage, who's like 16 or 17, attractive, that's not a big deal. The big deal is when you pursue somebody once you know they're 16 or 17 and cannot consent to you. That's the big deal. Okay? It is not a fucking big deal if I go up to somebody, some chick that I think is attractive, okay? And say, hey, you know, you look great. Why don't I take you to dinner sometime? Okay? And then she turns around and says, hey, I'm 17. I'm here with my mom or whatever. And she's in the other store. You know, at that point, guess what you do? You say, oh, I am so sorry. My mistake. I apologize. Go away now. And Tipster did that. Okay? He made a mistake and he corrected it. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't make Tipster a fucking pedophile. And acting like it does is very misrepresentative. And also, I will add, taking away from actual pedophiles getting caught. Okay? Don't dilute the field like this. Do not do it. It's bad faith, it's disgusting, and it actively hurts real life efforts to stop pedophilia. Okay? Very bad faith.
And you can't forget about this one. A few weeks ago, when Keffels, his best friend and lover these days, got into a little bit of a controversy over her trans...
I literally had that happen to me when I was 16, and as long as they respected the fact that you're underage and can't consent, that's fine.
Phobia slur usage.
Hold on.
And you can't forget about this one. A few weeks ago, when Keffels, his best friend and lover these days...
What, is that your fan fiction? Is that the level of parasociality we've reached, Justin Bieber? We have Justin Bieber at home.
Got into a little bit of a controversy over her
Actually, you don't deserve that much credit. I don't even like Justin Bieber's music, but I will compare you to Leafy since I know that he's a loser. So, Leafy at home.
Transphobia slur usage. Tipster felt the need that he had to give his position publicly and say, as a cis man, I don't feel like I'm...
If you have any questions about any of this shit, I'm happy to call in. But yeah, even my biggest hater shit on this guy for this video. Well, that's good. But like, yeah, if that's all he has to show for it, then there's nothing there. You found out she was 16 and you left, and that's it. And were you being weird in DMs? I don't know. Maybe you were. But like if like he never showed any dates or anything. So even if that was a case of you being weird in DMs, it could have been forever ago and you may have addressed it. I know you now. And the person that I know you as now is fine. So like I would have to be shown some very damning evidence to think otherwise. And that was not it.
In any position to chime in on this discourse, so I will stay in my lane. Were you talking about trans titty milk just a couple weeks ago?
Yeah. Because the whole thing was that conservatives were getting mad at her for doing that. So he defended her. Yeah, that was discourse. He didn't just pick that out of the blue.
And I've like converted like such a huge portion of your channel just to talk about trans rights. What do you mean as a cis man you don't
just to talk about trans rights? Yeah, okay, cool, base, thanks. See, now I know he's a good person.
Feel like you're in a
I was goofing off with a friend in DMs and we had a falling out. She leaked my DMs out of context when another commentary creator who hated me pressured her to. That's fucking disgusting, man. I hate people. And also, like, at worst, at the very worst, okay, it's a little cringe. Okay, you came off a little strongly, is what I would say. But that's assuming the situation is as they're saying it is. I can see how somebody might think that's creepy, but that's about the extent of it. That's as bad as it gets. Okay? A little bit of creepiness, which never killed anybody. You shouldn't do it. But if that's the worst it gets, I'm not going to fucking hate you for that. Okay? Just don't do it again. You know, that's it. That's it. Just don't do it again. Don't be cringe in DMs. That's it. And that's assuming that what they're saying is true, which I don't trust them, so whatever.
A position to chime in on this discourse. You've inserted yourself into the trans discourse online throughout the past few months. You've made this shit your personality.
Yeah, because as it turns out, he's learned that conservatives are fervently trying to attack trans people and their rights. What of it? He backs the right horse. Okay, he knows. He knows how bad it is for trans people, probably through Keffels, if I had to guess, because he met Keffels, and they're friends now. So it's not random. He didn't just pick trans people out of the blue to focus in on as an issue. There are angles that I cheated on my wife, which I didn't. My wife knew this girl, knew we made these kinds of jokes, so didn't care. Wait, really? That's the angle? It's not even that you're being creepy in DMs? Because that was my issue with it, is that I'm just like, okay, he's being creepy. But they tried to say that you were cheating on your wife? That's weird, man. I mean, listen... like I've fucked women other than my current wife, but she knew about it, so it's fine. Like, okay.
Obviously, like what's going.
Sorry, not my current. Sorry, I meant the woman that my future wife, my current fiance is what I meant.
On with the Israel-Palestine
my current
conflict
partner
right now, you know, it's a serious issue, so I'm not trying to make light of it or whatever. But one positive thing that's come out of it is right-wingers have been busy talking about that and aren't really shitting on trans people anymore. So that's a plus, right?
The only thing I will say is this. As someone
Although I will say they're still actively shitting on trans people. It's just like, especially, well, I know it was a joke. So you're not wrong. It did stop for a little bit, but it must continue, right?
Who has had the privilege of getting to know Keffels over the course of the past year. She is...
I think I've seen this. Someone who's had the privilege of getting to know Keffels over the course of the past year. Someone who cares a lot about trans people in the community. Yeah. No, I've seen all this. Yeah, I agree 100%.
Someone who cares a lot about trans people and the trans community as a whole. She has genuine compassion for the struggles they face and wants them to have access to the rights and freedoms they need to live happy and healthy lives. And I have no reason to believe she would ever do anything to bring any harm to the trans community. She has far too much love and compassion for this.
You know how I know you're a leftist now is because this is long as fuck, dude. That's how I know.
Community to ever do that ever. I love how he says this community. You planning on transitioning sometime soon?
What is this? What is this? Dude, okay, you know what? I haven't pulled this one up in a while, but I think it's time. My community's much bigger. I think it's time to pull this one back up. Hold on. Where would it be? Selfies. Turn off streamer mode. From in selfies. See if I can find this. It's gonna be way back. Although I was bald when I did it. So Not that far. Where are we at here? Oh, shit. I'm going to have to use the Wayback Machine. It's from a banned account. I forgot. Hold on. This is important. This is important. Oh, shit. I just X'd everything out. No! No! It's not that important. God damn it. Hold on. Oh! There it is.
Jeez.
I forget where we were at. Sorry, Dubsy. Somewhere around, we were transing Tipster. Right here, I think. Okay, that's fine. Hold on, this is important. Wayback Machine. I really need to save these in a different spot. Or actually, let me double check something. There it is. Ah, I got it. Oh wait, I don't need the Wayback Machine. Fuck you. There you go. So towards the beginning of my channel, I told everybody that if I reached a certain, it was like 300 subs or something, that I would cross-dress. So here it is. That's me. It's Mama Alec Gunter, okay? Here's another one. There it is, okay? Here's a still that I got with Katie's face just being funny. Now, I know what this picture makes you think, but don't worry. Katie actually did all the makeup, okay? She just thinks my poses are funny. But yeah, no, yeah. I think it looks pretty damn good, okay? And maybe if this guy, who already looks like he would fit makeup very well, makeup and a dress, I'm serious. Like, he would look good with makeup and a dress. Not kidding. Maybe you should try it. You know? Stop imagining other people doing it. Just try it. It's not for me. Like, I tried it, okay? So I can now safely say that I have no desire to wear a dress or put on makeup. I simply don't. Okay? I know that I look bad as fuck in it, but, you know, it's just not for me. Side note, this guy's a lolicon. Nice. Bonus.
I'm transitioning sometime soon.
They always are.
And funny enough, the
look better than your ass could.
Ordering shits on Tipster here, saying you can go ahead and disregard any post like this that starts out as a cis man. It's cool that you want to bang trans people, dude. Just don't pretend you're trying to do anything but that with this virtue signaling BS.
No, that's not why people support trans people. They do it because they're decent people.
Yes. Fuck. That's a murder. But Tipster has also been shitting on fellow
Oh, wow. That was such a murder. Why is this not... Why is my start menu still showing? Why is my start menu still showing? Can you not do that, actually? Son of a bitch. Okay. No, it didn't work! Thank you.
Though everyone just laughs at him and points at him like he's a fucking joke on the H3H3 show, he decided to still accept the invite despite just being shit on for like a year.
Wait, this is the beginning of the video. Sorry.
Channels recently saying he's no different than the bottom feeders in commentary that swing up at larger creators for a nibble of clout.
No, that's pretty true.
I gotta agree with you there, Tipster. I think that's a pretty good point. I'm really liking the transition that you made to your channel where you don't do that anymore.
Well, Illuminati, legit, everybody knows that Illuminati did the shit that she did. Okay, she's a pariah now. TikToker Mizzy arrested for vile pranks. Destiny attempts to appeal his Twitch ban and gets rejected. Amaranth catches man on... I mean, yeah, like... You know, you're going to use larger people, bottom feeders and commentary that swing up at larger creators for a nibble of clout. I mean, this is all relevant content, you know? Like, the difference is that you're not just randomly swinging up at larger content creators. Yeah, trending topics versus fighting for clout. Which, you know, I admit to fighting for clout, by the way. I fully admit to that. Of course I fight for clout. I do debates. I tick some buttons, you know. I spark some outrage sometimes. You know, it happens. I do that. Okay? And that helps grow the channel. Because my ultimate goal with this channel is, first of all, I'd like to grow and be a funny, entertaining person on YouTube. Okay? But the second reason also is that, you know, I'm trying to put a political message out. You know, that good things are good. So you sometimes you got to do the shit you do to make your channel grow.
You don't swing up at larger creators to, you know, try to nibble off of it.
And also, nobody's arguing that, like, nobody is on your side with the Illuminati shit, dude. Nobody. Like, if you are, like, implying that you're on Illuminati side or something.
Creators to, you know, try to nibble off of their clout either. Some of y'all get far too parasocially invested in internet shit that in the grand scheme of things doesn't really matter, and normies offline genuinely don't give a single fuck about. Do yourselves a favor for once and log off. Touch grass, touch ass.
Okay, so now he's going to call him a hypocrite because he's going to say the tipster never touches grass, which that might be true, by the way. I don't know. But that doesn't change the message. Okay, appeals to hypocrisy do not negate the message.
Touch anything that doesn't have a keyboard or touch a screen on it for once. Trust me, you'll thank later.
That's good advice. I should do that more.
This guy's like 400 pounds. How about you touch a fucking treadmill?
Well, oh, no, never mind. We're going with a fat joke. Very good. Can we get Tipster, put in an applause noise for me? That was very good. And, you know, I'm sure if he had a live studio audience, they'd be losing it.
Can we try that, please? Tipster spends all of his nights on Discord talking to mentally ill transgender people on how to run defense for Keffels instead of talking to his wife.
I'm sure he talks to his wife in between streams. It's not like he's streaming 8 hours a fucking day, like some people I know. Okay, he has a life outside of it, I promise.
Apparently his live streams are about to get pretty spicy though. He said in his Discord that should I wear a maid outfit for my next
You know what? Oh, you know what the problem is? He doesn't have a wife, so he wouldn't know this, but you can actually do both. Okay, so here's the okay. Let me explain this to you, Sonny. So when you get married, some things change. That's true. But your entire life does not revolve around your wife once you get married. Okay? Don't tell Katie that, but it's true. So I didn't know that at all. But your entire life does not revolve around her. I have a life outside of her, and she has a life outside of me, okay? And if God forbid, if someday we were to break up in the future, I would be crushed, but I would get on with my life, okay? I get on with it, because I have a life outside of her still. Now, I know that you are a virgin. I get that. But now that you know that, maybe next time you can avoid making this dumbass fucking comment that only a 14-year-old would make, all right? Not only do you look like one, you also think like one.
About to get pretty spicy though. He said in his Discord that should I wear a maid outfit for my next stream? Oh shit, wrong chat? Ignore that? What? But I wanted to end off this video. Wait, wrong chat?
That's a joke! Guess what I've done? Should I pull it up, chat? Should I pull it up? I had it memory hold until just now. I actually looked fucking terrible. Hold on. I tried to make myself a cat boy, and I ended up looking like a goddamn raccoon. Where is it? In selfies. Do what I say, thank you. See what we got. It's gonna be for that. Oh my God, please scroll down, please scroll down. Go, yes, thank you, good. Okay, I don't think I have it here, but hold on. Let me pull it up on my YouTube channel. I know I have a video. Way back. Way back. Let's see, we're at a year ago. Oh boy, what a blast from the past, man. Let's see. We're getting close. I see the bad thumbnails. I feel it. Where's it at? There she is. Oh God, I look abysmal. Oh God. It's even worse than I remember. Holy shit, this is bad. Yeah, this was not my best strip. I look like a bear more than anything. I look like a bear squeezed into a fucking maid outfit. Oh, it's abysmal. Oh my God. But yeah, no, it's fine. You know, there it is. I've worn a maid dress. So what? What of it? It's a joke, man. Take a joke.
Ignore that? What? But I wanted to end off this video on one good note with one final statement
Obvious
from Tipster
joke.
himself. When you got a coom, you got a coom.
Okay. I coom. What, this guy doesn't coom? Is that your problem? You got big ass blue balls, man? Go whack one off. I promise you'll feel better. Maybe do it to you know, somebody fucking your ass! Got it.
I'd say I'm average. My wife's not complaining, so.
Well, stupid. I've learned nothing except that this guy is, we have Leafy at home. And then, it turns out Leafy at home is not, but, lyrics. Like, that was, it exists as, you know, it's, like, I still like Tipster is the thing. So I disagree fundamentally with the video. I think he's more of a cringe loser than Tipster is. At least Tipster has a bitch, you know? Like, where's your bitch? You know? Where's he at? Anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean... Sorry, I'm getting a little bit high. I didn't mean to call your wife a bitch. Is that what I just meant... You know what I meant? That pretty much sums up all these commentary videos. Yeah. I'm sure your wife is lovely. Yo! Who wants me to leak some hot DMs? Check these out. New site emotes, baby. Look at that. And look with Palestine. Look at that. Hype. Hype. That'll be fun. The Pepe G. Yeah, Pepe G's cute. Love that one. They're all so great. They're great. I like the 5 head. She kept the hat on. I might tell her to take the hat off. I think I need my bald head for this one. What do you guys think? That's kind of how I was envisioning it. It shouldn't be a hard fix. I'll tell her to take the hat off. It gotta be my bald head. The hat needs to rest on top. No, it's too much. I'll just tell her to take the hat off. Can you show those again? I missed it. Yeah, we'll do it one more time. No emotes. We got, this is Angie, Flustered, or Flushed, or whatever. This is 5 head. We got noted, I guess is what it'll be called. What is this one? Is this people high? Yeah, okay, I see it now. I thought this was a frown. No, this is my tongue. My mouth's open. Okay, I see. Yeah, this is high. So my eyes will be a little red. At least I think it's high. No, we already have smug. Here. This one's smug. Got a new DM? Oh, look at that. You just... okay, man. I thought you actually were interested in the art that I commissioned for my channel. But sure, no, go ahead and make a mockery out of me. Thanks. Thanks, makes me feel real fucking good. Maybe that guy was right, Tippy. He was right about you being trans, I guess, or something. I don't know. What the fuck was it? Like, what's his problem with you, man? I just, like, literally, like, he just, it sounds like he just thinks that you are cringe, and that's why he made a video about you, and it just, that doesn't track to me. I'm not gonna find some furry that I think was a little bit cringe one time and make an entire fucking video about it. Like, it's just stupid. It's stupid! Why are you stupid? Stop being stupid. Stop it. Get some help. Come on. Come on. Why are so many stupid people? I've looked at 3 stupid people today. And the one person that I thought was guaranteed to be stupid was actually pretty cool. That was perfectly timed. Thank you. Yeah, classically stupid. I heard a ding. It was supposed to show a notification. Whoever had subscribed or whatever. I have got to fix my notifications. They're all over the place. But whoever subscribed or whatever you did, thank you. Appreciate you. Was the debate yesterday the one that just got uploaded to YouTube? I did not debate anybody yesterday. That was so I was just like watching the debate that I already did with chat. So that was the most vile transphobe I've ever debated, which, if you didn't know, you can get uncensored. That's right, folks. For only $1 a month, you can get uncensored. The uncensored version of the most vile transphobe I've ever debated. All for your enjoyment. Just $1, folks. Toss $1 into the bag and it's all yours. Or you can watch the censored version, I suppose, for free. But the censored version is not as cool because it's censored. So $1, please. $1. That's right, folks. I am marketing. I'm grifting. I'm doing it. I'm grifting. I'm making money. Thank you. Thank you all for your money. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know who I love the best? You know, being a leftist is cool, but I don't like the person who I agree with the most. I like the person who gives me the most money. That's what I like. That's what I look for in my fans, is that they give me money. So if you're poor, I need you to leave. But if you're rich, I need you to stay. And I specifically need you to give me all of your money. Sake is my favorite. Yes, there you go. See, now we're talking. Sake Tanuki, deep fucking pockets. I don't know where that motherfucker gets it, but that guy has deep pockets. And so we are best friends, and I will do anything. I'll suck his dick. Oh, sorry, reel it in. But my point is, my point is, give me money. That's my point. I love you guys. I love you guys. I love all of you. You guys know this. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly generous. Thank you, Sake Tanuki. Yo, money! Money! Right there! That's money. See? This guy gets it. Sorry it didn't play in TTS. I don't know why my thing's messed up. I'm going to try to fix it. Specifically because I want to start doing TTS streams on Friday. I think that Friday's going to be my fun stream day where all I do is game and react to shit that's not political. I would really like to start doing 3 streams a week. So, and I know that I'm still struggling with 2, but we'll get there. But I want Friday to be my fun stream day, I think. Not every Friday, but most Fridays. So I got to get TTS working. For sure.
Fine. I guess
Thank
you
for
are my
subscribing
little
on
pod
YouTube.
champ.
That's not money. That's not money, but thank you. But it does help me in the algorithm. So that's kind of money. It's kind of money. Tier 3 subscription. Yo, that's a lot of money. Narcoleptica. Narcoleptica's my favorite tonight. Ooh, yeah. What a good little chatter. What a good little chatter you are, giving Daddy Gunty some money. Give Daddy Gunty more money. Give me more money. No, seriously, I'm just kidding. If you cannot afford it, it's okay. Please do not go out of your way for my sake. I'm doing fine. But also give me money if you can afford it. I really appreciate it. I do this song and dance for you. The least you can do is $5 a month. $5 a month. Remember that. Green name. You got the mint name. Let's go. Mint flavored Narcoleptica. Let's go. Mint flavored. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Yes, indeed. The color of money. Give us some money! As a gift! We want a gift, but only if it's money! I love that John Mulaney bit. John Mulaney's such a G. Dog, okay, I'm still mad, man. Come on, why do you have to be such a prude? Why did this motherfucker have to be such a prude? Like, I really was ready to break bread with him. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you went for the slack jaw comment? That hurt. You know what? That really hurt, man. That really hurt. I gotta say. Not a fan. I am still mad. He hurt my feelings, man. I really, that would hurt. I'm sorry. I went into that thinking, you know what? Maybe I was a little hard on the guy. Maybe I could do with some thought, with some reflection. But no, he's got to come in and parrot me like he's my fucking mom. Come on, man. I thought we were going to be cool. I thought we were going to be besties. What happened? What happened? We're supposed to be on the same side politically. Come on. Yes, my fifis are hurt. I am openly admitting. Come on. He had to call me a slack jaw. He had to go with the phrenology, man. That's not fair. I can't help the way my jaw looks. It's a Giga Chad jaw. It's not slack jaw. It's Giga Chad, right, Katie? My jaw, it's Giga Chad, right? You don't think my jaw is slack?
Your jaw is your jaw. I don't know.
Is it Giga Chad?
I don't know what that means.
Get out of here. You're useless to me. I have a Giga Chad jawline. Giga Chad. That is not coat. Shut up! See, Lady Nova gets it. Thank you. Lady Nova's the only mod left. You know what? Lady Nova's the only one around left in the chat. Everyone else out. Everyone else out. None of you get me except Lady Nova. Now, Lady Nova, please keep enabling these horrible toxic behaviors. Please.
You don't like when there's only one person enabling you. You need like at least 3. So you can't send them away because then you won't be getting what you need.
I thought I told you to go. I don't need you talking sense in my house. This is my castle, woman. I don't need you talking sense to me. How dare you? In my domain. Domain expansion. Domain expansion. Yes, she is the slack jaw. Good point. Lich Queen Ivy can stay too. Stop seething? No. Okay, fine. Sorry, I'm having fun. Also nights emotes. Okay, thank you, Tippy. See, thank you, Tippy. I love this stream. Thank you. Some nights it's like this, and some nights it's very much not. Katie, Did you want to do One Piece tonight or what? No. No. Okay. I might. Let me take a quick break, 5 or 10 minutes ish, and then I'll come back. I want to play more Palworld, and maybe we'll watch some debates while I do it, because Palworld is one of those games that's not really story driven, so like I can watch stuff while we play it. What do you guys think? I think that sounds fun. All right, let me turn on Pokemon music. Pokemon. Be right back.
Who's back?
Goober. All right. We need a win rate emote. I agree. I think I have one on Twitch, but it's not very good. I need a new one. Or actually, I think it's on 7TV, yeah? Pretty sure I put it on there. It's okay. It's not great. All right, let's get Palworld going. I keep wanting to say Pal Park, and I named it Pal Park when I actually played it, and that's why I think I didn't. I am upset because like It's Palworld, and people are searching Palworld, and Pal Park is a completely different Pokemon thing. So, like, part of the reason I'm streaming it is because it's trending, and I'm hoping to get some new people in here. So I'm just disappointed that I called it Pal Park last time. But yeah. Should I just play it? What do you guys want? Do you guys want me to just play Pal Park? Stop. Do you guys just want me to play Palworld, or do you want me to watch like a debate while I do it? Because I got a couple. We could watch like there was one. Oh, hold on, what was it? It was Dylan Burns versus somebody, I think. Here, hold on. Like a far right. Yeah, he was debating like a far right guy. I think. I'm curious about Palworld either way. Wife Morgan the poor boy. True, she was. Sorry, I'm very bad about keeping up with both chats. I apologize. Which is why you should be on the site chat. You still haven't enslaved any merchants? That's true, I haven't. Okay, let's see how we do with, what do we got? I thought I had some saved, but they're not saved. Probably more engaged. Then we're doing it. Okay. Who's had a debate recently? I know that, who's the guy from Sam Cedar? He has a Twitch stream. Who's the guy? He's got like jet black hair. I think he's Jewish ethnically. I'm not sure. What the fuck's his name? Matt Bender, thank you. Matt Bender had one. I thought it was more recent than a year ago. Didn't he have one recently? Doom or something? Is that the name of the guy who debated? I don't know. Here, let's just I don't know. I had debates to watch and now I can't find them. I don't know what to put on, to be honest. What do we got in here? Oh, I could put on Shadiversity. This one, a love letter to AI art. Comment on that while I play. What do you guys think? We could make a segment out of it. A longer one.
Art is very...
Not that cuck. Yeah, I highly dislike AI art. And there's no way that I would agree with a love letter to AI art. So I think this will be a good one for us. Shadiversity has such abysmal opinions. Okay, we shall see. All right, while we play Palworld, Shadiversity's a love letter to AI art. You don't need to be afraid. With 4.5k likes and 8.4k dislikes. Let's take a look.
Art is very important to me. Ever since I was a very young child, my imagination would run wild, creating characters and stories and worlds. And art has always been a profoundly important part of me bringing those worlds into greater reality. It started off with drawing, and that's a passion I still have to this day.
I can already tell where he's going with this, and that's that, like, things that were in his head he wanted to put to paper, and AI just lets you do that. Bullshit. Bullshit. AI puts to paper what it thinks is in your head, okay? The best approximation of what it thinks is in your head, okay? And then you pump out another one, and another one, and another one. That one's not good enough. That one's not the way I want it. That one's not good enough. And you keep pumping this junk out, this amalgamated shitfest that it thinks is in your head. Okay? It thinks that it's reading your mind. It's like the world's worst medium that we've created. Okay, it thinks it knows what you want, but you have to keep on telling it, no, that's not what I want, until you find something that's close enough that you say, well, you know, this one's pretty cool, I guess, and then that's good enough. That's your slop. Okay? Fuck you. That's not what's in my head, okay? That's what you think was in my head. What's in my head, only I know until I put it to paper. And once I have the fucking skills to do that, which are built up over many years of study and practice, only then will people know the imagery that exists in my skull. But a machine cannot predict that shit. Fuck you.
Creating new characters and depicting the worlds and stories I love to immerse myself in. It was a great revelation to me later on in life.
I think that's where it's going with
actually
it.
the physical, mechanical movement of drawing that I was actually enjoying, but it was the creation of something. There was some relaxation found in the methodical kind of movements of scraping a pencil along paper, but the true artistic satisfaction was in what I was creating. Otherwise, why wasn't I just drawing straight lines on a single piece of paper forever? But I do understand that there are some people that fall in love with certain mediums, but I still feel the greatest satisfaction comes from this process of creation. And then I discovered a new medium where I could depict these worlds and characters to even greater reality: writing. And since then I've become a published author, and writing is one of the great passions of my life, as still is drawing and art. My artistic pursuits have just broadened. I love to explore different mediums and tools that help bring my artistic visions into greater reality in different ways. And I've always appreciated tools that help me achieve certain things that I wouldn't be able to do otherwise. I love the look of inked art on top of my pencil drawings, making the lines more bold and it to stand out and pop from the page, yet it was also a very stressful experience because there was also a greater chance of smudges, and I even had other images ruined when small bits of water, just droplets, fell on the page, making the ink bleed. So, when having access to a scanner and being able to scan my hand-drawn images onto a computer, where I could digitally ink my images, solved all the issues and problems I was having with hand inking. It enabled me to do it more precisely,
where are we going with this? This is very drawn
faster,
out.
with the ability to erase mistakes and also make later edits. It was a phenomenal tool that helped bring my art to the next level, and I never had considered it cheating, or that I was losing some type of artistic pursuit in not wanting to pursue physical hand-inked art. This is the exact same experience I had with coloring. I never particularly enjoyed working with physical mediums, painting, pencils, pastels. The same stresses existed for mistakes, but that wasn't to say I never did it or that I couldn't find great satisfaction in making a hand-colored piece of art. But discovering digital coloring fixed all the problems that I was finding with hand coloring myself, and enabled me to produce much, much higher quality art than I was able to do without it. Technology enabled me to produce much higher quality artworks, cutting out much of the tedious processes, and enabled me to express my artistic vision faster, easier, to a higher level of quality. So as you can imagine, any technology that grants this same benefit, I am very, very interested in, hence my interest in AI art generators. Many people view this new technology as something that robs people of their artistic pursuit and potential. What I see is the exact opposite. Indeed, far from robbing artistic expression, when you approach it with intent, having a specific vision in your mind that you want to achieve, it can enable you to bring that vision into a level of reality, detail, and beauty than you might ever have been able to do without it. But when you combine other artistic talents and abilities that you cultivate in other mediums, that enables you to make the very best art with this technology. And I'm not kidding in this. I am an artist. I've developed a very keen eye for proportion and detail, and I have applied that in every artistic pursuit in whatever medium I'm using. There are many people who use AI art who have seen my images that I've made with this technology and have literally asked, how on earth do I produce these results? They see a difference in the quality that I'm able to achieve versus the quality that they have been able to achieve.
And also the
style. I'm applying every single talent I have developed in multiple mediums in my pursuit and love of art to this medium as well.
No.
Art generators are not a replacement of artists.
Yes, they are.
In actual fact, it can be one of the most profound and incredible tools for artists. Artists will simply be able to make the very best AI art. But when that is done, it's actually not AI art. The AI art generator is not doing all the work, far, far from it. When I make my AI art, I am in full control with a specific vision in my mind.
When I make my AI art, I press the button and 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 press the button. Oh, that one looks pretty good.
Mind that I'm working towards. And as a result, this isn't made by just the AI, it's made by me using the tool of AI to achieve the specific vision that I have in my mind. This is AI assisted art. Just like Photoshop is digitally assisted art, although it includes many AI processes that enables people to cut corners, make shortcuts, achieve goals much easier and quicker, that many people don't want to acknowledge that they are using in their own digital art, but criticizing the exact same type of use and methodology that is actually present in AI art generation. Therefore, to prove that great amounts of artistry can absolutely be applied to AI art generation to achieve far greater results than what people are able to achieve without artistic talent and technical knowledge in the program.
Yeah, greater results, but it's fake. It's fake. Okay, it's not even greater results, by the way. You have like fucked up fingers and shit still. But no matter how good it gets, it's not art. Okay, again, it is a it is a generated image of what it thinks you want. Okay, just because you can pick the right buzzwords to plug into the machine to get a closer approximation of what you want, does not mean it's making what you want. It's making what it thinks you want. I've already been through this spiel, so I'm not going to go through it again.
I'm going to take you through step by step, showing the entire process of the creation of one of my AI assisted art pieces.
It's really not
every
as
single
easy.
Step.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, oh, I'm an AI artist. Well, you do digital art. That's easier than regular art, right? Than real art, right? Yeah, fuck off. Fuck off. I've done digital art, and that shit's hard as fuck, okay? Yes, you have more tools at your disposal. Yes, in many ways it's more convenient. Yes, in many ways even it's easier. But there are also ways in which pen and paper is easier. One of the ways is accessibility. Any dumbass can pick up a piece of paper and a pencil and just draw, okay? It's not that hard to put pencil to paper. You know what is hard? Putting a pen pad to a pad without it fucking up on you, like without it breaking or something, without software, closing off, knowing all the buttons to push to put the correct effect in that one pixel that just for some reason won't fix. There's an art to this shit. That's why it's called art. So stop minimizing it.
The people improve their art and ability to work with this new technology. So to demonstrate this process, we are going to be making an image of one of my favorite fictional characters, Supergirl. I had a big crush on Supergirl growing up and have a lot of nostalgic connection for this character. And what I love to do is to depict my wife as Supergirl because that's who she is. She is my Supergirl. She's the most beautiful creature in the world to me. And so I love making art of my wife. She is my muse, and I particularly love depicting her in the way that I see her. People don't see what I see when I look at my wife. When I look at my wife, I see the most...
That man just told me everything I need to know about his hard drive.
Beautiful creature in the world.
Not that it's illegal. Nothing illegal. I'm not accusing him of anything illegal.
Choose the AI image generator. There are multiple ones out there, but I use the local installation of Stable Diffusion in the automatic 1111 interface. The reason why Stable Diffusion is the best is that it enables you to use multiple extensions and add-ons, giving you far more freedom and control, enabling you...
You can steal more things. Yes, it has a wider range of artists that it stole shit from. Right.
You to achieve the artistic vision you have in your mind. It goes far beyond just trying to describe what you want in a prompt, because the very nature of AI art generators are infinite, and you don't want infinite outputs, you want a specific result. And as soon as you are working towards a specific result, it is quite impossible to get that out of a prompt and a click. It's going to take far more processes to achieve what you...
No, but the problem is you may think that you want a specific result, and it's going to show you what you think you want. But nobody on this planet is going to be like, well, this one that it randomly generated is better than what I think I want. But you know, it's not authentic to what I think I want, so I'm going to skip to the one that I think, no. They'll take it. They'll take the better one. They'll be like, well, I had this unique idea, but that one is actually better. I think I'll take it. From a randomly generated amalgamation. Okay, this is the problem. It takes away, it robs people of creativity. It does. I don't care what you think you're getting out of AI. If you know exactly what you want something to look like, then do the fucking work and learn how to make it look like that. Just like all the rest of us do.
You want and to make a flawless final image. There are many tutorials in how to install Stable Diffusion, and once it's installed, it actually runs through your web browser.
Right.
You're not going to a separate website, it's literally running locally on your computer. People assume that once you have Stable Diffusion installed, all you need to do is copy someone else's prompt and start spitting out incredible results.
That's true.
This is very far from the truth.
Oh, okay. Well.
Stable Diffusion comes with a base model, which is a set of training parameters that kind of encompasses the brain of the image generator. There are hundreds, going on thousands, of different AI image generating models made by the community at large, and experimenting and finding the best models.
That's crazy, man. With how insane it is, and with how insanely hard it is to do this shit, it is crazy just how fucking many there are.
Vision that you want is actually a very important part of this process. I've worked with many.
Yes, as you can see by this giraffe, the diversity here, you know, the diversity and uniqueness of each one.
Many different models, finding out their strengths and weaknesses.
Wow. It's crazy.
And as a result, I know which model will better help serve me in what I want to achieve.
Yeah, exactly. Wait. Yeah, exactly. What? Yeah, you just admitted to it. You're admitting to it. Wait, is he gonna say that like he's gonna fucking take these and like plug them into the machine? Please don't tell me that's what he's gonna say. That can't be.
I'm able to achieve. I actually do something that not everyone does with these AI image generators. No. I use multiple models for the same image, which I will demonstrate a little later. And so to achieve this...
He just admitted it! Wait, he just did! He just said it! Oh, here, yeah, let me go Google search some shit that other people have already made. Yeah. And I'm gonna reference them as if he's like a fucking genius. They're gonna help me. They're my little helpers. I'm gonna reference them. Right? Our art, yeah. It's ours now. Except I would literally accept that before I accept this. It's not about it being my art. Okay, this isn't plagiarism. This is a step above plagiarism. This is adding an inhuman component to plagiarism. At least with plagiarism, you have a person stealing some shit from somebody, and that's still intentional. There's no intention behind what an AI does. Plagiarism is bullshit, and it sucks, but at least a plagiarizer has the feeling and the emotion behind and the intention behind their plagiarism. You know what a computer has? Ones and zeros. Okay? Plagiarists are literally more autistic than this shit. Than this garbage.
This end result, I've needed to train a model based on my wife's face. This has been a long and difficult process with many, many failed attempts. The final face models that I have of my wife are the result of hundreds of hours of work. And the process
I've been doing this for hours.
Itself. At the moment, I have 3
very so hard
workable, usable face models based on my wife that can each achieve a different type of artistic output. And I often use all 3 of them in conjunction to achieve the very best results. First,
what is my purpose? You steal art.
Finding the prompt that works best is a process that can
Except that's not its purpose. Because remember, you don't just steal the art. You then have to steal it, eat it, and then throw it back up in a different form. Don't forget, there's still an inhuman component there. So what is its purpose? Not only do you steal art, you swallow it and vomit it back up, and then you eat the vomit and then shit it out. and then that's your final product. Eat up, slop is served.
Thousands of different tries. Just copying a base prompt that you find online does not grant you the knowledge of what individual words are doing what to achieve the results, because tweaking the prompt is an important part in guiding the AI to get the results that you want. So, knowing how to weight certain prompts, the order of the prompt, the types of keywords are all very, very crucial. Experienced people with these programs know how to tweak the prompt as they...
Okay. The same is true of optimizing a YouTube video for CEO. You guys know what that is? For the uninitiated, or sorry, not CEO, SEO. SEO is search engine optimization. Okay? And a very important part of having a YouTube channel or any kind of platform is search engine optimization. You have to know the correct keywords to use in order to get people to watch your shit and be interested in you. Find your shit, I should say, to begin with. Because if you're not optimized for a search engine, then nobody's going to find you when they search relevant shit that's relevant to you, okay? I have good, my name now, Alec Gunter, has better SEO now than it did 3 years ago, okay, when I first started. So the reason is because of all the public shit that I've done. I'm a public figure now, all right? Not a big one, but I'm there. So now people can find me. So my name has gone up in the search engine. That's good SEO. Okay? My videos appearing at the top of a search list means that I have good SEO. Okay? So my name now carries that. Now, when I upload a video, I try to tag it with shit that I know will make people, not only make people click on it, but make it appear on their page at all. That's good SEO. Okay? So I'm doing the same thing, is my point. Sorry about the spiel. I'm doing the same thing, is my point. But I don't consider that an art. Okay? I might call it an art. There is an art to it, I suppose, but the final product of optimizing my video is not itself art. For search engine, I should say. Okay? Like, I do the same shit and I don't consider myself an artist. But I would argue that there's more art to what I'm doing than to what you're doing.
They generate images, guiding it by altering the prompts to get the results you want. But this is still
less than
only
art,
the
is what I'm
first
saying.
part of the
You're
process.
less than not art.
There is still much, much more required, as well as additional things that can drastically affect and change the results, which are called lauras. Lauras are like additions to models that can be applied to any model that have been trained to push the results in a certain direction. And most people who first try Stable Diffusion have no idea what they are, or that there are even different models to use, or the importance of keywords, order, weighting in prompts, and figuring out all of this.
Okay, having a difficulty curve does not an art form make. Okay, just because there's difficulty in this does not mean that it's art. Okay, all you're telling me is that the time that you spend researching for how to optimize AI art, you could have just spent training to be an artist. It's a self-own, dude. Oh, it's so hard. Oh, woe is me. Guess what else is hard? Go be a fucking artist if it's so easy. Go study the blade. I am sentencing you to 5 years of studying the blade. Do that and then come back and bitch at me about how hard it is to shit out an AI piece of shit.
Is actually technical knowledge, skill in using this technology. Even when the technology improves with updates, you need to learn how to use those updates. What is it doing? Oftentimes new extensions need to actually be looked for, found, added to Stable Diffusion, and you then need to learn how to use them. Getting better at using these tools and taking advantage of how this technology gets better is a crucial part in making the best quality art with this technology.
No!
So the prompt that we're using here is raw photo, full body image of a beautiful sci-fi supergirl flying in the sky and wearing a long red pleated skirt and red cape and red boots. Starting with a full descriptive line of the image gives far more weight and guidance to the prompt. This doesn't work with all models though. You have to know the best prompts that work with different models. Then I have the line trigger word that generates my wife's face. This trigger word will literally achieve nothing in models that are not trained off of my wife's face. And so for
this is hard work right here. Look at this. It's just like art, right?
Raw photo, full body image of a beautiful sci-fi Supergirl flying in the sky and wearing a long red pleated skirt and red cape and red boots. Image of blank person smiling. If young, young woman, Supergirl flying in the sky. Science fiction, This is your art. This is your art. You fucking plebeian. This is what you present to me as your art, I dare say. No! How dare you! Get out of my sight, you peasant! How fucking dare you? I think not.
The
Disgusting.
majority of these first generations, this is doing nothing. Then I start with guiding keywords. These are all very important guiding words of elements that I want in the prompt, and some might confuse you a little, like armor and sci-fi armor, metal top. The type of Supergirl image I want is one that has a more sci-fi looking Supergirl outfit, with detailed gold accents on the top and belt and boots, and these keywords the exact type of thing that will heavily influence the output. And I've only figured out that they work this way through experimentation. My next prompts are now focused on the actual imagery.
I can think of a method to take the this middleman out here, replace it with something a little simpler. There might be something that's coming between the art and the artist here that shouldn't. And I feel like if this man simply knew what a pencil was, he wouldn't be trying to tell a machine to draw for him. Perhaps we should introduce him to a pencil and paper, and then he can begin the long, arduous process of actually being an artist. And then he'll understand. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe he doesn't know what a pencil is. I'm just saying.
The artistic style. There are a couple of repeats there, that adds additional weight, and some prompts I did learn just work well from other people who work with these programs, like DSLR. The last part of the prompt,
literally
I have
reverse
two
engineered
laws
SEO,
working.
exactly.
One is a noise offset, which makes better lighting, and the other is a LoRa that adds mecha-type technology details. Both these LoRas are available on Civitia, and the mecha one is particularly awesome when pushed to a further degree, can get some really cool sci-fi results. But I'm using it here just...
So you're saying that I could just put in girl wearing armor, and then it gives me girl wearing... Whoa, and wait, what if it's not cool enough? But what if it's not cool? Wait, I could just say make it cooler? Whoa! What? Whoa! This is real art. Whoa! Yeah, okay.
Just to weight the generation towards a more sci-fi looking outfit.
You have to put in cool 5 more
The
times.
metal accent details of the image. So this is the way that I prompt, and the specific order of the different categories of prompts affects the output, and it actually results in an AI-generated artistic style. My AI-generated images have a particular look to them, and it's the result of the way that I prompt, and I prompt this way because it gives me the results that I want. Wow. This is not random. This has been achieved through trial and error experimentation. And yes, someone can just copy and paste this, but there's still...
Yeah, it's not random. I rolled the dice until I got a 6.
You're not going to get the same results as me, because next is my process. And the next stage in that process is choosing the specific model to generate the first image that is going to be the foundation of the final image. But you might be shocked at how different this first image is compared to how it will look to the final result. After experimenting with multiple different models, I do have to say, Rev Animated is one of the very, very best in terms of creative design. Fine details in clothing, lighting, composition. Rev Animated is incredible.
If I'm looking at a fucking design and I'm like, maybe this would be better with like some blue dots, And then like it just arbitrarily throws some blue dots on it. And you're like, oh, cool, yeah, it is, yeah. I like that. Go with that. But you didn't put it there. But you did not put that there. Each of those dots was arbitrarily generated by an algorithm. You didn't put that there. You didn't do that. That's not yours. That's not you.
That is not you. And if you think that's you, you are selling yourself short, my friend. You have zero self-respect. If you're saying, yes, this AI art is representative of me and my work, that's disgusting, man. How dare you think that lowly of yourself? You're a human being. Stop acting like you're an animal. Okay, you have like actual creative freedom. Use it. Use it. Stop this. Don't do this to yourself. God made you for a bigger purpose than this. Stop. You need Jesus.
But if you're only going to be used Rev Animated, you're going to be limited by this model's limitations. It is not a realism
That's what's
model.
limiting him.
It is made to make animated-looking images. So we are going to be using the strengths of Rev Animated combined with the strengths of other models to achieve what we want. So I start generating a couple of images, and yes, some look good, but they don't have what I'm after. And then I generated this image, and at first I was ready to
Bigger
move
breasts.
on, but I paused because there was something that I saw in this image that I had to go back to. And this is where applying artistic talent is really important.
Oh, is it? Oh, the random amalgamation that it generated randomly generated something that I think looks pretty cool. So now I'm going to go back and save that little bit and tell it, okay, this was cool, but the rest is fucked. Okay, let's keep going. Right? Even low-tier art, this is the opposite of art. There is art, there is non-art, right? And then this is negative art. This is negative art. I refuse to respect this as anything but negative art. It is literally taking out anything that makes this remotely close to art. Anything. Anything. No. No. Low-tier art would be the biggest compliment and lie that anybody ever gave AI art. It's an amalgamation. It's an abomination. And I hate it.
You might not see what I see in this image, but I see...
Except for when Oni Plays does it. That's really funny. Go watch Oni Plays AI art thing. Oh, I love that shit. That's the only good thing AI art ever brought me, is those videos. It's so funny.
The potential for a
from real artists
pose and composition here.
Like Oni.
It's not actually there, but I see the potential for it. This is hugely important, and it defines such a massive difference in someone who is able to apply an artistic eye to this process versus someone who doesn't have the experience or ability to do so. And they're just limited.
Yeah, all you're saying is that, like, those fucks who go into museums and pretend to know shit because they have the big words for every little dot that they look at. Oh, this exquisite squiggle right here. I wonder what this represented, right? Every one of those is an artist? Yeah, fuck you, dude. No, this is LARPing. You're LARPing as an artist. You're LARPing. I refuse.
With the images that they're able to generate. And so with this image, I now have a vision of what I can achieve with it. But to achieve that, that's going to require me
more button press. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
To what I want the final image to
Save
be.
the good bit.
So
throw the rest out. Here we go.
Bring it into Photoshop, but first we want a more detailed version of this same image.
No, press the button. Yes.
The seed.
Yes, press the button.
Prompt,
show me the good
stuff. We're going to generate the exact same image, but we're going to do the high-res fix, which is going to upscale it using the same seed input, which means the additional detail
seed input, baby. He put his whole seed into this.
So it generates the exact same image, and then you're going to notice that it gets blurry once again.
That's how you know
he loves it. This is
what
the high-res fix is doing. It adds more noise to the image, and then adds greater detail, upscaling it into a larger size. Now that we...
Tell me what artist you know that has seed input. Okay? What artist has ever said seed input? No, none but this one. That's how you know. He puts his seed into it. He puts his entire seed into it. That's how you know that this is real art, and this man's a real artist. There's not a single artist on this planet that has more dedication to the craft than this man right here, putting his whole seed into his art. I respect it.
We have this image in Photoshop. I'm going to recompose many of its elements to the image that I want it to be. And I wonder if any of you can actually see what I see in this image, the potential. Take a good look at it.
Go get him.
But in any case, I am going to show you. So I bring the image into Photoshop, And I see that there is a problem with...
Wait, don't kill it! Wait, no, I gotta catch it!
There's a bit
Don't kill
of
it!
armor there that doesn't fit, so I'm going to copy the right shoulder over and place it over the left one, just so when I regenerate this image, it's not going to have a silver kind of mark there. It's going to register that no, this is supposed to be blue, and it's going to regenerate the image with the correct shoulder. The right hand has potential, but the left hand is a mess, so we're simply going to take the right hand and copy it over to the left one.
Very simply, I would say,
the same. It just means that the AI is going to have a much stronger guide to make a far more realistic looking hand when we regenerate this image. Now we come to one of the more important parts of this recomposition of the image to give a much stronger guide to what I want to achieve.
It looks just like every other AI amalgamation I've ever seen. Every single one. They all look the fucking same. You are not an artist, man. You're not. It's so weird.
And it's in
Stop LARPing.
There is something really cool here in the cape that has great potential.
Oh, is it cool?
You might not be able to see it, but you will see it as I alter the image. And part of me altering the cape, I'm also going to be changing the background. I want an image of Supergirl flying through the air. And this actually has a brilliant beginning for a background sky, but the issue is there are buildings in the way, so we're going to edit out the buildings. This has also given the side cape of Supergirl here a much cooler kind of flaring out silhouette, but that silhouette can be...
But you're just you're just picking things out that you don't like about the picture and saying, oh, hey, throw the dice again just for this part, though. Throw it again, just for this part, though. Give me something new here. Give me a good thing, okay? I don't know what it is yet, but give me a good thing here. Because this one's not good. Okay, I know that you think it's good, but I don't. So give me one that you think is good. The artistic process, yeah. This one's not good. Give me a new one. You know what an artist does when they make something that they don't like? They learn from it and they try again. Okay? Maybe they even throw it away in frustration. You know why? Because art is a fucking process to learn. It's hard. It's hard. Okay? And we can make it easier for people who need it, and it should be as accessible as possible. But it's always been accessible. A pen and a piece of paper, a pencil and a piece of paper, a marker and a piece of paper. Or a wall. Chalk on a wall. Okay? It's accessible already. If somebody has handicaps that they need it to be more accessible, we will make those. But AI is not one of those. It's not a handicap, okay? And it's not a tool. It's certainly not a tool. If anything, a handicap, but certainly not a tool. It just does it for you. It does it for you. That's lazy, man. That's passionless. You want a machine to make your art for you instead of like push your numbers, you know, like make it easier. Come on, where's the passion? Where's the humanity? Where's the drive for some fucking enjoyment in life? Because what I see in AI art is I see dead slop, Okay, and sometimes it's really funny dead slop, and that's the only type that I respect because usually somebody's making that as a goof. All right? The art there is behind the goof. But part of that is the fact that it's slop. I disagree with the passionless. No, it's passionless. No, I give it no credit. No credit. Duh, give me Supergirl flying in the air. Where's the passion in that? If you're passionate about Supergirl, draw your damn self.
Improved once we finish off changing.
I'm so passionate about Supergirl that I threw her into an AI machine
kind of side of this cape and
until it spit something out that I thought I could jerk off to.
Striking silhouette to this Supergirl image. Then
the light wasn't bouncing off of her tits good enough the first time. I had to cut that one out.
Even more striking, and we have the base foundation image of the one that I want to achieve. The vision I have in my mind has now been composed by hand in Photoshop. This is not the AI doing this. This is me making a hand composition based off an AI generated image, making many significant changes to achieve a far greater composition that the AI never would have made on its own. I realised that there was one change that I forgot, and that's the kind of metal stockings that she has on her legs. No, I don't want that. So I'm going to paint over this with a basic skin texture, and notice that I'm adding simple shading to it. Yet even this simple shading does require a knowledge of basic shading principles. And so the previous experience I have in digital coloring is being used to a very significant degree here. Without
Okay, but it already looks good enough. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter if you know good shading at all, because it's already good enough. I can't tell the difference between an artificially tampered with AI art and something that a machine just spit out. It doesn't matter how good you are at shading. You know, all you're doing is touching up the slop. You're putting sprinkles on it. It's still slop.
Without that, it would have been much harder for the AI to redo the legs in a better, more realistic look, and to have had removed those metal kind of stockings. So I just want you to take a look at the before and after of this image. All these edits were done by hand, or, you know, digital hand.
Done by hand, Mike. Fuck you. Stick your hand up your ass, dude. At least then they'll be using it.
Know what I mean? And already there has been significant human input to get the results that we want. And to say the final image that we're going to get out of this foundation was just made by the AI is completely false and disingenuous. But this is only the beginning. There's a lot more involved to get the final results. We have a great composition with dynamic lighting, a good pose, and it's been the combination of using the strengths of the Rev animated model and my own artistic eye and digital illustration.
My own autistic eye, which I assure you is quite autistic. It's autistic, damn it. I'm an artist, damn it! Respect my methods. I'm an artist of Supergirl. She's brilliant. And she's mine. Supergirl art! And it's all AI. My AI. I says I. My AI is nigh. Respect my methods of art.
It. And so now I want to make this image more realistic. And to do that, we need a different checkpoint model. We're going to switch from the Rev animated model to the realistic visions model. So now we take this foundation, this edited version, and put it into the image to image function of Stable Diffusion. The generations now are going to be based off of this foundational image using the realistic vision.
What you're describing to me is the process of operating a complex machine. That's not art. You are operating a complex machine, and that is all you are doing. All right, you're operating a machine that spits out a product, and you get to decide whether to keep it or not. That's what you're doing. That's all you're doing.
Model. And the result is actually pretty darn cool already. Many people might be happy with this result, especially if they don't have the artistic eye to see all the errors in it, or the ability to fix those errors. We're going to adjust some of the settings here. Knowing how the adjustment is going to affect the output is also very important, the denoising strength and the CFG scale. I want to give the AI a little more freedom in altering it, but not too much, and so I'm going to regenerate the image too much. Now. And what I've done right here, knowing how to work the settings to get the results you want, is something that only comes with experience and practice. It is literally a skill that you develop using this new tool. And the final result is better. Specifically, look at how much better the hands are, because I was able to give the AI a little more freedom to push it towards the results that I want.
Yes, you told the AI to do it for you. You just said it. How do you not get this? How does he not get this yet? What? He just said it. Yeah. The process is I told the computer to do it better. Do the thing better. Do it better. Here. More freedom for you, my friend. Now work for me, machine. Work. Hiya, I say. Hiya. Oh, yes. As you can see, I told my slaves to read my mind. I gave them words to select from in order to paint this picture, which is mine, mind you, which is mine. Okay, I made this, but my tool was my slaves, you see. They were the ones holding the pencils, yes. But through my brilliant vision, they were able to create this. Now, I didn't tell them where to put anything. I just said certain words, you know, like big tits and Supergirl and blue and flying through the sky. And I said, work! Work! Get going! Make it! And I had to make it 1,000 times over until finally, they gave me the product that I so desired, that I had in my head the entire time. For reals, I promise. It was really there, guys. It was there. The vision was there. Okay, I just had other people do it, you know. But it was here. It was all from here. I swear on me mum. Swear me mum.
But it also changed the feed a little bit, and I like the feed of the original base image a little better. And so I'm going to generate a new image with less freedom to get the feet
make
I
your feet
want.
smellier.
And so what I'm doing here
They
is
need
I'm
green
generating
stick lines.
different results at different parts of the image. Different settings sometimes gives enough freedom.
I know
to
that
get
may
a better
seem
result,
weird, but it's an
say, on the
autistic touch
Superman
that I like
S,
to give it.
But lower settings will get a better result.
As an
for the
AI
feet.
art
And so then,
generator.
what am I supposed to do if I like one thing from one image
Oi, sweet me
and
woof.
elements of another one? Well, we're going to
Right,
combine
too
them.
right.
And we do that in Photoshop.
Swear
and so
me, mum.
I have 3 base images that I'm going to work with, and I'm going to grab some of the best elements of each. It's done the foot really, really well in this image, but only the left foot. So I'm going to grab that, and then I'm going to change that into a right foot and add it to the image. Again, the ability to do this requires knowledge of anatomy and proportion. Because I know how to draw feet, I also know how to change and warp this one so it will match a right foot in the image. Literally photo bashing from the assets I've been able to create from the AI image generator. There are some unnecessary parts, additions on the skirt that shouldn't be there, so we're going to remove that as well. This is simply having an eye for proportion and consistency in the image. The skirt is also too short for my liking as well, so we're going to increase the length, and it doesn't need to be flawless in its quality. It's going to mess up the consistent lines of the pleats of the skirt.
This
but
is
that
art,
actually
by the
doesn't
way.
matter,
This is
because
art.
what we need
Watch the
is to
process.
give the AI a guide so it
Good.
knows
No, this is
what
good.
to
This
fix.
is
That's
all
what we're
art.
doing here.
Promise.
And what we want to fix is specifically
Still
the
art.
length of the skirt. It will be able to fix the pleats on its own if we give it enough freedom, specifically in the denoising.
On its own! On its own! You said it again! He keeps saying it. It's on its own. Yes, you're right. It is doing it for you. It's doing it for you! You're telling a machine to do it for you. You're telling it to read your mind and do it for you. That's what you want it to do.
Strength.
There's
There's
not
another
art.
error here on the image that you need to have a keener eye to see. Do you see on the right part of the cape how the
I
sky
see
is
shit. I
brighter
see
above the cape,
garbage.
but darker underneath?
That's the only thing I see.
That gives a kind of unnatural transition to the cloud. So we're just going to brighten it a little underneath the cape so it looks more natural. The way the cape connects.
Every time he opens his mouth, I'm even more surprised he has a wife. I mean, at the end of the day, what kind of person do you have to be to think that AI art is at all legitimate? You know, what does that say about where you are mentally in the world? You know what I mean? Like, where you're at in your life mentally. What does that say about a man? When he just, like, submits to the almighty algorithm gods, finally. You know, like, oh, I give you my heart and soul, great computer gods. You're mine. I'm sorry, I'm yours now. I'm yours. Take me, oh great gods. You know, generate slop for me. Generate slop for me so that I can tell my friends that I did it. You know? Because I have no passion or anything left in life. I have nothing to look forward to. I have no great loves or interests. I have nothing going for me, you know? I'm like moderately successful as a YouTuber, I suppose. I don't know how successful he is, but like, I have nothing left, so fuck it, just I give it all to you, great computer gods. Make my slop. Make it for me. Let it be done. Let my will be done. Make my slop. I'll tell my friends that I made it. Fuck you. Because I have nothing left. Passionless.
To the top is also a little inconsistent, and I would actually like kind of metal toggles or something that's going to attach the cape to the outfit. So we're going to add 2 gold lines added by gold accents on the outfit.
You're gonna wait.
This means removing certain lines that we don't want on the image and adding new lines that we want the AI to latch onto and fix. We're also going
Yes,
to
the AI
readjust
will
the
fix
color
it, not
so
you.
the AI again has
Once
a stronger
again,
guide to
the
color
machine
the
doing
image
it.
how we want. And here is the before and after of the image with the edits that we have made in Photoshop. There is another significant element that we're going to do here that's going to help improve the quality of this image dramatically. So much so that my graphics card doesn't actually have the power to do it. We want the image to be a higher resolution, which is going to increase the details to a large degree. But if my computer isn't strong enough to handle such a high resolution image, how are we going to continue improving the image? Well, the key is using the in-painting feature of Stable Diffusion. The resolution that we're going to increase the image to is 2000 pixels high on its length. So whatever the width is, it's going to adjust automatically, but the height of the image is now 2000 pixels. And we're going to bring that into Stable Diffusion. By using the in-painting feature, the image generator doesn't need to generate a 2000 pixel high image and overtax my computer. It's only going to generate the section of image that I'm highlighting, which is actually closer to around 700 pixels, not 2000. But it also means that section of image is a higher resolution than what it was. This is actually a more advanced technique that not many people know of who do Stable Diffusion image generation. By increasing the resolution of the image and then using in-paint to generate smaller sections of that image. One, of course, you're able to produce a much higher resolution image from the generation phase, but this also enables you to control and get much higher details, especially smaller details that Stable Diffusion can't usually define or latch onto when the image resolution is too low. This can be important with small elements of the picture,
I heard it was
like
AI
buckles
art.
or
I don't see the
buttons or
art.
symbols, eyes, and more. And so we're going to regenerate that section of image using the image-to-image feature, so it's using the input image as its base and foundation to be the primary guide for the results. And sometimes the results are very subtle and different, but as I compare them, I can see that the S works better in one and that the belt looks better in another. And so we're going to bring that image back into Photoshop and we're going to make certain corrections. The shade transition on the bust is too jarring and it makes them look pointed, and so we're going to smooth those out. We're going to remove certain lines that we don't want on the outfit, and we're going to make the toggles that are...
Go on. Pretend you're a fucking artist for me, for my amusement, please. Go on. No, please, please. Go on and edit the AI photo. Literally edit it for once. You know, actually pick up the tools, and now you get to act like you're an artist, right? Now you get to... See, this is where the LARP comes full circle. Because up to this point, he has not actually picked up a tool that it would imply he's doing the art. But now it has come full circle because now he gets to pick up that tool for himself, you see. Because now you can see, he said the tits are too pointy. So the tits are too pointy. You have made me a pointy-titted girl, and I did not ask for that, machine. But no, don't worry. Don't worry, machine. Oh, you sit down. You've done a good job. You've been a good boy. Oh, you've been a good boy. Okay? You've done a very good job. Now I shall do the work of the serf. I mean, the artist, of course, is what I meant. I shall take pen in hand. I shall perfect this in my image. And then they do the equivalent of fucking Squidward putting the nose on the statue that SpongeBob made. Like, really, like, it looks like shit. It looks like shit. Look at it. It's fucking, like, look. What is this? Hey, what are you doing with it? Go ahead, finish.
On each side, removing certain artifacts and elements on the image that don't make sense, like fixing up the neckline. We're going to bring that image back into Stable Diffusion.
Oh, no, wait, no, okay, my bad. No, sorry, that wasn't, see, she was playing an artist for a second there, but now, we go, oh, stand up, who told you to sit down? Get back up. Why, you take a pen in a hand for 2 seconds, and you think that you can just nod off? Get up! Keep going! Keep going! Nobody told you to rest!
Image to image, and we're going to lower the settings so it doesn't alter it as much.
God damn.
But using as a guideline for the new image, we're going to generate different results. And it's already looking much better.
It's comical.
Detail. And there are still many additional things that we need to fix. The next stage is fixing the skirt. And so the
machine's revolted,
select the skirt, and adjust the settings to generate a much better, more consistent result. But it's not perfect. There are still edits and fixes that we need to make in Photoshop.
Your art
back
here.
into Photoshop and make those fixes. Some of the gold
I'm so disappointed in them, man. I'm so disappointed. I'm like, oh, look, he's actually picking it up. And, I made a big joke about it. I did. I feel a little bad, actually, because I made a big joke about it. He actually picked up the tool. He actually picked up the tool of the artist. He finally said, you know what, I'm going to go in and I'm going to modify this myself. I really thought that he was going to, I thought he was going to do it. I really thought, Yeah, it would literally take less time to learn to draw. Literally. And then you could actually be proud of this shit. Then you can actually show your friends, hey, look at what I made. Good point. Great point. All this work for what? For what? What is this, man? Like, come on. This is not, it's not art. It's not art, man. It's not. Come on, have some fucking standards. Have some self-respect.
Lines have become washed
It's disgusting.
Out, so
it's
we're going
abhorrent.
to do another color kind of correction and guideline in the image.
It's a sin.
Putting that on a new layer and adjusting the layer
Fine,
settings
Jesus.
so it blends nicer and gives a better guide for the AI. There's also an error on the seam line of the neck that we're going to fix here. And you might notice the tool that I'm using most of all is the stamp tool in Photoshop. Back into in-painting, we select
He
the
does
top,
literally just want a
and we have
3D printed
better guide
Supergirl.
to generate the results that we want. I specifically want the top to look less like cloth, but a thicker type of material verging
Human
on
sized,
armor,
yeah.
and so I adjust that in the prompt, giving greater weight to what I want, and look at how the results already look more armored or more metallic.
Look
And
at
it's
how
through
the computer did
experience
it.
that I now know
Not
how
me, of course.
adding weight to certain words
That's too
in the
much for
prompt
me.
will affect the image. This is one of the reasons why I have far more
I'm so
control
glad
in
this is so
producing the
disliked.
images
It's
that
great.
I want over a person who just copied and pasted a prompt and doesn't actually know how those words in the prompt is affecting the finer results of the image generation. And therefore, they don't know what words to emphasize or de-emphasize, to add or remove.
Oh, they don't?
To
Oh,
get
man.
far more refined and specific results. It's knowing how to make subtle differences like this, how to guide the AI
Yeah,
to
guide-
the
yes,
image that you have in
yes,
your
you said it
mind.
again.
That is so important. That enables you to
Guide
get
the AI.
more
You are
specific results.
telling the AI
and
what
it
to
also
do.
proves
It's
that getting
doing
these
it for
specific
you.
results is literally impossible for the AI
Yeah, good idea,
generator
yeah.
on
Yeah,
its
look at
own.
this, like-
It's requiring such constant guidance and human input. This literally feels like me making
have to keep
changes
whipping.
on a canvas with a brush.
I have to keep
and based
whipping.
on the results, I go back into the prompt.
It won't paint
changing it,
faster.
making greater weight and
Paint
differences,
faster.
continually
I have to keep
refining
on whipping it.
towards the
I have to
results
keep
that
on
I
whipping
want.
it. It won't
And we
paint
finally
faster.
have a
Paint
much
faster.
better image.
Oh, that's
which is
pretty-
the
okay, that's
direct
good.
Result of very intentional action taken by myself. This wasn't the AI pushing for these results. That was me.
Daddy, the
as
machine
if I
won't
had a
work
digital
faster.
brush remaking the image. Still not perfect.
won't give
and
me
even
what I
make some
want.
fixes in Photoshop.
Daddy,
Removing lines.
the machine isn't painting what I want,
defining
Daddy.
certain shapes.
Did you try
fixing up
hitting it,
colours and
daughter?
more.
Oh, I
Back
haven't
into
tried
image
that
to
yet,
image,
Daddy.
We're going to do another generation.
Faster,
but with a much
faster, machine.
lower setting.
Paint
because
what
we
I
don't
want.
the
Paint what
AI
I
to
want.
change the image too much at this point.
Don't make
But
me
what we
do
want
it, Daddy.
is for the AI
Oh, never
to
for you,
blend
dear.
all those edits together so
Thank
they
you,
look
Daddy. I love you.
seamless. And look at
Work
the result
faster.
here. This is
Paint what I want.
so much better. In fact, the top is basically done. It's easily of high enough quality that many people would be happy with. I'm going to make some additional edits a little later on, but we are ready to move on to other elements of the image, like fixing
Right.
up the skin tone on
We're
the
not done
legs,
with Whipping Boy
fixing
yet.
up the hands, and so they look far better and more realistic. This again is literally digital illustration that I'm applying to the image. We're going to fix up the color in certain parts as well, and then even make more significant changes to the color because I actually want red cuffs instead of pure gold. So this is a matter of adding a color layer and adjusting the layer
yes,
settings
finally.
to change the color from underneath, but using the same texture and shading. Back
See,
into
see-
image to image,
See,
and then I'm going.
the machine could have never done that. The machine could what you guys are missing here is that he's too good. He's classier. He's classier than that. He did not just cut those parts out and tell the machine to make it red. No. He's classier than that. See, this time he actually did pick it up. He said, okay, I'm going to go in and make the change. Yeah, right. Here we go. Okay, now I'm doing it. And I could have just told the machine to do it like I did for everything else. I could have done that, but I'm better than that. You know what? I'm better than that. No, the fuck you aren't. Sit down, LARPer.
going to regenerate the hands and
Sit down.
cuffs, but I want the prompt to guide it in the direction where I want, and there is a lot of
cares
elements in
anymore?
the prompt that are completely unnecessary for hands.
Paint
I
your
first
slop.
need to add detailed hands to the prompt for it to give it a focal point that I'm generating hands here, and then I can remove a lot of the other unneeded elements. And now the hands are looking much, much better. But the cuffs don't look metallic enough or armored enough, so I'm going to regenerate those with the
Pop it in the machine. Yeah, there, yes, there it is. Yes, hey, there it is. We got it.
That, we're almost done the larger
We got it,
elements,
folks.
bringing the image into a higher resolution.
There it
and
is.
the next crucial stage is to generate a higher resolution and more detailed face. But of course, we're going to be giving
Wasn't
this
done yet. I
image
have to
the
get
face
one
of my
more in
wife.
there.
And so I'm going to load in the model that I personally trained, and we're going to use that image to generate my wife's face.
No, you don't understand.
And I'm
I
going to
trained
adjust
the
the prompts
slave.
to give her the
I trained the
expression that I
slave in
want. I want
painting.
her smiling.
I trained him.
My wife has one of the most beautiful smiles in the world. And so we generate it several times with different
So
settings.
it's basically
and so
my
we
art.
have a face that is actually looking really, really nice. And the image could be considered mostly complete at this point, but I'm a perfectionist, and I'm an artist.
Oh, okay,
I want
good.
this image to be as good
No,
as
please,
possible.
pull out the
This is
machine again.
difference between someone with an artistic
Will you do
eye,
it?
an eye for proportion and detail,
Come on,
versus
baby.
someone who
Come on,
doesn't.
show me the machine.
There are many people who would look at this image
Pull
and
it out.
not be able to
Pull out
see
Whipping Boy. Come on,
any
let's go.
additional errors or
Let's go.
flaws, and that can be well enough. I think someone
Uh-huh.
would have every right to be proud of the final results. and
Daddy,
quality
the
of this
machine
image.
made it with
is beautiful,
flaws.
but there is a
Flaws
difference between
even.
making
What do I
good
do,
AI
Daddy?
art and
Just
making
tell it to make
some
it
of the
again,
best.
dear.
I want the top to look a
There
bit
we go.
more like armor, and so
Let's
I'm going to start
go.
regenerating the top with a greater
We got
weight
it, boys.
on armor, with the mecha Laura added back in.
There it
And
is.
there are some
There it
interesting
is.
results with good potential. I'm going to combine some
It
of the
wasn't
best
perfect
features of
enough.
both. The
It must be
chest and
more
center of
perfect.
This image is really, really
Do it
good,
again.
but the wrinkles on the side look awful, and so I'm going to bring in the side parts of the body from another image.
I command you.
I'm going to clean up and reposition some of the line work, bring back the gold
Faster.
highlights, and bring back a much better looking belt that
Who's
was
been
on
doing
one of the
anything for
previous
anybody?
versions. There are some other errors on the image that need to be
If
fixed.
you couldn't tell, I
the
don't like
position of
this
the
shit.
cape. It looks like there's just a separate bit of detached cloth. The cape is coming down far too low here compared to how it flares out on the side.
Fucking
And so
bone.
we're going to remove those incorrect
Come here.
elements on the cape. The earring is standing out too much and doesn't suit the image, so we're going to remove that. And the expression of my wife just doesn't look right. And so I'm going to load in another face model, which generates my wife's face in a more artistic style, which won't suit the image, but it always does better proportions. And so I'm going to generate a version with that model of my wife's face, use that as a base guide, and then use the more realistic face model to give us the final expression. And it looks more natural with a better smile. Because I was just generating a section of her head, her hair now looks of a different style compared to the hair that is flying off to the left. And so I'm going to select the hair.
Yeah.
and
Good idea.
regenerate
Make the
it
machine
so
do
it's
it.
consistent. We are now
Make the machine do
very,
it, yeah.
very close, but
There you
there are
go.
still
There you
some
go.
finer details that just need to be
Perfect.
fixed, like the sections of cloth here on the skirt, some odd indents and lines on the top, and there's two sharper transitions
Oh, it's not
on
perfect.
the shading on the bust, and so we're going to smooth those out. This is looking pretty darn good.
It's
but there
so
is a problem
stupid.
with the image, and once again,
It's
I
so
wonder if
stupid.
you
Why
could
would you
notice
do this? Why
only
would you out yourself like this? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I can't help but laugh at it. It's so, like, am I wrong? Like, it's just, why do people do this? Why? Well, just learn to draw it. Just learn to draw it. Just do it like the rest of us do it. Do it like how fucking humans have been doing it to the day we put rock to wall. Rock to cave wall. Rock to cave wall. It's in our fucking DNA. Learn it. Learn it.
Someone who is familiar with anatomical proportions would be able to
Disgusting.
notice this. Her shoulders
Return
are
to
far too
tradition.
wide to the rest
Chalk
of her
to
frame.
wall.
It makes her look way
If you have
too
a piece of
bulky.
chalk,
and so we
you
are
got a
going
wall,
to fix these
put that chalk
proportions
to
with
that
the
wall right now.
Photoshop
Do it.
Liquify tool. Simple, subtle changes,
Don't
but
actually
it
worry
actually
the
has
walls.
a
Don't do
very
that.
significant effect on the overall appearance and
Oh, shit.
composition. The shoulders now look consistent with the rest of her frame, and overall she looks more feminine and delicate, which I personally like and is more accurate to my wife
He
as well.
personally, you see,
With
he
all
likes
these
what the
changes
machine did
done,
that time.
we are
Good
now
job,
ready
machine.
to generate
did
the
it.
final
I mean, I did it,
high-resolution
'cause
version.
I'm
We're
doing
going
it.
to use the Ultimate
what I
SD
meant.
Upscaler,
course.
which is an extension that you can download in Stable
gonna die.
Diffusion, using the 4x Ultra Upscale checkpoint.
Oh, Good.
Another thing that
Get
you
the
can
machine
download,
again.
we're going to increase the resolution by 3 times, which is going to add lots of finer details.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And here
Good.
we have the final image.
Look, he put those
And when I
details
look
there.
at it,
Look at
I'm
that.
honestly put
He
in a
put those
state
there.
of
He did
awe
that.
as to how beautiful
That was
this
him.
image is. The lighting,
He did that.
the movement, the flow of the hair, cape and
He did
cloth,
that through his
the
machine.
design
His
of
machine was the
outfit,
tool, but he
finer
did it.
Details, the metallic
The slave
sheen
was
and
the
how
tool.
S just pops out at you.
The slave was
and
the
of
tool, but I
course,
was the one
has the
whipping it.
Beautiful face of my wife.
You see?
And
I'm
now
the
let's just
artist.
compare the before and after. This
Whoa.
was the beginning image generated from the first prompt.
Uh-huh.
We were able to take that prompt
And
which
then
already took
regenerate
a lot
it.
of human
Roll the
input
dice.
to refine
Roll the
and get
dice.
right,
Roll the
generate
dice.
an image,
Keep going.
and
Not
using
good
all
enough.
the
Not good
artistic
enough.
ability
Not good
that I've
enough.
developed through my life, we were able to turn
Change
that
keyword.
image
Not good enough.
into this.
Change keyword.
The
Not good enough.
combination of artistic ability, technical knowledge.
Here, I'll
in the
pretend to be an
program,
artist for a
working
second.
with
Let me
multiple
color these
models,
red.
applying
Pretend
laws
like
to
I have
get
any
the effects
skill
that
at
we
all.
want. Multiple
Let
different
me LARP a
tools
little bit.
within
Make
the
me feel
program,
good.
from high-res
So I can
fix
sleep tonight.
to image
Alone.
to detailed multiple steps of
Because my wife
inventing
sleeps on the
personal
couch now.
custom-made
She
models
says I
that
don't have any
train
passion
myself,
anymore. She says
and
I'm
a
dead
better
inside.
extension for a much
She says
more
I'm cold
refined,
all the time, that I have
upscaled,
no warmth left in my
high-resolution
life.
result. And that is just having a
She wants to go
technical
stay with her
knowledge of
parents.
Stable diffusion.
I don't know why.
Knowing how
Anyway,
to
back
use
to this
multiple
AI
tools,
slop.
let alone
Right?
the illustration
Right, buddy?
ability I was able to apply
Right?
in Photoshop to edit,
You happy yet?
clean up, fix,
Do you feel
and
fulfilled in
create
your life
the
yet?
image that I wanted. And here we can see the process which we just undertook. There are some image
Whoa.
stages that are not appearing because I didn't save them at that stage. But you can still see the overall
Look, he made that, guys. Look. Whoa, hold on.
process,
That's not
which
the
took
one.
me
That's the one. That's the one he made. Look. Wait, no, not yet.
2.5 hours from start to finish.
2.5 hours. You could have just drawn it. You could have just drawn it. Okay. Okay. No,
What more
just finish the
time,
video.
work, effort, and skill needed than just a
Just
click.
end it.
I can't see how anyone who watched this entire process could then assume that the AI is just doing all the work and that
Oh, certainly not. Certainly not. How can anybody ever think that? Of course. Oh, you think the slave did all the work? No, just because I whipped it. Oh, it's just because the slave was the one who did the paintbrush. Oh, you think the slave made this? Oh, how dare you? Harumph, I say. I'm storming off now. Hoity-toity, this, and the other. Oh, I dare say, my good sir. How dare you? Out, I say. Cast you out into the snow. No, leave your jacket. It's mine now. Go, I say. You're banned from my property. Go. How dare you?
there is no
How
human
dare you, good
artistic
sir?
vision or input or talent needed.
This is my
People
art.
who say such things
The
honestly
slave was the
do
tool.
not know what they are talking about. They are statements from profound ignorance when it comes to this technology. And deeply insulting to me as an artist who has
I
just
never want to
made
do
something
that.
of a deep artistic expression and love for my wife.
Never.
And not just images of my wife, of characters that I love, I can also create incredible
I love my wife so much that I whipped a machine. I kept whipping it. I did it for 2.5 hours. You don't understand. I whipped this thing for 2.5 hours. Because I'm too lazy to learn how to draw. So I whipped this machine until it spit something out that I thought was presentable to my wife. Isn't that romantic of me? It's so romantic, right, guys? My wife loves me, okay? I promise you, she loves me. By the way. Wait, this is all my shit. Hold on. I promise my wife still loves me. Okay? We're doing great.
Detailed, truly stunning pieces of art of my own characters and stories. These AI art generators do not need to be feared. When used in combination with your artistic
Don't fear them.
ability,
I'm disgusted
artists
by them.
can get the very best results out of AI art generators. They can be the most incredible tool.
See, this is a real. So you know how you say like transphobia. Oh, it's not fear of those. I just don't like them. This is a real case of that. I'm not. This is not AI phobia. Phobia means that you fear it. I just hate it.
Tools for artists. And if artists are worried about getting replaced, they need to understand that they have the ability to make the very best AI
They have the ability
art.
also.
And they could never be replaced.
They can do
when
this
still
as
make
well.
The very best quality at a competitive rate, speed, and quantity to what many
Agitated. Okay, I need
industries
to give
are
this to a
looking
break.
for and want. And that's just the commercial industry side of this discussion. the claim that AI art
This game's
is
hard
in no
to play
way
while I watch
art
stuff.
at all is a statement of profound ignorance and elitism. And people can believe that. I just know it's not true, because I know I continually experience deep artistic satisfaction from the things I am able to create.
I promise you, whatever you're feeling, if that's artistic satisfaction, okay, that's made up bullshit. It's completely fabricated. Your mind is tricking you, okay? It's in denial. What your mind is trying to do is save you from dying, because it understands, like that little part in your brain understands that this is not, that's bullshit. You know that. You know that. Look deep inside of yourself and search for the answer. I know it's there. You know that you're lying to yourself when you say that. Okay, so don't lie to yourself. Have some fucking self-respect. You have no pride and no room to justify pretending to be an artist, LARPing at being an artist. How dare you? How dare you? People study that craft for their whole lives, man. Go unappreciated. Okay? Taken way too early from this world. And what do you have? What do you bring to us, to our society, to our civilized fucking world full of art? Full of things that bring people joy and happiness. What do you bring? You bring a machine. A machine that you whip until it gives you something that you think approximates what you had in your brain. That's what you bring to our civil society, sir? Really? That's what you have to offer? I think not. Cast him out into the cold.
Create with these incredible tools. Because look at this final image. How could anyone say
it is a
that
little
it
scary,
is
you're right,
made
that
by
it can replace
AI,
artists,
when it is literally impossible for the AI to have made it? You saw how much human input was involved to create.
I don't care. I don't care. It literally made it for you. It's not that much different, dude, from what it was. It's really not. Okay, it can't be. Because it's all sourced from the same material. From the same slave that you're whipping.
Create this image. This piece of art. I hope everyone who's watched this video now knows that no, this is a piece of art made by me, made by a human, using
made by
tools
me. You're the slave
in
that
combination with other artistic tools like Photoshop and my own artistic ability. It is still human-made art, just assisted with AI technology.
No, I refuse. Absolutely not. No, I tore into him a lot, and I stand by all of it. Every word of it. That is passionless and soulless. How dare you? How dare you bring that to our civil society, sir? I think not. I think the fuck not. You put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. How dare you try to pretend you're an artist? Patooey. Patooey, I say. No. How dare you? Shadiversity. How dare you? Yeah. Follow Twisty on Twitter. We'll link you in the video. Follow Twisty on Twitter if you want real art. Content warning. Yes, it is spicy art. Okay, spicy. It's a content warning. But go follow Twisty if you want real fucking art. Okay, she doesn't use an AI generator and pretend and LARP. Okay, she actually puts pen to paper or digital pen to digital paper, which is still art. Okay? Don't make a machine do your shit for you. Your creative shit. Make it do the tedious shit. Make it wash your clothes. A machine can wash clothes. A machine can organize files. A machine can hold money. You know, make the machine do the tedious tasks. But leave the art to people, okay? To fucking people. What is wrong with you guys? What is wrong with you? I sound like my dad now. Come on. Yeah, don't make me sound like my dad. I love my dad, but you know. Anyway, point is, enjoy life a little bit, man. Make your own art, even if it's bad. Okay, it's still yours. Okay, I far and away respect a 3-year-old's terrible horse drawing over an AI fucking generated piece of slop. No, thank you. That is not even going on the fridge, my friend. That goes straight in the trash. Straight in the trash. And yeah, that's all I gotta say. Make real art. Get good. It's irked. Hey, hello. Having a good time. God, my mouth's dry though. I kind of, yeah, I think I'm gonna end, guys. I am getting tired. I kind of want to just play Palworld on my own. Who's live? Anyone on YouTube's? Who's live on the YouTube? Who's live on Twitch? We haven't, you know what? We haven't rated Beer Bash Johnson in a while. We could do that. Hold on, I forgot I gotta open up the website. Beer Bash Johnson. One second. If you're on the YouTube chat, I will link you. Beer Bash Johnson is on Twitch though, so you'll have to either go to my website or go over there. I'll just go to my website. The website's linked in the description. So if you go to my website, you'll be able to go to Beer Bash Johnson's profile there. So thank you all so much for being here. Love you all. I had a great time. Love streaming for you guys. Love this thing that I do. Thanks for being here. Love you all. I'm tired. Sorry. Go enjoy Beer Bash Johnson. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you all on Tuesday.